Hello. Hi there. Good morning. Do I look good? Do I look okay? I think I look okay. Do I need better lighting? I can't tell. Almost the new year. Um, I'll probably stream later again. Tomorrow's gonna be weird to stream because I have work, uh, like on Christmas Eve. Um, but we will see. We will see. It's pretty much almost time. So we'll talk about like the schedule later. We'll talk about the schedule later. It's almost time for the chapter to drop. We'll go from there. And it is not time yet. Come on, last minute. Come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Let me in. Doesn't even feel like Christmas for me this year. Oh, wonky. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you. Merry Christmas to everyone in the chat. If you celebrate Christmas. If not, happy holidays. I was just watching the pit wheel waiting. It's fucking good. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's time. It's time. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we cooking? Part 5. Whoa, Ruka is dressed. And I'm seeing anger. We were talking about the phases of grief. Come on, look at this. It is literally like a kid who knows they messed up. It is literally like a kid who knows they messed up. Okay, let's get this straight. Male cat. Oh my god, it is reversing chapter 185. It is reversing chapter 185. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. What happened here was sort of a accident, okay? It was nothing but an accident, but we have to make sure this never happens again. Do you understand? Okay. No. Ugh. How can you call yourself second? You're young, Ruka-chan. You shouldn't ever say something like that, all right? No. She's like a kid. Ugh. This holds even more true if it's your first time. You deserve to be with someone better, not me. No. Literally like a kid. Yep, we're starting to get those phases of rage. Gosh, she's being so unreasonable. The understanding girl from a couple hours ago is completely gone. She said that she has already suspected something was going on between me and Mizuhara. So was that how she chose to behave after accepting it? Then maybe she got her hopes up again? That made her excited because of today? Let me ask you something. Do you think that you'd want to have sex with Chizuru-san right now? What? Seriously, what, you idiot? What are you talking about? I've heard about it. After you guys finish their... I've heard about it. After guys finish their business, they don't feel those kinds of urges anymore. I know that sounds crude. Still, how do you expect me to respond to that right now? Then maybe you don't love her very much after all, Chizuru-san. Oh, she's asking them uncomfortable. Oh, so they don't censor this. Okay, K-manga. What is this? Do I want to have sex with Mizuhara during my post-nut clarity? I can't believe Ruka-chan's asking me this with Mizuhara. Yeah, I want to. There's anger. There's anger. Then what about with me? Huh? See, what this is doing is making that question. Lust or love? Don't be ridiculous. I mean, this is way more complicated than love or certain feelings. Besides, this kind of thing isn't that simple. It's like it has a mind of its own. Maybe you wouldn't get it. You know, that's terrible. I'm so pathetic for me to say that. Well, I'm going home now. My mom sent me a text, huh? Yeah, there it is. She's getting upsetty motherfucking spaghetti. We were saying this. So soon we're gonna probably start getting like a sense of depression from Ruka, and then eventually acceptance will kick in. She's leaving. I don't feel like we've resolved anything though. With how worked up she got today, there's no telling what she'll do. Maybe we should do this another day. Bite. Hey. Oh, he is on the second floor. What the fuck? I guess Kazuya's on the second floor. Alrighty then. I was being completely serious about what I said before. Things didn't go my way today, but until you take my first time, I won't give up. Oh, Jesus Christ. What? Like I said, that's never going to happen. You shut up. I'm talking to your body. It has a mind of its own, right? The ribbon is gone. Wow. Wow. You already knew it was on the second floor. I thought it was on the first. I thought it was on the first. She's going home. Should I really let her leave like this? Dude. Ruka-chan knows Mizuhara's line contact. Just because she says she's okay with being second doesn't mean she won't say anything. Ruka-chan, don't tell Mizuhara about today. I can't promise anything. Oh dear. What am I supposed to do now? Oh no. Oh dear. Oh dear. Damn it. You're such an idiot. And that's how it ends. And that's how it ends. And that's how it ends. Are you shitting me? Dude. No resolution at all. That's how we end the year. No resolution at all. Oddly fitting, because this was never going to be resolved. That's the ending. Damn it, Ray. It makes sense. There was no resolution to their talk. So naturally, there was the chapter ends with that feeling of there's no resolution. It feels like you looped. Right? It doesn't it feel like we looped? Isn't that literally what you're kind of feeling? It feels like we looped. But it's a spiral. It's not a loop, it's a spiral. You think you're looping. You're not looping. We are way past looping. The way Ruka is talking is like a stupid girl is like a stupid little girl. She's not talking like an adult. And you're starting to see that. You're starting to see that. She literally wishes to be desired physically like a stupid little kid. You're starting to see the mask crack. I've been saying this for a while. The mask with Ruka is fucking cracking. Where it's like, look, she's actually a stupid little kid. She doesn't know what the fuck she's saying. Right? She's like, I'm talking to your body. I'm gonna make you react. And it's like, do you realize what you fucking did? Yeah. No, she's literally being a stubborn little kid who has no idea what she's saying. I love this visual here. She's literally running through a tunnel. It's tunnel vision. She's tunnel visioning. Right? Suddenly, all this comfort you felt before, out the fucking window. All this comfort you felt before, out the fucking window. None of it mattered. Everything you thought you had before, nope. Kazuya disappoints as usual. He is incapable of being decisive and ending things with her. He was trying to. I feel like this isn't completely on Kazuya. This chapter was pointless, not gonna lie. It's not. The discussions and the words said in this chapter are very, very important. It actually starts telling you, hey, this is what this is actually about. This chapter, essentially what it does is slowly but carefully and methodically spell out this discussion between love and lust. It's a very clear, like, hey, look, I'm starting to spell this out for you, so you start understanding what I'm trying to cook. This is a chapter that essentially builds up next year. It's like, okay, you're starting to understand what the fucking problem is, okay? We're going to start spelling it out for you a little bit, and we're going to start showing you, hey, there are real problems now. These problems are not going away. This is not a chapter that's, it's not pointless. There's no way this chapter is pointless. Not in any way, shape, or form. Like, this chapter doesn't give you a resolution, which is probably why you think it's pointless. It has a lot going on. Like, there's so many layers to the dialogue that's super fucking important. Because this is a question Kazuya has to be asked. What the fuck do you want to do? And then in the end of it, he's blaming himself. Again, you're getting this reinforcement of these roles, and then you're getting the destruction of these roles. On one hand, you have Kazuya being the adult finally. He's finally stepping into the role of the adult in the picture. He's finally taking control. And he doesn't really know how to, because Kazuya has never really been the adult in the relationship. He's saying the right thing, but he doesn't know how to get through to this kid, right? The unfortunate truth is Kazuya and Ruka have a parent-child dynamic, which is not a good thing. You don't ever want a fucking relationship like that. You know, that's rough to have, and that's really fucking messy, but that's essentially what being a parent is like. You're being put in a position where you gotta know how to fucking manage this kid, and you gotta be able to talk to them, okay? And Kazuya is good with dealing with kids, like young kids, but he has no idea how to deal with this kid who is rebellious, who's fighting back. Ruka is in that rebellious phase where she's literally essentially fighting back constantly, and Kazuya doesn't know what to fucking do with her because she's not giving up, and he doesn't know how to reason with her. And so he is essentially being put in that position where it's like, okay, this is what being an adult is. So Kazuya's first step into adulthood is tough. He doesn't know what to fucking do. It's clearly fucking up. He's saying reasonable arguments to this kid, and she will not listen to him. He cannot fucking engage with her. Like, literally, that's what's happening in that entire discussion. He's literally trying to talk to her, and she refuses to listen, and she doesn't even know what she wants. He has to figure out what she wants, right? And then she's talking about, like, I'm serious about what I said before. I'm okay with being second. I'm okay with doing this. But every time he mentions Chizuru, she gets upset. Every time he mentions Chizuru, she visibly gets upset. Every single fucking time. You literally see it. Ruka's just getting visibly upset every time he mentions Chizuru, which shows that like, she doesn't even understand what she wants, right? Because the first time she's talking about, she's literally trying to force his body to react. How fitting is that for Ruka's character writing? This character who is centered her entire character around her heart. Her heart literally reacting to things. My heart reacts, so your heart has to too. So I'm going to make your heart react. I'm talking to your body. Suddenly, Ruka saying, I'm talking to your body does something incredible for earlier chapters. Look at this. I mentioned this before. What is emphasized here? What is the thing that is emphasized here? Kazuya's body. Not his face. His body. The very first shot we see of Ruka dressed like this, it is emphasizing Kazuya's body. That is the first thing you see. Comes full circle. This entire chapter comes a full circle. She is absolutely, completely objectifying Kazuya. And that's the irony. She deeply wants love, but she's hit such a breaking point that, like, she doesn't care anymore. She's like, okay, I can't reason with you emotionally. I can't reach your mind. I'll never reach your mind. Your mind is like literally never letting me in. However, I will, your body does react to me. So I'm going to do that. And literally she does that right here. She tempts him, right? She puts her, she's literally framing her body. She's trying to tempt him. React, feel something, react to me, right? This chapter does so much good stuff because they don't know how to deal with this conflict. The problem is, I think a lot of people looked at this and they wanted resolution. I think a lot of people looked at this and they wanted resolution. You were so desperate for resolution. It's the final chapter of the year. But I think you've missed the point. I said this chapter, what set the tone for next year? And it did. It 100% did. Just not in the way of, here's a resolution. You're not getting resolution with Ruka. It's not going to just magically happen. Even Japanese fans were saying, I feel like if it ends right now, it would be really fucking abrupt. the ending was supposed to come here, but it's not going to because the characters have never been in this position before. Kazuya has never been the adult in the situation, right? This is a callback right here to when Ruka had to be the adult in the situation and she couldn't reason with him, right? Here, I'll pull it up. The chapter this is referencing is chapter 185, a chapter I directly referenced, by the way, when I was doing my analysis. Look at this. They're literally reversed. She has her right hand on here. He has his left hand on here. Ruka tries to make logical reasoning with him. He doesn't listen to her, right? She keeps trying to say, Chizuru is a rental girlfriend. Chizuru's this, Chizuru's that. And Kazuya doesn't fucking listen to her because it doesn't fucking matter. Ruka is literally the same way here, right? Look at this. Same exact thing. And Kazuya's words isolate Ruka. She knows all this and doesn't care. Everything Kazuya says, she's like, I know this. I don't care. It's like a parent trying to say the right thing to the kid, and they're like, yeah, I've heard this before. I don't give a shit. Your argument doesn't matter to me. It's literally Kazuya doesn't know how to talk to her. That's the issue. The issue that you're seeing here that you're misunderstanding is Kazuya doesn't know how to talk to her. In that same way, Ruka doesn't know how to talk to him. Why is this super important for their relationship? They don't fucking talk. Kazuya and Ruka don't fucking talk. Seriously, go back. Do they have like actual heart-to-heart conversations? Do they actually engage with each other? Has Kazuya ever actually opened up to Ruka? Has Ruka ever actually opened up to Kazuya? No. Does Kazuya ever ask her what she's feeling, what she's thinking, what's going through her head? No. Like that never actually happens. Like, Ruka, what are you thinking? What's on your mind? He keeps telling her, do you understand? Ruka, do this. Ruka, do this. Ruka, do this. The problem with the way Kazuya is approaching this is literally that he's telling her what to do. And she fucking hates that. Go back to her backstory. Her entire life, ever since she was a kid, she's been told what to do. So she's fucking rebelling. She's literally actively fucking rebelling. She's like, no, I refuse. Stop telling me what to fucking do. And that's been Ruka's character this entire time. She refuses to be told what to do. That's not how he's going to talk to her. If Kazuya wants to talk to her, he has to understand what she's thinking and try to talk and like actually try to engage in conversation. The problem is Kazuya is talking at her, not to her. Like, listen to what he says very carefully. Reiji construct this in a very, very careful way because Kazuya does not know how to handle this. That's the point. What this is showing you is that Kazuya does not know how to handle this. And he was never going to be able to handle this. He's out of his depth. It's the same thing he did right here. Right? Look, I've been thinking things for a while. And things can't continue on like this. It's not fair to you. Right? And she doesn't care. Hey, look. It's almost like we've had a pattern of this in the past. Next chapter is break, right? Yes, this is the last chapter of the year. We're not getting a chapter until like January 6th or something. Yeah, this is the last chapter of the year. We're not getting another chapter for a while. So yeah, don't expect anything. But yeah, like literally what happens in the past, Kazuya tells her like this is the right thing to do. We got to do this. And Ruka is just like, what's that supposed to mean? If you think breaking up with me is for my own good, you've got priorities all screwed up. What happens here? Every time Kazuya tries to talk to her, she just says, no, 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 no. Now, the nose here should feel quite familiar. The nose here should feel quite familiar. There's a reason we were shown Chizuru last chapter. There is a reason we were shown Chizuru last chapter. But can I keep loving you for just a little longer? No. 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 Huh. Is this starting to sound familiar? Huh. The main flaw with Kazuya is that he's a weak people pleaser and Ruka is too strong for him to handle. No, well, you've completely misinterpreted Kazuya's character. Kazuya is not a weak people pleaser. He is a people pleaser, yes, but not for the reasons that you think. Not for the reasons that you think. He's actually quite strong in that regard. The problem is you're trying to categorize him. You're essentially pigeonholing Kazuya's character into this particular category because this is kind of how you want to see him. In my opinion, you completely misunderstand Kazuya's character. The problem with Kazuya's character is that he has never been put in this position before. He is saying the right thing. He's literally saying the right thing. The problem is there are people who will not listen to you. You can say all the right things. They're not going to listen to you. That's the problem. You can say all the right stuff. They're not going to listen to you. Sorry, there was something like going off in the background. And those kinds of people, you have to try like differently. You have to try to communicate to them, right? The problem is, what's been the issue for a while now? Communication. How do you actually communicate to people? You got to fucking listen to them. You got to engage. You got to talk to them. That falls in line with the people-pleasing issue. Because, yes, Kazuya does have people-pleasing problems. However, if you solely fixate on the fact that he's a people-pleaser, you won't understand the issue here. One, he's never been put in this position before, the position of an adult. Two, because he's somewhat of a people-pleaser, what tends to happen is he doesn't know how to actually engage in conversation because most of the time he says what the right thing is to do, not actually just talking to the person. That's the problem. What he's saying is right. He's completely right. Ruka doesn't give a shit. What he's saying is completely fucking right. Ruka doesn't give a shit. And that's the problem. When you have to talk to a child, or you have to talk to a younger kid who's rebelling, who's fighting back against what people are telling them to do, like you have to engage things a little differently. In that sense, what this does is also create contrast with Minnie, but also create a comparison to Chizuru. Chizuru is also rebelling in this scene. When Chizuru is saying no right here, Chizuru is also rebelling in this scene. The difference is she's not rebelling against Kazuya, but herself. She's essentially to me, the way I've interpreted this scene with Chizuru, which has not yet been explained yet, this is just my interpretation, is that Chizuru wants to say yes here, but she's like, I'm going to say no because this is me choosing for myself. Ruka, in contrast, thinks she's choosing for herself. That's the difference. Chizuru is choosing for herself here, but it looks like Chizuru isn't choosing for herself. It looks like she's letting emotions control her. She's being an idiot, all that stuff. No, Chizuru is making an active choice. Ruka, on the other hand, is not making an actual active choice. She just thinks she is. She's just busy rebelling. She's trying so hard to rebel that she thinks this is the choice she wants to make. But it's not certain. She says no. She turns away and she says no. Chizuru, on the other hand, doesn't turn away. She's literally there. Right? She's hidden, but she's literally there, and she has a very sound argument for what she's saying. Ruka, on the other hand, comes off like a spoiled princess. She comes off as like a really spoiled princess. Chizuru just looks like a spoiled princess. She's not spoiled. Ruka is spoiled. She's incredibly fucking spoiled. And that's what Reishi's highlighting. There's a lot with this chapter that actually creates a lot of resolution and full circle-ish stuff to everything we've seen before. It's like, oh, okay, that's what that meant. Oh, it all clicks. It all comes fucking back now, right? But now, there's also a lot more going on with this. I need a second. I need to drink my tea. I lost my train of thought. Oh. Tea's good. He's good. We're doing good. We're doing good. This was a fun chapter. Yeah, no, this was a chapter that essentially had a tug of war. Think of this chapter like a tug of war. If last chapter was essentially whiplash, last chapter was whiplash, just literally just constantly, and there's a reason for it. It's because whiplash is literally kind of what victims feel. What victims feel essentially is a sort of whiplash. Heck, you're feeling whiplash. Kazuya describes it here. Kazuya describes it right here. Remember what he said? She said that she had already suspected something was going on in between me and Mizuhara. So was that how she chose to behave after accepting it? That entire act where she was being really nice and she was acting really adorable and listening and being very careful and understanding. Was that all just, right? Was that all just a big fucking act? Was that all just a big fucking act? You don't know. You don't know, right? It's because she's this kid who you think you understand when you don't, right? You think you understand this kid, you don't, right? Whiplash is a fucking good movie. I recommended it last stream. Which, by the way, it's a very fitting film for exactly what I'm talking about. It's a film that, like, literally, like this, it's a car crash, right? You get whiplash when you get into a car crash. It's literally showing whiplash in the abuse that the characters feel. There's even literal whiplash in how the character is drumming, where he's drumming at such a fast tempo that he's actually experiencing physical whiplash. In that same way, the whiplash you're experiencing here acts as a flip of this current chapter, where this chapter, rather than whiplash, what did I call it? I called it something else. I lost my train of thought again. Damn it! It's not whiplash. It's I lost my train of thought again. Fuck. Keeps happening. What did I call it? I called it something. Oh well, I'll remember eventually. What did I call it? Whiplash is unforgettable. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care. We're not talking about Whiplash. We're not talking about Whiplash. Moving the fuck on. I know Whiplash is a good fucking movie. Moving the fuck on. Okay. Spiral. No, I said something earlier. Spiral is what's going on in the story. So literally not okay. This is not a loop, it is a spiral. Because we're not actually looping. It's just the past defines the present. In going back, you start to realize, oh no, there is changes. There is stuff that can contextualize events, right? However, this is what I was describing is about the chapter itself and what it is using. It's not whiplash, it's something else. It's, oh man, whatever. Yeah, and look at how she looks here, right? Look at how she sits here. This should look familiar. This, yet again, should look familiar. Huh. She sits exactly like Chizuru after Chizuru fucked up. It's like Ruka knows she fucked up. I was saying this. Ruka knows she fucked up, but she's rebelling. She refuses to be told what to do, even if it's not to her own benefit. Right? Even if it's not to her own benefit. Now, here's another interesting thing I want to highlight to you about this. I told you this was a reference to chapter 185. Look at the cover of chapter 185. What do you see here? Here, in chapter 406, Ruka's wearing white and black underwear. Here, Ruka is wearing black with a white underwear. She's the reverse of what she used to be. Here, she looks directly at you. Here, she looks away. Here, she's not curled up. She's not curled up into a fetal position. Here, she is curled up into a fetal position. Right? She's all tucked up. Ruka's like literally all tucked up. Because she's scared, right? She knows she fucked up. She's looking away because she's a little kid and she's scared. No, Ruka knows she did something wrong. She just doesn't know what she did that's wrong because she doesn't know how to process this. She's in shadows and the light is shining on her, right? It's like when someone shines a spotlight on you, That's literally what this is. There's a spotlight being shown on Ruka. However, she herself is in shadows. Why? Because Kazuya doesn't understand her. Kazuya is saying, haven't you felt that? Haven't you felt that when you were younger? Where your parents talk to you and you feel like they don't get it. You feel like they're just saying things to you that like, you're like, okay, I've heard this before. This doesn't feel right. What you're describing doesn't feel right. Right? Even if what they're saying is logical, you're just like, you feel like they don't understand. They don't get it. They don't get it. They keep saying these things and they don't get it. That's literally Ruka. That's why this shot is so powerful. This particular shot right here with Ruka, I don't know if you can see it. I'm going to move myself. This shot right here with Ruka is particularly important. Ruka is literally in shadows. And there's a starkness around her. She feels alone. She feels alone in these feelings. She has these feelings and she feels alone in them. Isolated, cut off. Doesn't know how to react. Doesn't know how to feel. Right? She feels like she's the only one who feels this way, and she feels weird for feeling this way. She doesn't understand what she's thinking. And guess what happened? What did I say last stream? We've been through the phases of grief. We went through denial. We went through bargaining. And what is this chapter? A whole bunch of anger. A whole bunch of anger. Right? Ruka is actively getting more and more pissed. She's just getting mad. She's just getting mad. Because Kazuya is not saying the right things to her. Right? He can't talk to her. So she's just getting more and more mad because she feels like she's not understood, right? This is stupid. He's being fucking stupid. He's not listening to me. She's just getting more and more mad. She's literally going through grief. And naturally, when you get mad, you react. When you're angry, you just fucking react. Oh, you guys can't see me. I look weird. Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Right. So Ruka is just getting upset. She's just lashing out because she's just a fucking kid. Now, look, a kid can still do bad things. Understand. Because she did. She knows she did something bad. That's why she sits like she does. She talks like she's an adult, like she knows what she's talking about. She says something that sounds logical, but it's not. Right? It's like, oh, well, you reacted to me physically. You reacted to does that mean like you like me? Does that mean you like love her and you don't love her enough? Right? But everybody's body reacts differently. So what? You don't get like horny again after sex. Some people don't. Some people do. What Ruka is saying is idiotic because it is a kid acting like they understand how adults, how the human body functions. She's a kid acting like an adult. She's not an adult, right? Kazuya is not reacting here for a multitude of reasons. There could be a billion fucking reasons, but like most people who engage with this story, ironically, she's pigeonholing Kazuya's reaction, right? She's pigeonholing Kazuya's reaction. If Chizuru was here, if Kazuya maybe had not experienced sexual assault 2 fucking seconds ago, maybe he might have actually gotten a boner here. You never fucking know. He's beaten his meat to Chizuru many times before. So what Ruka is saying here is childish. But Kazuya doesn't know how to respond because he doesn't know. He's out of his depth. He's never sat down and thought about this. So he doesn't know how to deal with this shit. Right? She's just like, I don't fucking know how to deal with this shit. Because that's what parenting is like. Kazuya is literally learning how to be a parent. He's literally learning how to be an adult. He's learning how to be a parent. That's a big thing Reiji is setting up. This is a part of adulthood. This is literally a part of adulthood. You got to learn how to be a fucking parent. You're like, okay, I got to learn how to fucking handle this shit and interact and talk to this kid. And this to me is like an adult talking to a rebellious kid and they don't know how to fucking do it. I don't know what to fucking do. So let's see. There's a few layers to this. So layer 1, isolation. In creating isolation, right? Like listen to his words. Listen to Kazuya's words very carefully, and then you'll kind of understand the fucking issue with this. So let me move myself. Actually, wait, I could just keep myself here and then just... Kazuya says, let's get this straight. So, just like when Ruka did this, and Kazuya thought she was being silly, and he didn't listen to her, right? He didn't like what she was saying. He didn't listen to her. He's like, even so, I love Mizuhara, right? You can understand some of Ruka's thoughts in Kazuya's thoughts here. Okay, even so, I love Mizuhara. Kazuya says, let's get this straight. What happened here was a sort of accident, okay? Hey, Johan, can you send me... Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. I've had the Final Fantasy IX boss theme stuck in my head because Final Fantasy 14 just said, "Ayo, we're gonna remix that with like some fucking techno insanity. Have fun." I'll move you here. Interesting. There's only... Huh. Weird. The chapter opening is also different. There's only 2 pages. Dude, there's only 2 pages. What the fuck? That's weird. I was not expecting that. There's only 2 pages. Because that's the cover page, and there's nothing written on it. Right? That's the cover page. Ooh. Ooh. The cover page is directly connected to how the characters themselves look in the chapter. First, she's curled up. Then she loosens. She's not curled up anymore. Because this is what she secretly wants, to be desired. What Ruka wants is to be desired. She deeply wants intimacy. She deeply wishes to be desired. That's what she's misunderstanding. She really wants to be desired. That's why she curls up. She feels disgusted in her body here. And then here she feels like she wants to be desired. And then Kazuya looks away here and he's all blushing. And he seems like he's rebelling. Right? When Kazuya rebels, Ruka in turn rebels because he's not being honest. He's not being honest about what he feels. And Ruka can see that. He's rebelling. Ruka can... Because kids can tell. Kids are smarter than you think, you know? Kids are much smarter than you think. They can tell. So when she can tell he's rebelling, she's just like, fuck you. Right? Fuck you. I'm going to tempt you because I know you're rebelling. Right? And then when Kazuya is not being honest, she can tell again, and she keeps getting fucking upset, and she wants to leave. She's like, fuck you, I'm leaving, right? I can't reason with you, you're not listening to me. It's very ironic that Ruka, the character who she feels unreasonable, and like you can't listen to her, ironically feels Kazuya as being unreasonable, and he's not listening to her. So she walks away. Final installment of the year, there's no sign of resolution, and Ruka continues to completely ignore Kazuya's feelings. The extent of this has now surpassed what's tolerable. It seems their relationship is reverting back to what it started as, one born of blackmail. And that's the irony. You're focusing so much on how Ruka is ignoring Kazuya's feelings, you're not realizing how Kazuya is seemingly ignoring her feelings. That's what you don't realize. Kazuya in all of this is essentially ignoring her feelings, and you don't realize how that is making her react by ignoring his feelings. She's rebelling as a byproduct of how he's approaching this. Again, she's a kid. Kids react to you. Kids are not making active choices. They're stupid. So she's literally reacting to him in the same way he's acting to her. She is quite literally his reflection. But she only does this because he is doing it. She's not like Minnie. She's like a more intense version of Minnie. Minnie merely echoes back at Kazuya what he puts out, because that's all Minnie knows how to do, right? Minnie is also kind of like a kid. Minnie is literally also a kid. So all Minnie knows how to do is throw back at Kazuya what he's putting out. Ruka, in contrast, wants to be heard, wants to be understood, doesn't want to react like this, but then she keeps reacting like this because she doesn't know how to. So he keeps triggering her. Essentially, Kazuya keeps triggering her, and then she reacts like this, and she doesn't like that she's acting like this. Clearly so, because what do you see in the very end? She clearly doesn't like to act, like the very beginning. She clearly doesn't like to act like this. Ruka is clearly not happy with how she's acting, but he keeps pissing her off. He keeps triggering her. So she keeps reacting to him. And that's why Ruka is like this, right? She's clearly sitting down. She's clearly not listening, but she's here. She's not leaving, right? She wants to talk, clearly. She's sitting down. She clearly wants to talk. There's something clearly bothering her, right? She clearly likes that he acts like this, but she's not enough for her. Yeah, the no is more... okay, there's something... Okay, so the no ... Okay, so there's an interesting difference here. There's a tiny little detail here. The no here is rebellious. The no here is certain. This is a no she's sure of, right? This is a no here that she's very sure of. Yeah, so this no is rebellious. This no is not, because guess what? One, the word is just very direct, but at the same time, it's her. It's clear she is more in control here because she's literally illuminated. She's literally illuminated here. She's more in control here. This is more Ruka. But then as you continue, you start to see her sink more and more into shadows and get more and more frustrated. Right? So there's two contrasting no's. It's not the same no. So this first no is because Kazuya is telling her what to feel. She says no. Kazuya then says, you deserve to be with someone better, not me. The fact that he cares about her like this makes her say no, because the fact that he thinks this at all shows that he cares for her and her well-being. She wants to be cared for. She's literally a kid. She wants to be cared for. That's what she wants. Deep down, that's what Ruka wants. She wants to just be cared for. So when he cares for her, her no is a little more direct. She's like, no, I know you're a good pick. I want to be with you. Right? You are good. Because he's putting himself down. But in putting himself down, he's showing how much he cares about her. Right? If he had said, you deserve to be treated first, and I can't do that. Not, you deserve to be with someone better. The problem here is he's putting himself down, not making the right argument. That's the problem. He's not saying the right thing. You deserve to be with someone better, not me. No. She's not going to listen to that. That's the problem. When you're so busy putting yourself down, people don't listen to you. Because she disagrees. You're great. Right? She's enchanted by him. She loves this about him, that he's so considerate, that he puts himself down but lifts her up. But what if, say, you don't put yourself down? What if, say, you say, look, you deserve to be first, and I can't put you first. Look, like, he doesn't say I'm shit. He's just saying I can't do what you want. I want to, but I don't think that's right, and I can't. You see how that could flip the meaning, and suddenly, like, okay, you kind of can't break this argument a little bit. Suddenly, that's a really solid argument, right? And that's the problem. Kazuya's clearly not prepared for this. He never was. He never took the time to prepare for this. So naturally, when it comes time to deal and have the talk, like, this is the talk. This is when the talk is supposed to fucking happen. When it was time to have the talk, he couldn't do it because he never took the time to prepare for it. Literally, like when he's job hunting. Literally like job hunting. He never took the initiative to prepare for this thing, so he's completely out of his depth. Right? In this moment, Ruka genuinely looks cute. In this one particular moment, Ruka genuinely looks cute. Yeah, Kazuya has this self-loathing feeling that he needs to fix. It's not something you fix, it's something your problem is you're trying to fix it. Your problem is you're trying to fix it. Don't try to fix it. Step 1, don't try to fix your self-loathing. I get it. That sounds counterintuitive and stupid as fuck. Your problem is you think it's a problem that needs to be fixed. When you interpret it as a problem, you think you're a problem because your brain is stupid like that. So what'll happen is you're like, I need to fix this self-loathing thing, and then you hate yourself more for trying to fix this thing that you think is a problem of yourself. Instead of just trying to fix this problem, just tell yourself, look, you're not making a mistake. It's okay. You have to just treat yourself with love instead of telling yourself this is something I gotta fix. Again, it sounds stupid. It's like, yeah, I get it. Like, look, what you're saying isn't wrong, but how your brain interprets it is wrong. That's what I'm saying. What you're saying is not wrong. How your brain interprets it is wrong because your brain is stupid as fuck. Literally one of the smartest things out there, and it's stupid as fuck. So you gotta just treat yourself with some. You have to take steps too. It's not something you just magically fix. It's a long journey that never really goes away. You just kind of start slowly but surely treating yourself with love. Like when you fuck up, you're like, it's okay. It happened. It is what it is. Except, how did this chapter end? This highlights a great point. How did this chapter end? What did Kazuya say to himself? Damn it. You're such an idiot. He looks down at his body, at his crotch. He hates this literal physical part of himself now. What does this do? This comes all the way back to chapter 218. All the way back to chapter 218. What Reiji is doing is resolving that chapter. Hey, remember that chapter that everybody fucking hates? I'm going to make that chapter suddenly have so much more weight to it. Because you guys never realized how it impacted the entire fucking series. It impacted the entire fucking series this whole time. It's like when you're anxious, you try to calm yourself down, and because it's not working, it makes the anxiety worse. Are you referring to like Ruka? Or are you talking about the self-loathing thing? Because that's not... That statement seems really blatant rather than truly accurate. And what I mean by that is you can calm yourself down. You just take a deep breath. It's cool. It's chill. You can. However, depending on how you approach it, you could make it worse. The problem is your statement is too binary. When people are not that binary, we're not that straightforward, right? So the problem with your statement is just a little too direct. It's like that can happen, sure. But the thing is, calming yourself down from anxiety is literally just about managing your thoughts. It's just about kind of controlling how you're reacting and creating like habits. You create habits and mechanisms to control that. And it's not going to happen right away. So that's why some people, when they don't know what they're doing, they could accidentally escalate it, where they try to calm themselves down, but because they don't know how to, they unintentionally let the thoughts continue running. So for example, what people try to do when they're trying to calm themselves down from anxiety or an anxiety attack or something when they're anxious is they're like, deep breath, it's okay, just let it out. One of the ways you can do it, one of the ways you can calm yourself down is you try to go through the thoughts. You try to break the thoughts down and just kind of deconstruct them. However, if you don't have the skill set for this, what you'll end up doing unintentionally is you try to go through the thoughts and you unintentionally start catastrophic thinking. You're like, oh, this is bad. 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 Oh, no. See what happened? You catastrophic think because you don't know how to be like, oh, this isn't a big deal. Oh, that's fine. That's okay. Whatever. It's not a big fucking deal. Yeah, you don't know how to calm yourself down because you never trained for it. You don't have the skill set for it. And you never took the time to kind of understand how to do it. That's more so the issue. Translations are done if you want. Okay, let's read those real quick. Translations are done. Oh, wait, you're over here. You're over here. Over here. Okay, so page 1. Staying here. In the awkwardness, just as if they really did it, the talk begins. That's a good one. That's actually a good one. Good job, editor. Good job, editor. You understood the context. And then the final page. If she talks about that to Mizuhara, you can't blame it on your rod going wild. Yes, rod is about his penis. Next time, a completely different person. What have I been saying? How did chapter 399 start? How did chapter 399 start? I ask you. Kazuya gets a haircut. Kazuya gets this haircut. He comes home and looks in the mirror and he says, "Who are you?" This is about loss of identity. You don't know who you are anymore. In this particular case, Ruka is a completely different person. Doesn't she feel like she suddenly just became a completely different person? 1 second, she's this cute, adorable girlfriend who's sticking around, who's super caring and understanding, and literally, the moment she undresses, completely different fucking person. Suddenly, the Ruka is not the same person at all. Literally, a completely different girl. Like, what the fuck happened? And there's a very, very simple explanation for this. She kept all of that stuff buried. Wait, did I disconnect or something? Did I disconnect or something? The teaser can also refer to Kazuya. It refers to everyone. It refers to everyone. Kazuya is like a completely different character. Ruka is like a completely different character. Even Chizuru is like a completely different character. Heck, Minnie is acting like a completely different character. It's like they're a completely different person. Which, by the way, thank you, Crumpy. So I wrote a theory. I'm going to read it for you guys. Let's see. Before that, sorry. Just reading some Japanese comments. I'm a little interested. Could this really be the final installment of this year? Is this really the conclusion? Yeah. Well, Ruka-chan was just being Ruka-chan, wasn't she? In some ways, Ruka is being Ruka. In other ways, she's being a completely different character. So, I'm going to read you my theory real quick. I wrote this last night. It just kind of came to me. And I'm just like, bro, I think I cooked. Bro, I think I cooked. So let me read it for you. Fuck. Where is it? Okay. I'm trying to install Silent Hill. I've never actually played Silent Hill 1, so like I want to play the proper way to play it. That's why I was trying to set it out. Anyways, distractions. Okay. 406. So here is my theory. Here's my theory, but I think it was going to happen next, and then we'll go back to normal analysis. Kazuya is going to talk to Minnie. Because of course he is. Of course he is going to talk to Minnie. Why the fuck wouldn't he talk to Minnie? Of course he is going to talk to Minnie. Period. That is going to happen. Okay. Minnie, having told him he had a surefire win with Chizuru, is now going to tell him, how could you fuck this up? Because isn't that literally what most of the raiders did? Bro, how could you fuck this up? It was perfect, and you ruined it. Literally, like the raiders. Then she's going to tell him the best option is to lie. Because if he tells the truth, his chances are going to drop. This will connect directly to the theme of secrets, and the pair having kept a lot of secrets from each other. Chizuru not telling Kazuya about Umi and Mami, and even her sexual urges. Kazuya not telling Chizuru about Ruka and Minnie and his sexual urges. And how in a relationship you have to be accepted for who you are and not your mistakes. And Minnie starting this is perfect, as it would be the most direct version of what she has been telling him to do this whole time. Lie. Minnie has been telling Kazuya to lie indirectly this whole time. Act this way, say this, do this, and now when the veil comes off, she tells him to do the one thing Chizuru asked him not to do. Lie. Because Minnie fundamentally does not understand real relationships and love. For all she has built her relationships on is fiction, gotcha, anime, the internet. Minnie is the one who created the fiction, and now she's telling Kazuya to live in fiction, just as an AI would, because it's a better choice, right? Better than losing your relationship, right? Isn't that how it all started? Telling a lie. Lying about the fact that you are dating someone and you caught feelings in the background. Huh, that sure sounds familiar. It is applicable to both Ruka and Minnie, and the irony is, Kazuya caught no feelings for either Minnie or Ruka, yet again as a mirror to his relationship with Chizuru. It will look like he did, and Chizuru is now put in the position of the one being lied to, while Kazuya is the one who looks like the bad guy when he isn't. Exactly like Hawaiians. Kazuya can now understand exactly how Chizuru felt back then and why she felt the need to lie and hide things. And now Chizuru can understand exactly how Kazuya and the family felt when they are not being told the truth and why that might hurt so much to live in a lie. That we must let go of guilt and simply speak to one another, forgive and accept. The idea that this is okay, so yeah, that's pretty much the theory. I think Minnie's gonna tell him to lie. I think there's a very real possibility Kazuya's gonna go to Minnie, and she's gonna be like, lie, right? She's gonna panic. She's gonna freak the fuck out, right? And then Minnie's just gonna fucking tell him to lie because she's not gonna think this. She doesn't know what to fucking do. Sorry, just gonna make a quick post on Twitter while I got the chance. Oh yeah, the teaser for this chapter was post not clarity, and Kazuya literally said it at some point. I don't remember where. He said it. I just don't remember where. .406. Oh yeah, I guess I should just put this here so you guys can see what I'm writing. So let's see. 406 is not about resolution. It is a chapter that knows what the talk should be about, but they don't talk Kazuya, but Kazuya and Ruka talk to each other. They talk at each other. There is no understanding. Just conformity. And thus, both rebel. I think I misspelled rebel. That's E. There we go. Both rebel. Unable to accept themselves and each other. Damn it. I guess I can just say it knows. Damn it. Okay. The least it knows what it knows what the talk should be about, but Kazi and Ruka don't talk to each other, they talk at each other. There's no understanding, just conformity, and thus both rebel, unable to accept themselves and each other. Not prepared. Have a good stream, Faye. Take care. Unable to accept themselves and each other. Not changing, not knowing how to change. Not communicating. Son of a mother. Oh. Aha. I can shrink this a little bit. There's no understanding, just conformity. Okay, we're gonna go to Reddit. So I can download the thing and then post the pictures. Kubari, motherfucking Rari? Well, I don't know. I'm trying to come up with some smart things to say, but I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Yep. Slowly doing it. Okay, cool. Okay. So, what are y'all doing for what are y'all doing for fuck, what am I doing? Fuck, what am I doing? What are y'all doing for Christmas and New Year's? Huh? What are y'all doing for Christmas and New Year's? You have any fun plans? Unfortunately, don't have much at the moment. Just trying to survive, get through it. That's all I can do at the moment. Alrighty. Okay. Are you okay? Buster Wolf! I heard Terry Bogard. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Comments. People want me to read comments. Ruka refuses to listen to Kazuya. Ruka told Chizuru to tell her if she falls in love with Kazuya. She tells Ruka, and that's when we get the depression stage. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. That could be when it happens. Chizuru fell in love, and that could be the depression stage. Because Ruka's like not being honest with herself. What's happening with Ruka is that she's not being honest with herself. And so as a literal mirror of Kazuya, she gets upset when he's not being honest with himself. You know? Because okay, look. It's right here. It's literally right here. Right? She asks him, do you want to with Chizuru? And he's honest with her, and it's like, damn it, man. Like, of course she's going to react like, she's going to get upset, because of course he wants to have sex with Chizuru. Right? Then what about with me? Don't be ridiculous. I mean, this is way more complicated than love or certain feelings. He could have just told her, look, of course I want to, but this is wrong. Like, literally, he's approaching this wrong, and it's just making her more mad. It's just making her more mad, right? Besides, this kind of thing isn't that simple. It's like it has a mind of its own. Maybe you wouldn't get it. And that's the problem. He tells her you wouldn't get it. It's like, oh, no. Have you considered she literally lost control of herself? And it's like her body had a mind of its own. She literally lost control of herself, and it's like her body had a mind of its own. Shocking. I know that's terrible for me to say. I'm so pathetic. What does it do? It gets her mad. She gets upsetty motherfucking spaghetti. And then just storms out. And she's like, I'm going home. My mom sent me a text, and she's just leaving. Right? She just gets upset. It's like, fuck you, you're not talking to me. And the reason Ruka is so upset is because she's not being honest with herself, but she wants to be. Kazuya is just not being honest with himself. So Ruka, when she sees Kazuya not being honest, and knows she's not being honest and she wants to be honest, she gets upset. She's just like, she's literally having what she... Oh my god. Kazuya, when his feelings are reflected back at him, likes it. So he starts doing that thing. Ruka, when she gets her feelings reflected back at her, actually gets annoyed. She doesn't like that. She doesn't like her own feelings being thrown back at her because she doesn't like those feelings. So she gets upset and rebels and fights back and gets mad at him and says all these things she doesn't actually believe because she's just mad. She doubles down because she's just getting what she feels thrown back at her instead of Kazuya just saying what he feels. And it pisses her off. Kazuya, in contrast, just gets what he feels thrown back at him through Minnie, and he doesn't know how to cope with that, right? He also kind of rebels in a certain way, but just not in the same way as Ruka. Ruka is more aware. That's the difference. Ruka is fluctuating between active and reactive, but she's actually trying to be active, whereas Kazuya is actively choosing to be reactive. And that's the difference between the two characters. That's why Ruka is where she is right now, and that's why she's getting pissed off, because essentially Kazuya is indicating reaction instead of just being active. He literally shifts from being an active character at the start of this to immediately reacting to Ruka because he doesn't know how to deal with her. Right? Kazuya literally started this being an active character, and Ruka is the reactionary character. And suddenly, midway through the conversation, there's a shift where Ruka is the active character and Kazuya is the reactive character because he doesn't know how to take control. He doesn't know how to take control over his life. So it's the same thing in the conversation. Just as Kazuya doesn't know how to control his life and his body and his feelings, he can control his feelings because he knows what love is, but he can't control his body, and he cannot control conversations, and he cannot control things in his life because he doesn't know how to. So naturally, it's the same thing with Ruka, where literally Ruka takes control of the conversation because Kazuya doesn't know how to fucking know how to. The light is open now. Yeah. The light is being shown on the characters. Yeah. right? And then this is the big thing. Do you know why Ruka says I can't promise anything? There's an important thing that Reggie does here. Ruka's not going to do anything. Even if she does, I don't think it's going to be a big deal. Do you know why Ruka does this? Do you want to know why Ruka does this? She reacted. He tells her, don't tell Mizuhara about today. And she gets mad. She wants to rebel. He keeps telling her to conform. So she wants to rebel. Stop telling me what to do. Literally like a parent telling their kid what to do. She's like, stop telling me what to fucking do. You know what? I can't promise anything. But there's a reason she says I can't promise anything. And it's because she's trying to scare him to actually do something. She wants him to say and do something. Because he won't. That's pretty much what she's doing. This is like a kid instigating the adult to be honest because they can tell. They can tell they're not being honest. And she's like, fuck you, I'm going to keep rebelling until you actually listen to me. So she's just scaring him. Like, I don't think Ruka's actually going to do anything. And even if she does, it won't be like at what you think it is. But literally, this is just Ruka instigating him. She's pissed at him. Again, she is literally in the stage of anger. She's literally at anger. She went from denial, bargaining, to now anger. Right? And literally, what do you see? Ruka running away. It doesn't look like Ruka's confronting anything. She's running away. And I think the biggest thing is that her ribbon is gone. Her ribbon is gone. She's not wearing a tie anymore. She doesn't look picture perfect anymore. Ruka is not picture perfect anymore. You have to actually look at her. She's a girl. She's a mess. She doesn't know what to think. And she is totally lost. And you have to honestly look at her and accept the fact that you're confused and totally lost too. Just as Umi scares him, so he takes action, so now Ruka scares him and Kazuya takes action. Well, no, except he doesn't know what to do. See, the difference between Umi and Ruka is quite simple. Kazuya knew exactly what he needed to do when it came to Chizuru. He needed to just fucking call her. Bro, you don't know for a fact. That's the issue with Kazuya. With Chizuru, he was banking on just something he wasn't even sure was real. Being July 11th. He had not talked to her. He had not spoken to her. He has no idea what the fuck is going on. So he knew what he needed to do was to call Chizuru and fucking talk to her. With Ruka, he doesn't know what to do. Because he's just talking to this rebellious girl. He thinks he did what he needed to do. The difference is, Kazuya doesn't know how to be honest with himself. That's the key difference. When it comes to love, Kazuya knows what he needs to do. He just needs a bit of motivation. Right? He just needs to be pushed a little bit and he'll fucking do it. When it comes to himself and his actions and the control over his life, he has no fucking clue what to do. That's the difference. Ruka is scaring him to act, but he doesn't know how to. Because he hasn't been honest with himself, so he doesn't fucking know. That's the difference. You're right. This is essentially a similar scenario. The difference is Umi wasn't actually trying to scare him. Umi wasn't actually trying to scare Kazuya. His very presence just did. Ruka is actually actively trying to. She's instigating him. Like, there's a lot of comparisons you can find where the adult is like not being honest with themselves and the kid just gets mad and annoyed at them because they're just not being fucking honest. So they just rebel and they fight back and they get mad until the adult eventually has to accept themselves and deal with what they're doing. So this issue, I have to clear this up. This issue is not about Ruka not accepting that she's not loved. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. I think people are going to misunderstand this. That's not the issue. The issue is that what Ruka seeks is to be seen and understood. And I think if she's actually seen and understood and like actually confronted about herself and what she did, then maybe she could actually start to make some real acceptance. She's essentially just going through grief right now. She doesn't know how to process this. And she just essentially in some ways wants to be called out. I think in some ways Ruka wants to be called out, seen, and like actually understood. It's not just some crazy form of denial. She's not in denial. She's literally just fighting back because it just doesn't feel right. Literally, like here. I'm gonna pull up a scene. This show was like okay, but like the scene from it I think captures this perfectly. Okay. Ugh. Okay, I found it. This scene is amazing. You should watch WandaVision just for this scene. The WandaVision has some stupid fucking writing, but this scene is actually incredible. Anyways, turn on the audio.
It's just gonna drown me.
No, it won't.
How do you know?
Sorry, I just occasionally gotta pause.
Well, because it can't all be sorrow, can it? I've always been alone, so I don't feel the lack. It's all I've ever known. I've never experienced loss because I've never had a loved one to lose. But what is grief, if not love persevering?
Actually, godlike writing. Actually, godlike writing. Grief is love persevering. Grief is love persevering. That's essentially what Ruka's going through. Rip monetization. I tried pausing it a few times, so like hopefully I'll be okay. Hopefully I'll be okay. Gotta believe in a dream. Gotta believe in a dream. Doesn't seem like I'm demonetized just yet. Think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. But yeah, that captures it perfectly. Grief is love persevering. This is Ruka's love persevering. It's not giving up, even though it's over. It's over. It's done and gone, and a part of her knows it. But she's just gonna keep trying. Hope the Disney ninjas don't come after you. The quote was great, but the scene was cringy. I don't think so. I think most of WandaVision is good until the end. Literally, the ending is kind of shit. They're like, oh yeah, the fucking, imprisoning people in a slave encampment by mentally like entrapping them. You're justified in that. They don't know what you've been through. Like, fuck you, fuck you. What the fuck kind of reasoning is that? But the quote is incredible. The line is the delivery in the line and the deconstruction of what is Envision's character is incredible. I think when Marvel can cook, they cook extra hard. When they most of the time they don't fucking cook though, unfortunately. Scene was like a character reading his lines from a novel, and the delivery is immaculate. Anyways, that's my point. That's my point. This is love persevering. It's not giving up. I talked about this with Chizuru too. When we were reading chapter 383, I literally read chapter 383 as the perseverance of love. Their love is literally not ending, but it feels like it is. And this is essentially the same thing. This is the Ruka events right now are essentially a reversal of the events with Kazuya. They're a reversal of those events. Whereas with Chizuru, it's their love continuing even though it's ending because they care for each other that much. With Ruka, the love is continuing as a form of rebellion because they don't... And that's the thing, that rebellion is also present with Chizuru. Chizuru was rebelling against herself, whereas Ruka is rebelling against Kazuya. I think that's the difference. Chizuru was rebelling against herself because she doesn't want to be controlled by her feelings. Ruka was rebelling against Kazuya because she knows her feelings are real and she just wants them to be validated. They're essentially flipped. They're two sides of the same coin. Ruka is literally kind of her opposite. It feels like the end of the first time arc, new year, new arc. It's literally the end of the first time arc. But it's also acting as foreshadowing. Hey, this first time bullshit is going to happen again if you let it. This is essentially what happened here. Like, Kazuya knew he needed to create some sort of resolution to the first time arc, or the first time bullshit, and that didn't happen. And he's going to need to find some way to create that resolution. And he's going to have to learn and find new skills and learn to read the signs. Because that's another thing that's present here. Because Kazuya doesn't know how to read the signs with Ruka, he couldn't tell she was being completely different until like the very last moment. He couldn't tell at all she was being completely different until the very last moment because he couldn't read the signs. Just as when he's talking to her, he literally couldn't read the signs, so what ends up happening, it blows up in his face. It literally blows up in his fucking face because he doesn't know what's happening. He doesn't know the kind of signals he's giving her. Right? He even knows, should I let her leave like this? Should I do this? Should I do that? And he does all the wrong things. Right? He doesn't know how to be honest. And again, he hates himself by the end of it. Let's see. Oh, T. He literally has to go to driving school to learn to read the signs. Yeah, pretty much. Even though he already got into a car crash, if you think about it. This was literally a motherfucking car crash, bro. He already got into a goddamn car crash. Never thought I'd be referring to Rent a Girlfriend as a car crash, but here we are. This literally was a car crash. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else on Twitter really quick. Poor Kazuya, he's way too pitiful. Damn, bro. Give him a break. He's trying. Give him a break. He is trying. People call Rag a train wreck. Not a car wreck, a train wreck. So I guess I've never, we still haven't gone to that position. Let's see. Even if you don't tell Chizuru, it's still sexual assault. Breaking up is one thing, and making memories as a last hurrah might just barely be forgivable. But using it as a leverage to hold her back is way too scummy. Oh, he's talking about Ruka. Is it okay for Kazuya, the guy she likes, to keep living in torment, constantly wondering, did she only say it because she had to, until he meets Mizuhara? It's an interesting point. Okay. What did this user say? Wouldn't it be easier to just rip off the Band-Aid? Dude, why is half my fucking feed either Epstein or pornography? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Could you not? And so 2025 ends for Kanokari. A pretty curious year. We had the date with Yomori, with Mami, and with Ruka. There was a bit of lack of Sumi. However, this still isn't over. Next year's a new arc kicks off. We'll have season 2 of the anime, and who knows what other surprises. You mean season 5? Yeah, there's still a decent amount. By the way, if the earlier comment wasn't clear, there's a reason I'm like taking this to the side, because I don't want like random shit that comes on screen to demonetize me, because of course it will. Yeah, I think that people are gonna see this and think Ruka's just being stubborn, and they're kind of gonna miss the point. Kids are stubborn, okay? And like, I think Ruka just wants Kazuya to be incredibly honest with her. I think if Kazuya was a little more honest with Ruka and just talked to her, it might have gone a little better. But he can't be honest with himself, so how could he be honest with Ruka? That's what it means to be an adult. You got to know how to be honest with yourself so you can honestly talk to kids. How stubborn are you going to be? He doesn't love you. He doesn't want anything to do with you. And to think there are people saying Ruka is more mature than Chizuru and Kazuya. She's a kid. She's literally a stupid kid. Okay. So, there's a part I want to break down. I'm playing the in the background. I'm playing the Doom Train music from Final Fantasy 14. You guys should give this a listen. Like this shit's great. I think this remix of Final Fantasy IX's battle boss music is hype as fuck. You should give it a listen. Anyways, that's what I'm listening to. Okay. Do you think that you'd want to have sex with Chizuru-san right now? Huh? What? Seriously, what, you idiot? What are you talking about? Right? Look at how he turns to a kid. Look at how he turns to a kid. Right? Look at how he turns into a little kid. He becomes childish when she asks him a question that's uncomfortable. Because guess what? People don't like talking about sex. People don't like talking about sex, but when you don't talk about it, and eventually a kid brings it up, and they know a little more than they should, and you're not prepared to deal with it, get ready for a train wreck. I said train wreck because you're literally fighting a fucking train here. I've heard about it. After guys finish their business, they don't feel these kinds of urges anymore. I know that sounds crude. Okay. Still, how do you expect me to respond to that right now? Then maybe you don't love her as much after all, Chizuru's-san. So, because you don't feel physical desire the same way with that person, then that must mean you don't love them enough? Do you see how childish the argument sounds? Oh, you don't want to do it with her right after because, you don't have the urges anymore. Does that mean you don't love her enough? And because he's challenged, because of it literally challenges an insecurity about Kazuya. And what does that do? Suddenly he feels a little uncomfortable. He doesn't know how to process, so he tries to process it. And he's like, oh, I didn't get a boner. So what's happening here? He's conflating lust and love. It has been a repeating motif, and now it's just literally Ruka, what she did is she threw the dart at the board. She literally threw the dart at the board. And she's just like, okay, hey, you know how this has been an issue for a while? Let's talk about it. What is this? Do I want to have sex with Mizuhara during post-nut clarity? I can't believe Ruka-chan's asking me this. Sage mode. That's what it was. That's what the teaser was. Post-nut clarity. So, in post-nut clarity, you still want to have sex with this person, but then, oh, look, you're calm. It must not mean you like them enough. And suddenly, Kazuya's fear of not loving Chizuru enough, oh, maybe I'm a bad person, suddenly, he becomes a victim all over again. That's what happened here. Suddenly, Kazuya became a victim all over again, and that's why he rebels. What Ruka doesn't realize what she did here is that she doesn't realize she is in a position of power because she literally attacked his body earlier. So suddenly, Kazuya's fear of his own body scares him, whereas Kazuya's emotional control scares Ruka and her emotional control. So when Kazuya says, I want to, he sends out an emotional signal to Ruka, which then triggers her wanting to go after his body. Because Ruka controls the physical aspect and Kazuya controls the emotional aspect. Right? Ruka has no emotional intelligence when it comes to the relationship. Right? She doesn't actually know. This isn't the answer Kazuya should have given. But again, that's what being an adult is. You fuck up and you have to find the right answer. Do you want to do it with me? Okay. Kazuya freaks and says, don't be ridiculous. I mean, that's way more complicated than love and certain feelings. Here, he should have just said, yeah, that doesn't mean I love you. But Kazuya is too terrified right now to explore this aspect of differentiating his lust and his love. Because the lust aspect is now defiling the love aspect. And he's scared of himself. So, if he admits he likes Ruka, that must mean he doesn't love Chizuru enough. Do you see what happens? Suddenly, Kazuya became a kid all over again, literally being placed in the victim position. And this is where Ruka doesn't realize how much power she has over the scenario, just as Kazuya doesn't realize how much power he has in the relationship. Their relationship literally is toxic. Kazuya has too much emotional power in the relationship. And Ruka has too much physical power in the relationship. Literally reversing those roles, where you would think the man would have more of the physical power, and the girl would have maybe more of the emotional power. The usual stereotypical bullshit that you see. This flips it on its head. People call Ruka a kid, and they forget Kazuya is also a kid. Kazuya is a kid in a different way. Ruka literally is a biological child. Kazuya is not a kid. He is a kid in the sense that he has to be an adult. Ruka is not at that stage yet. That's what adulthood is. When you get to a certain point, you have to contend with the fact that you've been a kid this whole time. And you are out of your depth, and you have to accept that you are a kid. That's what adulthood is accepting you're a kid and you're out of your depth. Rather than Kazuya is just a kid. Kazuya isn't simply a kid, it's about accepting that he's a kid. Whereas Ruka, no, Ruka is literally just a kid. She's just completely out of her depth. Could you say he's not emotionally mature? In a sense, yes. In a sense, Kazuya is technically not emotionally mature. Kazuya understands his own feelings about, like, he understands what love is. He doesn't understand himself. In that sense, there's a lack of emotional maturity. And I think that's kind of like, emotional maturity is a little complicated because, like, you can understand aspects of yourself and you could not understand other aspects of yourself. It's more so just contending with this negative half of yourself. And I think people conflate that with emotional maturity, because I can bet half of chat is probably not emotionally mature in the way that I'm thinking about it. But they could appear and act like adults. And it's because of that element of, like, accepting and dealing with yourself. So that's why, like, I think that's a little bit of a weird, wobbly line. He's a man-child, according to Jordan Peterson, who said that people that can't handle their lives and spoiled as kids turn out to dysfunctional adults like Kazuya. Kazuya isn't really a man-child. I disagree. That I think you're taking that statement and just completely, like, projecting it onto Kazuya's character. Yeah, Kazuya is spoiled, but he's not a man-child. I completely disagree. Kazuya is not a man-child. He literally just doesn't know how to deal with this. There will be a point in your life, or maybe there already was a point in your life, where you were put in this position and you handled it like shit. That's the issue. Yes, some people, like, for example, I was spoiled as a kid. I was totally spoiled as a kid. While at the same time, when I got older, I had to contend with the fact that I was spoiled. And through a lot of hard work, I got through it. And I broke that spoiledness. But not everybody gets to. There are certain people who, like literally, everybody's different. I think this is why I don't like statements like this. They're generalizations to people that are all just completely fucking different. So it just doesn't work. Kazuya is not a man-child. I completely disagree. Now, has he been childish recently? Yes. Has he been childish recently? Totally. I'm not going to say he's a man-child, though. There are other characters that are much more man-childish than him. And people will just be like, oh, they're the greatest thing ever. Thank you, Draining Ging, for the donation. Yo, and I just wanted to say, happy holidays, man. I don't know what to say, honestly, but I feel like I had to give something real quick. Didn't know why, but everyone in my soul is telling me to. Haha. Love you, man, and thank you. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. Don't feel like you have to give something, but I appreciate it all the same. Like, it's okay, man. You don't have to, like, constantly donate or anything. I just appreciate it. It helps. Let's go. Now I'm listening to Everything Burns from the final raid in 14, which was hype as fuck. The shit is from what is it? I think one of the dudes who, like, worked in who was part of Rage Against the Machine. Let's see. Human maturity is different for everyone. I wasn't allowed to go to friends' houses, which in turn made me hesitant to ask for things, creating my parents are concerned he doesn't want anything. Yeah, like, your environment shapes you, but at some point, you kind of have to take control of your environment. Some people don't. Some people just want to blame their environment and blame things. Like, I think, for example, rich people are a great example of that statement Artoria made earlier. A lot of rich kids, a lot of rich people are essentially man-children because they're raised incredibly spoiled. They're not like, they don't know how to handle anything in life, and so they end up really spoiled as kids, and they don't know how to deal with things as adults. Kazuya, yes, he is spoiled. He totally is spoiled. to say he's a man-child, I think, is incredibly inaccurate. Is he a bit of a dysfunctional adult? Yeah, but that's the thing. He just became an adult. Kazuya only recently became an adult, like a few years ago. What people don't seem to realize is your early 20s are still an absolute shit show. Literally, most of your early 20s are still an absolute shit show. You're still technically a teenager. And people just because you hit the mark where you're legally an adult, suddenly everyone like treats you differently. When in reality, you're still a complete fuck up. Because guess what? When you go to college, you'll always see people drinking and doing stupid shit and getting high and partying and doing a whole bunch of stupid crap. And that persists for a huge portion of college until maybe near the end, where you kind of have to start getting your life together. Guess what? Where's Kazuya? Guess what? Where is Kazuya right now in the story? He's almost about to graduate. Or he's starting to look he's starting to job hunting and shit. He's literally at that point where he has to start getting his life together. It's been too much of a joke until now. Well, maybe he can say he's emotionally inexperienced. Yeah, that's more fitting. From not being able to give solid answers to others and understand the feelings of lust versus love. Yeah, because these are complicated adult topics. I can bet you, not many people know the difference between love and lust. I can bet you, not many people know the difference between love and lust. They think they do. They'll tell you they know. They'll act like they know. They don't. Because most people don't actually explore that. They don't actually delve into that. Not in this messy gray area kind of way. They don't actually know the difference between the two. I bet a lot of people in chat might not know. Given Ruka obsessive personality, would she come up with a crazy idea to propose to Chizuru that she asked for permission from Chizuru to be Kazuya's lover? Don't think so. Don't think so. That doesn't seem like Ruka. Ruka doesn't want to confront Chizuru. This isn't about Chizuru. This is not about Chizuru. This is about Ruka, and this is about Kazuya. Ruka knows this. This is not about Chizuru. I don't think Ruka wants to confront Chizuru. Indeed, not every experience is an adult world, especially love versus lust. Love versus lust is so complicated, and I think people just generalize it. Lust is a hyperfixation. Love is a deep bond. That's a generalization. That is a generalization. You want to know why? Lust is part of love. So you can't say that. Yeah, lust is a hyperfixation. You're correct. Love is a deep bond. However, more accurately, lust is you being controlled by your emotions. Love is you controlling your emotions. Because love is an active choice. That is the difference. However, you can also still be controlled by your emotions in love. Suddenly it starts getting messy. Wait, love can control you? Yeah, it can, totally. You could literally be addicted to the feeling of love. And it can start appearing like lust. Suddenly it's not so simple. It's complicated because love and lust are essentially very similar things. The base argument is that lust controls you, you control love. That's the base argument. But then when you delve deeper into it, it starts getting real messy. Right? Because you can feel lust for a lot of other things. But that doesn't, but does that mean it's love? Do you see the issue? It's quite layered. I agree to that. Most people think their lust is love, sadly. Yeah, and I think like when you go and read like a lot of romance manga, or you watch a lot of romance anime, they're just like, oh, I love you too. Okay, let's date. That's it. I love you too. Okay, let's date. Ruka would cry if she saw Chizuru now. I don't know. I don't think so. That's why Chizuru missed so many stops on the train. She's learning the difference. Oh no. No. Chizuru is losing control of her love. Because she was already at the brink. She was already losing control of her love. and now it is overwhelming her. To me, the setup is that Kazuya needs to start getting control of his life so he can help Chizuru get control of her love. Or we could say Kazuya needs to help Chizuru learn to understand her love so that Chizuru can help him understand and control his life. Right? They need to help each other with these certain aspects. Because Kazuya knows what his love is, but he's not being honest to himself. He can't control his life. Chizuru, in contrast, can control her life, but she cannot control her love. So they literally need to make up for these things that are, like, loose, essentially. That's why I'm learning... That's why... Okay, then we were talking about this. Okay. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to grab some food. I'm a little hungry. Okay, sorry about that. Huh? Madre. Sorry about that. I had to step away. Pizza for breakfast. Greatest idea of all time. No, it isn't. Let's see. Which is your fight for Kazuya's love in this situation? Why wouldn't she? Well, I think you're missing the point. You're probably saying, you speak Arabic? Yeah, I do. Lust is a component of desire, which is a component of love. The other end being devotion. Care to elaborate? From talking with family, friends, lust is feeling driven. I feel happy with this person. I want that person. Love is sacrificing. I will give up drinking for you. I will reduce spending habits. But that's just one component. See, there's a problem with this. That again is a generalization. There's a problem with this because you love sports, don't you? You love sports, don't you? You love video games. You love stories. You can sacrifice for these things, but then you also want to invest and share these things. It's not simply just sacrificing. That's the problem with that argument. It's love is also desiring things just as much as it is sacrificing. I literally think the core issue, the core difference between the two is that lust controls you, you control love. That's the difference, in my opinion. But there are two sides of the same coin. I know Domino's Pizza when I see it, man. This isn't Domino's Pizza. This is from Costco. Nice try. Nice try. The difference is my mom ate the crust. So I just have the bottom half. So it doesn't look that big. It looks really small. I actually hate Domino's, by the way. I do not like Domino's Pizza. Next chapter might be in your POV. What does that mean? I can actually make pizza right now, lol, but I gotta save for Christmas because I don't eat anything. Pizza is overrated. Bacon? You say everything is overrated. You literally say everything is overrated. Cry me a river. Last time, we were talking about something. Overrated. We were talking about Stranger Things. Overrated. Talking about some random anime. Overrated. Bro. You're overrated. He uses AI to tell me things and he drops anime after one episode. Bruh. Bacon. I might take away your moderator privilege, bro. Stranger Things is overrated as fuck. I think it's like perfectly medium rated. It's like an okay show. I don't think anybody considers Stranger Things the best thing ever. I don't think so. I don't believe Stranger Things has ever been considered the best thing ever. It's just like an okay show. It's not overrated, it's just rated. It's literally just rated accurately, which is just, it's okay. It's a good show. It has some good things. I think it has some solid character writing. But it's not like the greatest thing ever. To me, Stranger Things is like TV show Resident Evil, where it pays homage to like pretty much every fucking horror movie or thing from the 80s ever. That's kind of it. That's pretty much Stranger Things in a nutshell. Let's see. A reminder, there'll be another break next week. So this is the last chapter, 2025. 207 will be next week. Our Kazuya. Their shoulders look pretty wide, huh? Oh yeah, Kazuya has like big shoulders here. This is post him hitting the gym, I guess. I think this is Kazuya. This is Kazuya's normal shoulders. He is big. I think people tend to forget Kazuya is actually quite large. Kazuya is actually a big boy. Like, he's actually bigger than he looks. So the Ruka relationship didn't end yet. In one side, I'm happy it would have more time to give her a better development and ending as well. But on the other side, I definitely don't like the way that Ruka's first time arc has ended. I hate saying this with this series. I fucking hate saying this with this series because I get it. People will disagree with me and they're going to fight me over this for fucking ever. you're not supposed to like how it ended. And then people will be like, oh, that doesn't mean it's good. That doesn't mean this. And then you get into this like infinite loop argument where, you know, you can't reason with them. Look, you're not supposed to like this resolution because there is no resolution. The point was, there was no resolution. So you're not supposed to like it. Why would you fucking like that? I don't like that. There was no fucking resolution. Why would I like that? I want a resolution because I want story to feel good. Ooh, woo. I'm being a little bitch. I'm aware of this, but I think I need to like use a different approach because every time I tell people it's by design, they get upset at me. But I feel like a story can be by design and be handled well. I think Reiji handled it well, it being by design. I mean, ending with her ignoring Kazuya's feelings and declaring she won't give up until she has her first time really puzzled me. Well, I think I really need to make a proper video on this. Because I think people are misunderstanding this completely. I've seen this statement many times now. I'm going to go to 405 because I want to show you something. I realized this recently. The pendant Shizuru is wearing is a puzzle. The pendant Shizuru is wearing is a puzzle. Do you want to know why? It has these triangle pieces, and there's a triangle right here. The missing piece to the puzzle. We're missing, this is supposed to be puzzling. This is a puzzle. It's a mystery. You have a mystery box. You don't understand what you're being given. So, the fact that people are puzzled, I think, really tells me I need to make a fucking video about this. Jesus Christ. Ignoring Kazuya's feelings obviously is not new since she's been acting selfish since the beginning, but the last phrase makes me think how will it end? As Kazuya said, it'll never happen. It's funny because chapter 401, before the first time arc, made me feel a little sorry for Ruka after seeing her phone wallpaper. The little scene made me remember Kazuya will never be her prince. Like last 5 chapters made all those feelings completely gone. Reiji is leveraging that. Reiji is totally 100% leveraging that. And he knows people feel this way. Kazuya is the antithesis of selfish. No, he's selfish. Kazuya is quite selfish. You just think he isn't. When you're so selfless that you don't care for yourself to such a fucking degree, you actually turn all the way around to being selfish. And that totally happens with Kazuya. I would argue throughout the entire date, he's being quite selfish. I would argue throughout the entire date, he's actually being quite selfish. I would argue throughout the cohabitation and even the 3 months, he's being quite selfish. You just don't realize it. Whereas Chizuru looks selfish. And she's actually being incredibly selfless. That's Kazuya. I think that's what's going on with Kazuya. In the end, I really enjoy everything that's happened in this year weekly, and I'm looking forward to see what comes next for Kanokari. Enter Neko Kazuya. How dare she? Okay, look. Whenever you start an argument with how dare they, you don't know how to handle situations like those. I'm sorry. If that is your approach to a person is how dare you, you don't know how to handle these situations. You are out of your depth. Kazuya did not do a good job of trying to end this. In fact, did Kazuya ever say, let's break up? Did Kazuya ever say, let's break up? So what is the selfless thing for Kazuya? Self-care? What? I don't understand. What is the selfless thing for Kazuya? I don't get it. Kazuya is selfless in certain regards. For instance, he's very selfless when it comes to caring for Chizuru, but it stems from his own selfishness. Human selfish versus selfless or both. Okay. I don't know what's going on, fellas. You're confusing the fuck out of me. I'm gonna need you to clarify, be direct, clear up what you're asking, because your questions are confusing as fuck. Anyways, post-nut clarity thing really works. She's leaving. I don't feel like we've resolved anything though. I don't like reading this person's comments. I'm gonna avoid it for now. To quote one of the homies, the entire chapter is Kazuya trying to get her to leave him, when it should be the other way around. Love her or hate her, Ruka is legit holding all the cards right now, having the power to put both Kazuya and Chizuru in a mental shambles with few words. Don't tell... She's a kid. She doesn't realize this. She doesn't fully realize this. Ruka was trying to go back to that role of you're the adult, I'm the kid. And then Kazuya unintentionally gave her all the leverage. That's the issue. Ruka appears like she holds all the cards, except it's been 2 fucking years she's never done it. It's been almost 2 fucking years in canon, and she's never used any of these fucking cards. It's almost like she's not actually going to. It's hard to root for a character when the character feels like the author doesn't. This is such a stupid fucking art. You don't... I've never seen someone fundamentally misunderstand how writing works. The author can root for a character without having them do the correct thing. He's literally placed Kazuya in a position where he must confront something he's never done before, and he's clearly still doesn't know how to. That doesn't mean Reiji is not rooting for him or fucking whatever. What the fuck? The stupid fucking arguments. I'm surrounded by idiots. Reiji totally does not see this as sexual assault, does he? I want to slap someone. Can I fucking slap people? I want the ability to insert my hand into the computer and like slap someone. But I can't, and I hate it. It is infuriating. These people are so fucking stupid. They have the reading capacity of a fucking child. They have the reading capacity of a goddamn fucking child. Where's Varicus? Help me. Your theories may be trash, but your analysis is good. Kind of, sometimes. Sometimes you kind of blow it. The pizza helped. The pizza helped. Mm-hmm. Oh. Good shit. Good shit, man. Pizza for breakfast really was the solution to this issue. Oh, man. Just... I don't slap people, but I fucking might. I'm a doctor. But just pulls out a pistol, just fucking clocks the Glock. At some point, Ruka just seems like a defiant child. It was a bit similar to Shizuru's behavior in the piggyback ride home. I ate 2 half slices. Not even a full slice, half slices. Because my mom ate the other half. She just like ripped it off. So the Costco pizzas have like this great crust. So my mom loves to take off the crust and just eat that. So I guess I just ate like the base. And of course, the whole conversation reminds me of chapter 185, where Ruka tried to reason with Kazuya. Their roles are reversed here. Yep. Hey, I love that we notice the same things. I love that we notice the same exact things. Kazuya and Ruka have not really resolved anything. Kazuya has tried to make his point, but he couldn't. He always hated himself for his desires and pushed them away, so he never thought about how to deal with them. Ruka now forces him to think about it. She might come over every day now, ask his body to take her first time. Kazuya can't just wait for that to happen. Kazuya might have given Ruka the idea to contact Chizuru there in the end. I think that could be a good thing. By the way, did you notice that K-Manga didn't censor this chapter despite the one flashback panel, even though... Wait, oh my god, did they fucking not? I'm gonna slap someone. They censored this panel, but they didn't... So they can censor that panel, but they can't censor Kazuya just straight up imagining sex. What is the logic here? What is the fucking logic here? Can you explain? Less black bars are welcome, but I won't complain. Less black bars are welcome. Teaser for next time, like a different person. It's not quite that what Chizuru said in chapter 397. She said, "It's like I'm not myself." It feels like it's a it still feels like a reference to that. Definitely echoes of the piggyback ride, but coming from a completely different place. I'm assuming that's what they might have. I think they missed up. Where Chizuru was saying no from some kind of misplaced desire to protect Kazuya, denying her own confused feelings in that interest of sparing him further pain. Ruka is the complete opposite. It's selfish. It's completely dismissive of his feelings and well-being, and it's chilling how flat and unconflicted she is about what just happened. She is so conflicted. Ruka is so fucking conflicted. Bro, unbelievably fucking conflicted. Ruka doesn't know what the fuck she's saying. Like, Ruka does not know what the fuck she's saying. She is literally being framed like a stupid kid. She is a rebellious kid. And Chizuru isn't just... I think there's a misunderstanding here. On the surface level, what Chizuru was doing from a misplaced desire to protect Kazuya, I don't agree. I think there was more to the nose. I've said this before. The nose from Chizuru in that chapter wasn't simply from her desire to protect Kazuya. I actually kind of disagree with that. I have a new interpretation of the nose in this scene. This scene with Chizuru, I have a new interpretation of the nose here. I think these no's are Chizuru fighting back against her feelings. She's like, I'm not gonna let my feelings control me. I'm gonna stick to my answer. I'm gonna keep saying no. And that's what the kiss was. The kiss was a decision Chizuru made. Everything about what Chizuru was doing in that walk home, in the kiss, and everything after that point, is Chizuru essentially talking to herself and saying, I am making these choices consciously. I'm not being driven by emotion. I am making a conscious choice. Ruka, in contrast, what is being framed with her is that she wants to control herself, but she gets frustrated and controlled by her emotions. Because Kazuya is not being honest with her. So, for instance, here, Ruka is driven by her emotions. Here, Ruka, I think, isn't so much driven by her emotions as this was like an actual honest feeling. Here, Ruka is looking for something. She's turning away, but she's hidden in shadow. She's like a kid who doesn't feel like she's understood. And throughout the interaction, Kazuya frustrates her more and more, and she feels this desire that he's denying. What's happening is Kazuya keeps denying her feelings. So she doesn't listen. She fights back. She rebels. Chizuru was rebelling against herself and her desires. Ruka is rebelling against Kazuya by letting her desires control her. Because he's invalidating her desires. Kazuya never invalidates anything Chizuru does. Here, he's actively invalidating Ruka's feelings. It's not a loop. It's not a loop. It's a spiral. It's a spiral. Do you want to know why it's a spiral? Because you literally see it spiral out of fucking control. It's not a loop. It is a spiral. It is literally spiraling downwards and out of control. This has an end. A loop has no end. This is not a loop, it's a spiral. It merely looks like a loop because when it turns, it looks like it got back to the same point. It didn't. That's the difference. We're not in a loop, it's a spiral. That's the whole point of Kazuya's shirt. It's spiraling. It's not a loop. It just looks like a loop. So, how he handled Ruka is not how he handled Chizuru. In so doing, which Chizuru's conflict is with herself, Ruka's conflict is also with herself, but the problem is, because Kazuya validates Chizuru's feelings and invalidates Ruka's feelings, she reacts differently. I think people are removing Kazuya from this picture too much, and in so doing not realizing how much emotional control he actually has. Because Kazuya doesn't realize how much emotional control he has. He has a lot. And it triggers Ruka's emotional reactions. Ruka responds to him. She's literally reacting to him because she's a kid who doesn't know how to take active control. She wants active control. She doesn't know how to. And the things Kazuya tells her is something she's already heard before, so she doesn't fucking care for it. Kazuya can't Ruka's and Chizuru's feelings the same. What? Can't tell Ruka and Chizuru's feelings are the same. They're similar. They're not the same. They're similar. Both Ruka and Chizuru want a sort of end to something, but not in the same ways. Chizuru is dealing with actual grief over her grandparents, and she's trying to start something new with Kazuya. Ruka, her grief is literally Kazuya. Her grief is literally Kazuya, and she just needs him to tell him how she wants it to end. Or she just needs him to tell her how it's going to end. And he's not doing that because he's not honestly talking to her. Kazuya can't deal with Ruka's and Chizuru's feelings the same. Well, yes, he can. Because the base idea is the same. He can accept Chizuru's feelings, and he can also accept Ruka's feelings and tell her, I don't feel the same. The problem is, he keeps denying his feelings and hers. In so doing, Ruka simply rebels. That's why Ruka rebels. She rebels because he keeps denying her feelings. You're looking at this really surface level. Of course he can't deal with it exactly the same way. He can't tell her, I love you. What I'm saying is the base idea of acceptance is very fundamental here. Because in accepting yourself and accepting her, you can create a resolution. Literally like grief. He's leading her on, plain and simple. No, he's not. He's not leading her on plain and simple. He's leading her on without realizing. It's not plain and simple. It's not simple. He's actually right in how complicated it is. He's leading her on without realizing. He doesn't know he's doing this. He doesn't know he's instigating this. You're not intentionally leading someone on. He's trying to put an end to this. He's just doing it the wrong way because he's not being an adult. Or he doesn't know how to be an adult, sorry. We have had literal negative progress in the last few chapters. It would have been the perfect chance to show any amount of character growth for Kazuya. People are talking about Reiji turning Kazuya into him, but literally miss the narrative point of Reiji is leaving in front of your face. Kazuya is losing his identity and in turn discovering it. Two characters here match his new and old look. Chizuru's grandpa and Mommy's ex-boyfriend. Mommy's ex literally promises her that he will become a big shot and convince her dad to let them be together. Saying he will make her happy, Mommy needed a great man to save her, and of course, it was all talk. This matches Kazuya's confidence about being a great man for Chizuru. This isn't the real him. This is a lie. This idea of getting a new look, getting money and power, it has nothing to do with love. Love is about sharing an experience, not just making another happy. It's sorrow, joy, tears, all of it. Joy is not the single emotion present in love. You must make your own happiness, not let someone else give it to you. This is the present flaw of making someone happy. Everyone always says that. That's all that counts to people in the relationship these days. But that removes the real meaning of love, sharing and connecting. Chizuru will not be with Kazuya because of his new hair. Rather, it's about discovering who they are and why they love each other for who they are. Not any of the superficial crap. Chizuru remembers Kazuya with brown hair. Striking a distinction from her grandpa is important here. Chizuru often sees her grandpa in Kazuya, but Kazuya is not him and never will be. Chizuru must see past her grief and see the real Kazuya, while Kazuya must stop seeing the ghost of Mami and see Chizuru for her. The past can help us find our future, but it must not define it. The reality is, these two need a support network. Family and friends talk to. They are doing too much alone, and they need people around them to help them. This, to me, is part of this setup, not just connecting each other, but forging a family that will foster connection. There's a little more that I wrote. Where is the other thing? I wrote another thing about fucking identity. There it is. I keep seeing the Kazuya self-insert joke, and like, Reiji literally said every character is a part of him and his observation of others. Kazuya is his favorite character, and there's a narrative reason for this. Heck, the hair doesn't even look similar in the hoodie. I get it. People have some weird narrative. Reiji is some whack in love with his drawings. In reality, Reiji literally said Kazuya is him, and how even someone who people deem as trash can be supported, grow, and build a real human connection in a world diluted by social media. This is why he explores Kazuya talking to AI in these chapters, to create contrast between the real human bonds he has built and the lies of fake connections AI presents, both exploring how technology can connect characters but also divide them, how even people can lose themselves. Kazuya's journey is about self-discovery and autonomy over his life, and in a world where every single thing from AI to influencers wants you to tell you what that is, it's easy for someone to lose themselves, especially Kazuya, who grew up spoiled and doubts his own self-worth. His hair change visually conveys this. He literally doesn't recognize himself. He is a totally different person from before, despite this being his natural hair color. He lost an aspect of his identity in pursuit of love, not realizing how he even got here in the first place. I get that these are haha jokes, but it feels like his intention is only to demean and attack. If people weren't so ready to attack this series, I would just laugh it off. But knowing it comes from a place of bad faith is the reason I feel the need to talk about this. So what I was trying to highlight here is that the whole point is Kazuya is losing his fucking identity. So when you want him to create some sort of fucking resolution, you are missing the point because he literally tries and doesn't know how to. Because Kazuya doesn't know how to have control over his life. When you've never had proper control over your life, do you think just because you decided, yup, I'm gonna do it now, that you can just magically do it? Do you think that when someone has depression and they just tell themselves, I'm gonna overcome my depression, they just magically fucking do it? Because I'm sorry, you seem to be fundamentally misunderstanding Kazuya's character. A lot of people thought there wouldn't be a resolution here. I even thought a resolution doesn't feel right here, even though I thought it felt like it also fit. The resolution should happen. It literally can't. It should happen. It literally can't. What Reiji has done is create narrative tension. He has created tension. You are now tense and you want to know more. The rope is being pulled and suddenly you need a sense of resolution. This acts amazingly for a few different reasons. One, it makes you miss the past chapters where everything was kind of chill, relaxed, there wasn't too much going on, you've had a sense of comfortability. This also acts as a good narrative cohesion for the idea of becoming an adult, growing up. Because that's what it is. You have to deal with these uncomfortable topics that you are not prepared for. You are not ready for this shit, and you will fuck up, and you will hate yourself. And guess what? Did it seem like Kazuya in the last chapter had any sense of control? Did he? Genuine question. When you read last chapter, did it seem like Kazuya was going to somehow solve this? No. He's literally going through victim blaming. He is blaming himself. He is literally blaming himself for what happened. He doesn't even want to acknowledge what Ruka did as sexual assault. He wants to frame it as an accident so as to not hurt her. He's trying to be an adult in all the wrong ways. He's not acknowledging any of these things. Kazuya was being controlled. Well, yes, when Ruka was on top of him, she was literally physically controlling him. But when he's dealing with Ruka, he literally doesn't know how to. So, yeah, this seems like a really stupid statement. Any amount of character, you're literally seeing the character growth happening. It's just not the character growth you imagined. Some kind of redemption for Ruka and tying up loose ends. Did you think that was going to magically happen in one chapter? You sure have a lot of expectations for something that was going to happen in just one chapter. Like, nothing about this was about resolution. Nothing about this was about resolution. There was no resolution in any way, shape, or form in this chapter. But instead, we got sexual assault and Ruka being a literal brat and not allowing him to end things. Because she's a stupid kid. Okay, I'm sorry. This is dumb. Yeah, your comment is dumb. Let's see, bro, I'm genuinely asking, where the hell is this manga going? I don't understand. I mean, I thought I was the average person until it's just like, I'm not. I can understand what is happening. Look, there's a simple problem occurring here. You're looking at this from straightforward steps. Problem, resolution. Problem, resolution. The issue is, I think a lot of media these days function around that idea. They introduce a problem, they introduce a resolution. That's not how storytelling works. That's not how fucking storytelling works. Nor do people work like this. It's not problem resolution. It's problem, build up, drop, climax, all these other things happening. There's literally a fucking structure around it. Right? It's not just boom. She was introduced in chapter 20. In 380, she's still a square one. I think that's why people think this is stalling. This is not square one. Ruka was introduced in the manga as a rental girlfriend. Now she's sexually assaulting the guy she liked. How is that anywhere near square one? How is that anywhere near square one? It's nowhere near it. If anything, Ruka is actually changing and growing up a little bit, despite how she appears. Because guess what? Ruka actually wants something real. And the problem is, Kazuya is not doing a good job of disassociating that real thing from him. So she doesn't understand. Ruka is starting to become more true to who she is as a child because she is a kid. Kazuya is starting to become more true to who he is, the adult in the picture. And that means learning how to create proper resolution. She blackmailed him in 20. He's still blackmailing him in 400. How? She's not blackmailing him. No, she's not. She threatened him. In 20, it started on blackmail, but she was never going to do it, and she didn't. She literally never did. She had nothing on him. For a good 100 chapters, she had literally nothing on him. It's now about the age gap, I guess. Oh, the age gap thing has always been present. It's always been leveraged as a talking point. There's a lot going on with what's being presented here. You don't know where the manga is going because you're not supposed to know. This is literally, as I was explaining, this is narrative tension. So what it's doing is making you feel scared. And the way it's making you feel scared is by leveraging your understanding of what's been going on. You think it's going to get to July 11th and things are going to be dandy and they're going to get together and ooh. No, you don't know jack shit because Kazuya doesn't know jack shit. So naturally, you don't know how this is going to get resolved. And Reiji leverages that Because guess what? You thought you understood Ruka's character. When she first appears to you, she's nice, she's kind, she's understanding. And then 2 seconds later, she sexually assaults Kazuya. And you're like, what the fuck just happened? What the actual fuck just happened? You don't know what's going on. Because Ruka appeared a certain way to you and suddenly she doesn't anymore. You not knowing where the story is going is this thing the story is quite literally leveraging. It's like we're being on our tippy toes all the time. Kind of. See, the way this was done is that when you went through the cohabitation, when Kazuya and Chizuru were living together, you constantly had a sense of feeling of knowing where this was going. Then you get to the date, and you're like, shit, they're going to get together. It feels good. Oh, shit, I'm feeling it. And then a rejection happens, and you're like, wait, what? How did we get here? What? But everything was great. How was this happening? And it's very, very, very simple. You've been misunderstanding everything from the moment it started. And I have the perfect thing to read to you. I think it's information. I gotta look up what I wrote. Information. Okay. Let's talk about why the date ended like it did in Rent-A-Girlfriend. There are a lot of different viewpoints and interpretations of what happened, mostly anger directed at Chizuru. But what if I told you that you were all under an illusion? I'm a crazy person, right? Must be some deluded fan who's too blind to see the truth and has to rationalize the story so he can cope. Yeah, don't worry, I'm a little cray-cray, but no. I got a surprise for you. Let's start with facts and how we view them. In stories and in life, we often think we're getting the facts if we believe the source is credible. We think we understand the world as we see it, but the world is shaped by perspective. This, in turn, raises an important question that we need to consider when understanding facts. When getting information, are we actually seeing the information with an unbiased view, or is the lens by which we receive it shaping our perception of it? In simpler terms, are we seeing the facts or just what the facts look like? The date arc in Rent-A-Girlfriend has two particular elements that were set up for it: illusions and perspective. This, alongside the character's struggles to communicate, and us only hearing and seeing Kazuya's POV, creates a fascinating dilemma. But how do we know this is real? This is shown in a few ways. For instance, when preparing for the date, Kazuya and Minnie go to a hot pot place. The first thing we see in 325 is a kitsune statue. This thing. At the end, we see that the hot pot place is called Kitsune Hot. Okay. A kitsune is a trickster fox that creates illusions. During the date, chapter 364, Reiji draws a colored spread of Chizuru posing under a cup that Dracula is holding. This is from the Tokyo Trick Art Museum, a museum of illusions created through perspective. If we turn the image just a little bit, you realize it's just an illusion. The place is directly mentioned by Kazuya in his practice date with Minnie, and happens to be on the 4th floor of Tokyo Dex, matching Chizuru's rune number, 204. This is because 4 in Japanese can be said like the word for death, a reoccurring motif in Chizuru's life. And so the museum is directly tied to her in this chapter and arc, to reflect the illusion we think she is under, but in reality the one we are under, that we don't see her clearly as a byproduct of our own perspective-shaped illusions. This matches Kazuya in this chapter where this is shown, not seeing why Chizuru asked the question and struggling to answer honestly when Chizuru asks a very intimate question that comes from an innocent place in her childhood. At a time when she felt she had to sacrifice her happiness for her family. Sound familiar? A time when she felt alone as a kid, watching other parents with their children, so she wanted to have many kids so her children would never feel alone. Notice how she thinks this is childish when she turns to Kazuya. His real answer was the same as hers, but he instead picked a realistic option, which gave her the impression that they had different values, a reoccurring motif in every answer he gives, even though they feel the same exact way. When Kazuya and Minnie go to Joypolis together, there's a part where Minnie sings a song from a store called Donkey. This is with Kazuya telling her this song doesn't exist. This store is directly inspired by Don Quixote, a story about the conflict between reality and illusion. Quixote dreams big, too big, really, while Sancho Panza is more concerned with practical things, like not getting beat up. The obvious contrast between these two is that the obvious contrast between these two is what builds some of the story's best moments. Kazuya is Quixote and Minnie is Sancho. Sancho plays the part of the exasperated sidekick at first, but over time he starts to believe in Quixote's vision. Quixote, on the other hand, starts to recognize the limits of his fantasies after countless bruises and betrayals. Their complicated relationship proves that dreamers need realists to keep them alive, while pragmatists need idealists to inspire them. Kazuya is a dreamer, and Minnie is a realist. Minnie plays Chizuru's role here because she is her reverse. Minnie learns to believe as she did. This ends up acting as the contrast to the real date. Kazuya spends a lot of the time with Minnie, imagining Chizuru in different scenarios. On the actual date, these exact moments happen that he was thinking about, but in reverse of how he imagined them. And because of this, he always ends up missing those moments, not realizing they are literally happening in front of him because he's too busy focusing on the reality. He's not dreaming. He's being a pragmatist. He's not imagining. He is enacting practical situations and results. We always see this. Kazuya never sees it. He misses it every time. He misses these very moments he was looking for. He misses out on these experiences because he spends so much time trying to make this date perfect, trying to answer Chizuru's answers correctly instead of honestly. To top it off, almost all the questions Chizuru asks directly nod to a particular part of the series that the date mirrors, and why a certain character shows up at the end of the practice date with Minnie to inform this. I'm of course talking about Mommy, the person whom Kazuya also went on a date with to a park, but it was in an outdoor park, not an indoor park. The person whom Kazuya was also mesmerized by, the person whom he also had a talk with about his feelings, whom he also told how many kids he wanted, who then kissed him by the end of the date. And the same person who told him everything he wanted was creepy and too much. And so Kazuya, like those traumas, despite knowing his answer, never shares honestly, never fully opens up. He knows his love, but he defines himself with fear. Minnie recreated this doubt, but in reverse. Minnie was the opposite of Mommy in this arc, literally acting as a foil while being a wingman. Kazuya made Minnie believe, but Kazuya built a lot of doubt about what he should be doing during that date as a byproduct of Minnie's advice. She reawakened his trauma with Mommy. Kazuya in the date gets answers. Hell, we get answers. But Chizuru doesn't. Now, what was the basis for this date? For Kazuya to let Chizuru fall in love with him. And yet, most of this is Kazuya seemingly falling in love with Chizuru all over again. Like it's rental. The moment is contrasted by Kazuya saying he would wait for her as long as it takes for Chizuru to feel like she loves him. In contrast, rather than the pair creating an understanding and sharing in light, right? Sharing in the light, Kazuya is in shadow, and Chizuru is in light. They are out of sync on the purpose of everything. Chizuru never got to fall in love here because Kazuya never let her. He was so busy trying to be perfect, he forgot the very foundation and purpose of this date, letting Chizuru love him. And how can she love him if all he does is hide himself in this date? He never touches her. He never acts playful, always trying to support her, but never actually considering what she's saying, that being to be included. He naturally made her isolate. This is the ultimate illusion of this state. While Chizuru was being her most honest and vulnerable self, and in turn felt like a terrible person because she never got him to want anything from her except for all the stuff they always do in rental, Kazuya was hiding himself for nearly the whole date, running away, defining himself with fear, never asking the questions he wants to ask. He didn't face the adversity head-on like he said he would. Chizuru felt isolated in most of the date. She was either walking behind or in front of him, rarely next to him. Kazuya rarely, if ever, expressed how much every little thing she did meant to him, and yet she never doubted his love for her. But she did doubt her love for him, because she was supposed to fall in love here. That was the point. Like this cover, Chizuru is searching around Kazuya, not realizing her hand is already on his heart. She can't see him, because he's hiding in plain sight. All of this was confirmed to her, all that was confirmed to her here was Kazuya's love, not her own. And so if this was when she was supposed to fall in love, but she never did, like she understood, then the answer is clear. She may love him, but she doesn't. Chizuru never lied or led him on. She said the truth. The date was always going to end in rejection because of its very foundation, because the meaning and the intent were misunderstood here. We focused on the wrong objective, saw the wrong things, how Kazuya handled it, and how he expressed himself by fear rather than love. But this is also when the actual date starts, because now that the rejection, his ultimate fear, came true, he can stop focusing on that fear and instead see how afraid and alone Chizuru actually is, how she persevered in this date despite the pain. The reason Chizuru kisses him after is because he believed in her, and he told her, like, I'll love you no matter what. So what did Chizuru do? She believed she could fall in love. This is literally what she tells Umi later. I think I'm at a point, she says, I'm sure I can fall in love now. Why? Because he believed in her. Sometimes people just need someone to believe in them, and they can do amazing things. And Kazuya telling her, I believe in you, was a callback to her grandpa telling her, I believe in you, when she was trying to become an actress. And what did she do? She kept persevering nonstop because he believed in her. Same exact thing happened with Kazuya, but Kazuya doesn't know he did this. So he thinks she magically had a change of heart and magically fell in love with him when she didn't. Her feelings didn't change. She just started believing in herself. She just started having faith in herself that she could pull it off. That's it. All Chizuru needed. From the start of Hawaiians, the fucking trip, like hundreds of chapters ago, was just reassurance. You're doing okay. You're not fucking up. You're not the bad guy. That's all she needed. And Kazuya doesn't realize he did this. That's the important thing that's relevant with the current chapter. Lack of awareness. Kazuya doesn't know the impact of his words. Kazuya doesn't know the impact of his own words. So he doesn't realize how much he impacted Chizuru in that walk home, just as right here, he doesn't realize how much he was impacting Ruka here. Chizuru needed a push. Chizuru didn't need a push. She needed acceptance. She didn't need a push. She just needed to know that she was not fucking up. Do you know why I can say this? Minnie was pushing her the whole fucking time. Minnie was literally pushing Chizuru the whole fucking time, and it wasn't working. It literally wasn't working. Go back, reread all the chapters with Minnie. Constantly pushing her, just shoving her, and it's not working. The moment Kazuya accepts her, just tells her, look, you're not a fuck up. I still believe in you. You can do it. You can do it. You're great. You're doing fine. You're not a fuck up. And suddenly, she feels confident in herself. Suddenly, Chizuru starts feeling a lot confident in herself. You understand too much. Oh no, I lock in. Please understand, I lock the fuck in. Like when I sometimes, like when I'm writing, I'm like, I figured it out. Let's lock the fuck in. And then I'll just write. I just start writing. But understand, you're not supposed to notice this. You're not supposed to know. Everything I'm telling you, you're not supposed to notice this. I did because I paid attention. I wanted to figure it out. I wanted to figure out what Reiji was cooking. So I locked the fuck in. You're not supposed to figure this out. Understand, you were not. He knows this. When Reiji was still streaming, he hasn't been streaming for a while. When Reiji was still streaming, he literally said, it's a mystery, and he doesn't explain anything to anyone. And he literally leverages the mystery. You're not supposed to know. You're supposed to be confused. When officials came into the chat and he said, I don't get it. I don't know where this story is going. Exactly. You're not supposed to. It feels like it's spiraling out of fucking control. You're not supposed to know where it's going. You're supposed to be confused. There is a lot of mysteries. You don't understand. You don't know things. You don't know what Umi's motive is. You don't know anything about this dude. You don't know what the fuck Ruka is thinking. You don't know what the fuck Chizuru is thinking. You don't even know what the fuck Mami is thinking. You don't even know what Minnie is thinking. Minnie, the character you've been interacting with this entire fucking time. You don't know what the fuck is going through her head. Is she in love with Kazuya? Is she like going off in her own fucking Lulu La La Land? Too many possibilities. You don't fucking know. And Reiji is leveraging that. Why? Because what has Kazuya done? He has refused to ask questions. He knows about Mami and he doesn't ask. He knows about Umi and he doesn't ask. He knows these things and he does not ask. He knows Chizuru is lonely and doesn't want to be alone in this house and then never offers to like create a family unit for her or anything. He just keeps treating her like she's invincible. Isn't that weird? It's the same. You can flip a little bit onto Chizuru. Chizuru is trying to ask about Ruka, but she's not asking the exact question. She's not being incredibly direct with Kazuya. Chizuru feels certain things about Minnie, but she doesn't ask. Right? She asks a little bit. But Kazuya always tells her it's nothing. So Chizuru just beats herself up. It's the same. That's the difference between Chizuru and Kazuya. Chizuru tries to ask, but doesn't know how to because she keeps getting told, well, you're stupid for thinking this. Right? Chizuru keeps getting told, you're stupid for thinking this, essentially. So for Minnie, oh, she's just a friend. You're stupid for thinking she's anything other than a friend. So she keeps telling herself, I'm being stupid as fuck. With Ruka, well, Kazuya already told me he doesn't love her, so I'm stupid as fuck for worrying about her. She should be worried. There's a fucking problem here. Kazuya never asks. Never even mentions it. She doesn't know Mami is in the back of his mind. She doesn't know Umi is in the back of his mind. She doesn't know any of these things. That's the difference. Chizuru needs to just be more direct and honest. Kazuya just needs to actually fucking ask. Because every time he asks, she answers. Sometimes I think you sit next to Reiji when he's writing. Oh, no, please understand, I just understand how writing works sometimes. Like, there are things I understand about writing that I think other people don't. There are things I understand about writing that I think people just don't, because people don't know how to engage with writing, you know? Like, for instance, here's a good lesson. Go watch Breaking Bad and try to actually deconstruct scenes. What is the writer cooking here? What are they trying to say here? Not what you think they're saying, what are they actually saying here? This is the same exact reason I can sometimes appreciate things like Stranger Things, but also think like they did a stupid fucking job. You know, what college did you go to? You must have a degree. I went to a community college, and it did jack shit for me. Understand, everything I learned on my own. I learned how to study on my own because college and school felt very useless. I wasn't learning because they didn't know how to teach me. The problem I have with like, particularly American schools at least, is the way they teach is like, and I didn't realize this until much later, like way later into my 20s or some shit. The way they teach, is that they, it's very like linear. It's very linear. It's like you either like they force you to learn a particular way, but what they don't realize that they're doing is essentially telling you, hey bitch, learn on your own. So they essentially force you to learn on your own. And if you don't have the skills for that, you're fucked. That's the problem with American schools. Learn on your own. You're not ready for that, get fucked. That's why most kids who succeed in school already kind of have skills of knowing how to study and learn on their own. And I only had like 2 teachers that actually knew how to get me to fucking try. And in those classes, I literally got 100%. I'm not even kidding. They just knew how to get me to try. And the way they did it is because I've mentioned it before, I have ADHD. And the way they did it is that they literally created a sense of fear. They made me process time differently. Like, if you don't use every second you have effectively, you're fucked. If you don't have every second you have effectively, you're fucked. So literally every day I would study. And guess what? I got a great score. I got great scores in those classes. And that was only like 2 classes. Every other teacher never created that sense of tension. They're just like, oh yeah, you got a test coming up. You know? Woo. And eventually, like, I just, I finished college with just like a communications degree. Like, it's kind of fucking useless, to be honest. Like, I can communicate to people. It's fucking useless, but Premiere Pro, all the other things that I learned, I went out of my way to research and learn things. So, like, I watched a lot of YouTube videos, and I'm like, okay, what are they saying? I tried to kind of distance myself from, like, slop content, and, like, try to be like, okay, how are they analyzing? What are they saying? What are they cooking? And I made a lot of mistakes. I let myself make a lot of mistakes. I think, oh, shut the fuck up, Bacon. College is not overrated. Shut the fuck up. I think what really helped me is, ironically, the Paradise arc. The Paradise arc in Rent-A-Girlfriend really, really helped me for a very simple reason. I was still stuck in my perceptions of writing up until that point. I thought I understood writing a very particular way up until that point. Because I did movie reviews and I did all these other things, but it never felt quite right. And then I read the Paradise arc, and it subverted everything I knew. And that's when I was like, wait, I didn't understand anything. And the moment I came to that realization that I don't know what the fuck I'm thinking, that's when I started to really learn and, like, open my mind's eye and be like, oh, that's what this dude's cooking. He's fucking crazy. But most people, when they see something like the Paradise arc, what they did is just kind of like double down. Oh, okay, this is shit. Instead of breaking out of the mold that they have created and they perceive as good writing, they double down. And I think the Paradise arc essentially acts as a make or break moment for fans, where you'll either, I think like 3 things can happen, but there could be more, of course. 1, you think the series is trash because everything you felt about it has been confirmed to you. 2, you have what I had, where you had like you're like, oh, I think I've misunderstood this series this entire fucking time. Or 3, you like the series so much you don't give a fuck. So you just kind of be like, oh, okay, yeah, this is crazy. I maybe don't like it, but I'm gonna keep reading. I have fun, you know. Or maybe you felt a little bit of empathy and you kind of connected to the character. Did the manga mention Kazuya Major? What is that? What? Anyway, sorry, I gotta read some of the comments. I missed a lot. We were seeing Rent-A-Girlfriend like a normal average rom-com anime, like first introduction of the characters, then their chemistry between them, then their plot twist, then there's the happy ending. Yeah, that's the problem. Your people are looking at this manga like in a very traditional way, and they're missing the point that it is fundamentally antithetical to traditional manga. Because how does this manga start? I'm dating someone, you turn the page, they broke up. It literally starts with shattering your expectations of dating. It literally starts with shattering your perceptions and expectations of dating. It then proceeds to show you something that you already have expectations and biases toward, that being rental girlfriend, so you naturally perceive it as prostitution, only to again shatter your perception of it and tell you you're a stupid fuck, and frame the main character and make him realize he's had an incel mindset when it came to this. And then also you turn the page and then it flips it again. You're like, wait, he's not an incel? What the fuck? And then it keeps going with that, keeps subverting your expectations, keeps creating things that appear like loops. For instance, we're talking about, it's always been a spiral. It's never been a loop. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 literally look like identical. It recreates the situation that Kazuya and Chizuru had in Chapter 1. Well, okay, so when you start with the anime, what they did in the anime is they took Chapter 1 and combined it with Chapter 2. So in Chapter 2, Kazuya runs into Chizuru at school, and then tells her, and then he gets her to go see his grandma again, and that's when Chizuru runs into her grandma at the hospital. That did not happen in Chapter 1. So they recreate the situation again. The difference is Chizuru is now the one who lies. When Chizuru is placed in the same exact position as Kazuya, she does the same thing. It's not a loop, it's a spiral. And then yet again, they run into each other. And this time at their homes. So they run into each other at school, then they run into each other in their homes, and then their families know each other, and then again they run into each other in all sorts of different places. And Reiji actively does this to be like, hey, look, it's not a loop, it's a spiral. Literally like Kazuya's shirt. It looks like you're looping, you're not looping. It just looks like it. It's creating scenarios that appear similar when they're not. Going back to who the real Chizuru is, I still think my theory will come to light, and that she did experience harassment from Umi in the past, even if not physical like Ruka does to Kazuya. I mean, technically Chizuru has experienced harassment from Umi, emotional harassment, if you think about it. He asked her out on a date, he used that as leverage to give her the things she wanted, which was the retweet. He then proceeded to annoy the shit out of her constantly so she can be more honest about her feelings, when in reality he's kind of just being frustrating as hell. Kazuya literally says it after Chizuru talks to Umi. Listen to what Kazuya says after Umi calls him. Kazuya freaks out and he wants to call Chizuru. And let me see what he says. Where is it? I'm super nervous now. I'm overthinking things, but there's a chance she has plans with Umi-kun on July 11th. I thought I could do this a bit later, but I should do it as soon as possible. Right? Let's see here. Calling her would be the fastest, but it's possible that she won't pick up. If she told me that she's already made plans with Umi-kun, then I'd freeze up and not even know what to say. I don't want to run anymore. I'll have faith in Mizuhara. If I'm going to contact her, I'm going to contact her. There's a part where he says, it's like, what if she just thinks I'm an annoying guy who won't leave her alone, right? She's not picking up. If she declined the call, maybe it's just way too awkward for her, or maybe she prefers Umi-kun. Maybe she's distancing her up because she have even blocked me. None of it makes sense. He's dooming. Where's the part where he says, what if she thinks of me as a guy who won't leave me, won't leave her alone? Where is it? It makes sense that her looking forward to it. Maybe they came to an agreement. It's coming to blah, 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 blah. Where is it? Yeah, there's a part where Kazuya says, what if she thinks I'm some annoying guy who won't stop confessing to her? When that's literally Umi. When that's quite literally Umi. He's like, what if she thinks I'm just some annoying guy who won't stop confessing to her? And that was literally Umi like 2 seconds ago. Maybe it's to this chapter. Because Kazuya does come back in this chapter. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, right here. Okay, give me a sec. I need the restroom. I'll be right back. Sorry. BRB. I need the restroom. Anyways, the point I was trying to make is that Umi is technically emotionally harassing Chizuru. Or not technically, he kind of is. But at the same time, there's a little more nuance to it, just as there's a little more nuance to the Ruka situation. Anyways, let's see. This might be the moot point, but in El Quijote, Don Quixote and Sancho end up influencing each other without quite reversing their roles. They're not exclusively idealistic or pragmatic. Well, yes, I know this. I'm just saying it's the same thing with Kazuya and Minnie. There is that parallel. The point of El Quijote is that both idealism and realism, pragmatism need to be balanced. Both are needed. That's yeah, exactly. They're both extremes. That's the problem. They're both extremes, and so they end up both crashing in some way, shape, or form. Minnie becomes too dreamer-like, right? Minnie, like Sancho, becomes too dreamer-like. Lost in the dream because she's been a pragmatist the whole fucking time. Whereas Kazuya, who's been a dreamer this whole time, stops dreaming because he's not finding a balance with reality. So in that sense, you're correct. Kazuya has already tried to end this relationship with Ruka a long time ago during this work, and the answer was the same. Does anyone else remember? Yeah, what's the point? Yeah, no shit, he loves Chizuru. He's not talking to Ruka. He needs to actually address and talk about her feelings. That's the issue. It's not about the answer. It's not about the answer. It's about talking. You're missing the point. You're focusing on the answer. You need to focus on the talking. But Chizuru wanted to project control and invincibility since the start. Can't blame Kazuya if he looks at her that way. That's bullshit. She literally hasn't. That's bullshit. She literally hasn't. She did that at the start of the series, yes, but she clearly dropped that later. Like, are we conveniently forgetting the movie arc? Are we like conveniently forgetting the cheer up date where she literally cried in his fucking arms and he literally says she's not invincible? Are we just like forgetting all that? Convenient. Let's see. But Chizuru still ended up showing Kazuya her fragile side to him out of trust. Knowing the industry, I assume Reiji has a rough outline that gets more fleshed out with time and only becomes the end product we see close to the time the chapter comes out. So by close, I would say like a month or two. So the versions we see of the chapters are like a month or two from release. Let's see. Oh my god. Okay. Chizuru isn't a Mother Teresa. Yeah, this is true. She is not. She's not an ideal character. Most people are just reacting, not thinking. Correct. I only said the college thing because you said Bacon thinks everything is overrated. Well, yes, I'm aware. I was just in turn, I was also reacting with fuck you. He has to get the clear from the editor and does not know what will fit in the short weekly chapter. He is a mix of an architect and a gardener warrior type. Actually, no. He checks in with his editor even at the early stages. He checks in with his editor super fucking early. So, no. He already knows. Like, and understand, you have to know that Reiji knows certain business things because he's been in the business for a while. So he knows, yeah, the editor may like this, the editor may not like this. Like, he can kind of expect certain things. You have to understand that, right? It's not, the editor isn't just a complete yes or no. A lot of times it's an agreement. And sometimes it turns into like an ultimatum kind of situation. Is he doing major in business management for Chizuru? How many chapters are released on average each year or so far? I don't know, actually. Umi sucks at connecting with people and making them feel good. He only can offer shallow things like money, empty compliments, fancy things. He has everything at the same time. He has nothing. He's a tragic character from that perspective. Again, we don't know enough about Umi to say whether this is not the case at all or not. That is one way to look at Umi's character, but you have to admit, we don't have enough on him. We don't have enough on Umi to know for a fact if this is 100% true, half of the truth, 25% of the truth. We don't fucking know. Bro stopped for 2 seconds to enjoy the fan service. Are you talking about me scrolling through trying to find that thing? What fan service? There was no fan service in this chapter. Let's see. You know what they say, a child is a reflection of their parent. Correct! Kind of. Chizuru passed with Umi might make sense now. Intimate approach secret. No. I think there is an emotional conflict with Umi, but there isn't anything, actually. I think Umi is in many ways kind of the antithesis of Ruka, because Umi was already rejected from the get-go. Umi was already rejected from the get-go, and he never got a yes at any point for any fucking reason. Ruka was rejected and then got a yes because she cried. Umi never cried, never begged, never did any of these things. So not quite, no. I think Umi is the adult to Ruka's kid. Umi is the adult to Ruka's kid. They're the opposites of each other. But they are the parallels of their respective characters. So Umi is a parallel of Chizuru. He's an adult who does unreasonable things. Ruka is a kid who appears adult, just like Kazuya. Kazuya is somewhat kid-like. He just needs to embrace that kid aspect of himself. And while Ruka is a literal kid. Chizuru is more of a kid than an adult. But she is also like much more adult than most people because she actually is an adult. And that is a reflection of Umi, who's like very adult in maybe the dark ways, but we don't know, Umi plays like the adult game more effectively, maybe. It's kind of hard to tell. I think Umi is the adult version of Ruka. That's how I've interpreted Umi's character. Reiji and his editor rarely argue and disagree. They're largely on the same page. Yeah, Reiji has said they've only argued like 7 times. Like they've only had an agreement like 7 times in the entire runtime of the manga. They've only had like 7 disagreements. Like just like hard no's on both ends. I have a game theory. It's what Ruka said before with it's what I said before with Ruka entering the depression stage by learning Chizuru loves Kazuya. But I think there's more. I think this will spill over into Kazuya and Ruka's karaoke job to the point that the boss fires somebody and Ruka says, "You won't know what you told me not to tell Chizuru. I'm still mad at you. I'm gonna go full mommy and tell Chizuru," and that's when Chizuru learns about everything. I don't really agree. I don't really agree. No. Yeah, I don't really agree with that. Yeah, I don't really agree with that. Because that's not how depression works. Depression is a lack of action. Depression is like when you truly feel powerless. So that doesn't really make much sense. It doesn't. The argument, like what you're describing seems a little too much. Because what Reiji's doing is controlled spiraling. What you're describing is just it doesn't feel in Ruka's character. It feels off. Umi has pride and dignity. Ruka is just an annoying kid that will do the tantrum if she doesn't get what she wants. Well, that was Ruka earlier. Ruka now isn't so much of a tantrum as she is like a rebellious teenager. Ruka at the start of the series, yes, she threw tantrums for sure. Ruka now is more like a rebellious teenager where, she's not throwing tantrums. She's just calling you out on your bullshit because she can feel it. Umi to me is a character that presents the idea of pride and dignity, but I don't really see it as much. I like, yes, he presents pride and dignity, but I feel like that's a facade. that's not really Umi, interestingly enough. Like, that doesn't feel quite right to his character. Because the Chizuru is kind of the same way. Chizuru presents the idea of, pride and dignity, and then at the same time, like, that crumbles a lot of the times too with her. So Umi feels like kind of the same way, where, his pride and, how he looks often crumbles very easily. I have a feeling that no Ruka was repeating was not an answer to what Kazuya was saying. It felt more like her rejecting the whole conversation. Then we see her run away, another way to reject it. Yeah, it is. It's just rejection of mostly what Kazuya is saying. Like, what Kazuya is pushing onto her, she's rejecting that. She's rebelling. She's just like, this is not what I'm feeling, fuck you. But then the no's also change meaning. I've said this before. One no, the first no you hear, this is rebellion. This is rejection. I am rejecting what you're saying. I don't like it. This is stupid. Right? Look at her here. No, this is stupid. This is dumb. You're being dumb. That's the whole vibe you get from her here. Right? How can you call yourself second? You're young Ruka-chan. You shouldn't ever say something like that, all right? No, fuck you. Stop telling me what to say. Stop telling me what to think. Fuck you. Then he says, this holds even more true if it's your first time. You deserve to be with someone better. Mesmerized. Enchanted. No. Yada. This no is not rebellious. This no is not rebellious. This no is cute. This is like the closest we've gotten to actual cute with Ruka here. This no is cute. This no is Ruka saying, no, I like you. Not, I reject this. This no is of acceptance. This no is of rejection. These no's are rejection. This no is of acceptance. So that's the difference. You hear 3 different no's. 2 of them are the same thing. 1 of them is completely different. I also think Ruka was also saying yada, right? She's not saying what Chizuru was saying. Chizuru, I gotta ask Crumpy. What was the difference between Chizuru and Ruka's nose? I'm pretty sure Chizuru used a different no. Oh, people are actually talking on Twitch now. You guys weren't here before. God damn it. Let's see. I'm so sorry I didn't see the manga. I wasn't here to see the manga. I'm 2 hours late. What the hell? Well, I just read the manga. Damn, Reiji knows what he's doing. Ruka is acting like the child from the beginning when she tried to blackmail Kazuya. Kazuya needs to do is accept his own feelings. That way he can accept Chizuru's feelings. Let's see. Honestly, Kazuya did do the right thing and talked with Ruka. Kazuya is starting to do the right thing. Finally, Strimmer notices us. Fuck you. Nobody was there for a while. Nobody was there for a hot while. Now they showed up. Chizuru was dame. Ruka was yada. Yeah. Okay, that's what I knew. Chizuru's was different. I knew Chizuru's was different. Yeah, Chizuru was dame. So no, Chizuru is more of a you can't. Ruka is more of a no, I don't want to. Yeah, Chizuru is you can't. Ruka is I don't want to. Right? It's one comes off as selfish, one comes off as selfless. In reality, they're actually quite flipped. I've been here since pizza time. Pizza time. Damn, you've been here a while. Shit. Well, sorry about that. So yeah, I think, so this is how I'm interpreting this. One comes off as one comes off as selfless, one comes off as selfish. I think they're actually reversed. Chizuru's is secretly selfish. It's in part for her. In particular, it starts off selfless and then it becomes selfish later. Because Chizuru is doing this to tell herself, I can say no. Ruka starts off selfish. Ruka starts off selfish. This is selfish. This is for me. Yada, yada, yada. And then it turns selfless. This is selfless. This no is selfless. This no is of acceptance. Chizuru is the reverse. Chizuru starts selfless and then ends selfish. Because in the end, she's doing this for herself. She's trying to tell herself, I can say no. And isn't it interesting? Ruka's the one asking questions, not Kazuya. Isn't that interesting? Why is Ruka the one asking questions and not Kazuya? Kazuya never asks her anything. What did you see last chapter? Didn't Kazuya have a lot of questions? What is he yet again not doing in this conversation? Asking questions. The same exact thing he did with Chizuru. He did not ask fucking questions. For instance, you still don't know what Ruka's been thinking this entire time. What's been going through her head? Did she know the whole time? What's the deal? Nothing. You don't know. Kazuya never asked. Because Kazuya has not actually confronted this issue for real yet. So guess what? You're still in the dark. You still don't know what Ruka is thinking because Kazuya didn't ask. But what did Ruka do? She asked him a question. Yet again, it's that similar position between Ruka and Chizuru. They're the ones asking questions, not Kazuya. When he should be the one asking fucking questions. Why did Chizuru reject him? What was going through her head? Is she okay? What's going on? Nothing. Why did Ruka jump on him? Why did Ruka suddenly do this? This feels completely different to how she's been acting up until this point. Nothing. It's almost like these situations are reversed and similar in their own ways. Chizuru rejects him for his own good because she can't find an answer. Ruka seems to have her answer, and she just rejects what he wants in favor of what she wants. But where did that come from? It wasn't there prior. How did that just fucking happen all of a sudden? How do you know for a fact Ruka wants sex? You don't. You have no answers. And so that theme of a lack of resolution echoes from the entire chapter. The entire chapter is filled with this. Kazuya never asked questions and he never got answers, so naturally you don't get answers, and just as you don't get answers, you don't get a resolution, because a resolution is getting an answer. Full circle. Spiral. Well, this is annoying. I'm creating circles so I can loop everything back to, so I can make it all connect, but then I'm like, but wait, it's not a circle, it's a spiral. Fuck me. Okay, I've heard about it. So she doesn't know. This is the interesting part. She says, I've heard about this thing. I don't actually know for a fact, right? And then she talks about it like it's a fact. After guys finish their business, they don't feel these kinds of urges anymore. Still, how do you expect me to respond to that right now? So wait, what did she ask? Do you think that you'd want to have sex with Chizuru right now? Oh, this exact moment. Ah, this exact moment. Yeah, I want to. But his thing doesn't react. See, Reiji does something interesting here. Cycles can be spirals. No, they can't. Well, okay, I guess they can. I'm gonna just call it bookending. Anyways, go back to this really quick. There's a little interesting thing that happens here, and I don't think many people caught it. Kazuya imagines sex, and then he thinks of Chizuru's smile. This is love. This is lust. And he doesn't react. He knows he wants to here, but he kinda lied. Kazuya semi-lied here. What do I mean? He knows sex would sound amazing right now. But he's also not reacting right now. But he also has these feelings for Chizuru right now. The sex, the lust, is bigger than the love. And what does Ruka say? Where was it? She said it a little second ago. Then maybe you don't love her very much after all. This is childish. But what do you see here? Love is literally smaller than lust. Huh. Oh no. Now you feel a little scared, don't you? The love is a little smaller than the lust. Oh no, you're a little scared now. Oh no. Except, this is a misdirect. Because Kazuya was asked about lust, not love. That's the thing. His lust feels bigger than his love because he's been loving this whole fucking time. He hasn't been honest about his lust, so one is larger than the other. It's not one is more... he doesn't love her enough. It's just one is bigger than the other at the moment because there's imbalance. He's not balanced. That's why. It's a misdirect. You're being misdirected. It's not that he doesn't love her enough. It's that his lust is a little bigger than his love at the moment. Right? So Kazuya rebels against Ruka here. When Ruka says this thing he doesn't like, he rebels against her. Then what about with me? Ruka adjusts. Puts her thighs out there. Again, specifically her thighs. Reiji has been using Ruka's thighs very specifically to like emphasize this element of sex. And I've said this before, there's a reason for this. There's a reason Reiji is specifically using thighs. And it's because in chapter 204? Let me pull it up. Chapter 204. I think it's 204. I could be wrong. Oh, 203 maybe. Ruka wants to feel Chizuru's thighs. She says, mind if I feel? And, let's see. Chizuru-san, you still have such a nice figure. What makes you say that? I mean, you've got all the right curves in all the right places. That's the kind of body any man would dream about. But I don't have all that much meat on my bones. What are you noticing? I'm becoming an adult now. Please think of me as an adult. She puts her thighs out. The one thing that's emphasized in that scene. What is the trigger in chapter 401? Ruka puts her hand between her thighs. You're young, Ruka Dano. I'm sure you'll develop a nice mature figure of your own soon enough. How's that how it is? I think that was pretty recent for me too. Hey, Chizuru-san, mind if I feel? Why? Right, you're getting embarrassed, blah, blah, blah. Come on, I'll get mad if you don't quit it now. Right? They start playing. Again, that emphasis on growing up. Look, I'm all grown up. Look at my sexy thighs. Look at me. I'm all grown up. Right? Eyes, lips, chest. And then what do you see? The temptation underneath. The temptation underneath the clothes. Right? It's because temptation was there the whole time and never went away. The only time Ruka fully dresses and leaves is because Kazuya says it's not that simple, it's complicated, and now she's not interested anymore. She doesn't care about the horny shit anymore. She's just mad. Right? She's just mad now. She's not caring about the horny stuff anymore. She's just mad. Right? She puts her clothes on when that idea is gone, and she's just mad. I'm curious if next chapter is going to focus on Ruka. And Ruka is going to say, it's like I'm a different person. I think that would be interesting. It'd be really cool if Ruka says, I feel like I'm a completely different person. What the fuck am I doing? I don't feel like myself at all. I think that would be really cool. Right? I love this part. You shut up. You shut up. I'm talking to your body. It has a mind of its own, right? Damn. I don't care what you have to say. I'm not talking to you. Isn't that interesting word choice, considering he's not talking to her? He's not talking to her. He's telling her what to do. So Ruka's like, I'm done talking to you. I'm talking to your body because you won't listen to me, so I won't listen to you. You won't emotionally talk to me, so I won't emotionally talk to you. This is like a dysfunctional marriage or a dysfunctional relationship where your partner doesn't give a shit about what you have to say anymore. They're not talking to you anymore. You're not communicating anymore. You've completely like emotionally, you know, she's completely ignoring what you think because you won't talk to her. Literally, this is their relationship falling the fuck apart. It's hitting that peak of the issue that's been present this entire fucking time. So just as he was ignoring her, she's now ignoring him. I think Ruka will suddenly meet Chizuru at the railway station. Totally possible. Totally possible. Just because Chizuru got off on the wrong stop and Ruka just left, so Ruka might run into her in the train. Totally possible. Which raises the question, what would Ruka do? How would Ruka react? It would be interesting if she says something to Chizuru. I can't promise anything. Oh my god. I can't promise anything. What did Kazuya do in chapter 385? Oh my god. What did Kazuya do in chapter 385? I'll keep the promise that I made back then. I can't promise anything. One refuses to make a promise. One maintains his promise. Only for that promise to seemingly be shattered. Huh. Wow. It's all coming back together. It's all connecting. Kazuya sees Mizuhara's smile as a fantasy and doesn't want to lose that fantasy to his desire and lust, simply making her smile disappear. That's possible. Yeah, that's possible. He doesn't want to lose the smile. Ruka will spill the beans, totally possible. I don't know if she'll spill. And I don't even know how she'll talk to Chizuru. What would she say to her? Ruka hasn't... You have to understand, Ruka hasn't seen Chizuru in this entire time. So what would she say to her? How would she interact with her? You know? She runs into her in the most opportune time. Okay. You said you wouldn't tell her. What are you going to do? I think putting Ruka in that kind of scenario is kind of really a good idea because it challenges what it... Ruka is saying she won't do something or she's going to do something. But that's not actually how she feels. So when put in a scenario with Chizuru, and Chizuru will most likely approach this very, very differently. There's a very real chance Chizuru will approach this very, very differently. And I think because of how Chizuru is going to approach this, it might actually help Ruka find a sense of peace. And then it'll put Ruka on the depressive phase. That's a good bet to have. I think how Chizuru is going to handle Ruka is going to be completely different from how Kazuya handles Ruka. And for that exact reason, Ruka is going to feel like shit afterwards. Because I don't think Ruka's going to actually have it in her to actually hurt Chizuru. I think she's going to run into her and that challenge of, okay, you said you might do it. What are you going to do? And Chizuru is like super honest with her or something. Super direct with her. Tells her things and just like talks to her. And like is very understanding of her, very, very open with her. Right? What I could see first is that Ruka is confrontational. I could see Ruka initially coming off as very confrontational with Chizuru. Very standoffish, very rude. Whereas Chizuru just kind of tries to talk to her. And I think because Chizuru just talks to her and shares her feelings with her, Ruka is gonna like have her soul crushed a little bit. And she's gonna start feeling like shit. And she's not gonna know how to react. And then we're gonna see depression. I think that's when we're gonna see depression. Because right now we're seeing anger. Right? Ruka is just reacting right now. She's not actually acting, and I don't think she actually has it in her. Everyone in chat is probably going to say she has it in her. She's going to fucking ruin this. Ruka's the worst. La, 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 all the bullshit. I don't think she actually has it in her. Now, she may tell Chizuru something in regards to that. And Chizuru imagining them having sex. Well, Chizuru chapter 218 version. Chizuru chapter 218 version. There you go. Chizuru has her own version of chapter 218. And people will be like, oh my god! Oh my god! What if Chizuru asked the question that Kazuya should have been asking from the beginning? Could you specify? It's like the Star Wars quote, anger leads to hate and hate leads to suffering. Kinda. Or maybe that she will tell Chizuru that plus many saying other girls will steal Kazuya may drive Chizuru to call Kazuya. That would be interesting. I hope that Ruka interacting with Chizuru might lead Chizuru to call Kazuya. That would be interesting. And I think it'll create a fascinating scenario of how does Kazuya talk to her. This is how the anything I want ticket could be used. Tell me what happened with Ruka and be honest. That's how the anything I want ticket could be used. Oh, that's sick. That's how it could be used. Oh, that'd be sick. I think Ruka running down the corridor here has meaning, and the darkness around her suggests a sense of loss, self-doubt, and not knowing what truly wants. What do you think? Look at the walls. Look at how they look. She is literally being pigeonholed. She is literally being pushed between two walls. She's literally stuck in a corner. She can't move. She feels literally trapped. So literally, it's Ruka feeling trapped. It's not just self-doubt and darkness and all that. Ruka literally doesn't she look trapped? That's what this visual indicates. Ruka feels literally trapped. Kazuya has made her feel trapped. Because of how he's talking to her, because of how he's approaching this, she feels literally trapped between these walls. She doesn't know how to move forward, right? This matches Kazuya and how he himself feels trapped. And he says, damn it, you're such an idiot. He looks down at his own crotch, right? So literally, it's this entire chapter is about feeling trapped. And that's why Ruka wants to get out of the house, right? Ruka steps out of the house because she's sick of this. She's sick of feeling this trapped. She's sick of this relationship and how trapped she feels in it, right? She's sick of Kazuya not being honest with her. She's sick of all of this. So she gets out of the house. And as she's running away, she still feels trapped, not just by her emotions, but the relationship and everything around her. So Ruka literally just feels super trapped. So yeah, that's the idea. It's feeling trapped. It's feeling stuck. It's feeling like you only have one way to go, and that's that way. You only have one way to go, and it's forward. You don't have any other options. You only have forward. You can't turn back because you're running away. And you can't go to the side. You can't go up or down or any of that stuff. All you can do is move forward. So you're stuck. She literally feels stuck. She only has one direction to go, and that sucks. Would you agree that the ribbon symbolizes innocence, and now that it's gone and her hair is untied, it represents that she's unleashed? No, I believe the ribbon does not represent innocence. Rather, the ribbon represents the illusion of perfection. The ribbon represents the illusion of perfection. You tied a ribbon on it. It looks perfect. It looks cute. Just like her collar and the necktie she had. It represents something looking perfect. It's not. This is the ribbon coming off is her not being perfect anymore. Stop yapping. Nobody cares. Okay. Goodbye to you. Hide user from this channel. Never appear again. I think Ruka could say it in the hopes that it would make Chizuru dislike Kazuya. Instead, it does the opposite. She might say it like as she's running away or something. Chizuru just simply asks Ruka why she likes Kazuya so much. Yeah, that's a good one. Why do you like him so much? That's a good one, right? I think Chizuru is going to ask her things. Just to understand herself better. And all Ruka wants is to be asked questions. All Ruka wants is to be asked questions. Just so she could be understood, so she can say what she's feeling. Twitch user got uppity. Oh, that person was on YouTube. Twitch has been kind of quiet. Let's see. Maybe the next chapter, most of it is related to Minnie, like her feelings for Kazuya. We already saw some symptoms of the practice. I don't think Minnie is coming back just yet. I think Minnie will either come back in 408 or something else. I don't think Minnie's going to come back just yet. She might come back at the very end of the chapter, but I don't think so. This chapter is essentially the reverse of the Umi chapter when Chizuru rejected Umi. Umi tells Kazuya, leading him to call Chizuru. The reverse could also be true. Shit, I'm cooking. You're so... Isn't that literally what we said? You're so proud of yourself, and isn't this literally what we said? I'm sorry, like, I don't mean to, like, absolutely cook you on chat, bro, but this is literally kind of what we said. I've been saying that for, like, a week. Shit, or get off the pot. Ribbons represent the rabbit ears, and we already know in the Japanese stories, rabbits represent the illusions. They do? A fox represents illusions. Since when has a rabbit ever represented illusions? I don't recall rabbits ever representing illusions. Well, you see, we fell down the stairs and he touched me. Would Ruka be cunning enough to stoop or confess to Chizuru that she'll have Kazuya even if it means being his lover? Again, she's a kid. Ruka doesn't have it in her. She's actually like really pure-hearted. Like, I get it. Ruka can do bad things, and that can be pure too. You could do bad things from your innocence. Ruka doesn't have it in her to do something like that. She barely had it in her to pull off the condom bullshit. Like back in chapter 185. She barely had it in her. So what Reiji's going to do now is he's going to create another contrast. Because at the end of chapter 185, the chapter that is directly connected to this. Right, so this chapter, we were just talking about this, where Ruka does her explaining, and she kisses Kazuya, and she does all this stuff. Who shows up in the end? Chizuru. So wouldn't it be fitting to run into Chizuru yet again? Except this time, instead of doing what she did in chapter 187, where she accosted Chizuru, yelled at her, invaded her home, and like said all these things to her, what if this time Ruka doesn't do this? What if this time Ruka just talks to Chizuru? Right? So your thoughts are, if she runs into Chizuru, this is going to happen all over again, but now it's real. And you're like, oh no. Oh no. This time, what if it almost happens again? Or maybe Ruka tries it and Chizuru doesn't believe it. Or maybe Ruka just talks to her this time. It'd be really interesting if, like, Ruka tries to do it again and Chizuru just doesn't believe her. Or Ruka tries to talk to Chizuru instead of just yelling at her. It feels like Ruka's going to run into Chizuru again. And considering this chapter that I just pulled up is chapter 187, and next chapter is 407. So, Ruka may run into Chizuru next chapter. And that could be interesting. I think it's going to create a fascinating scenario. Ruka would 100% be the instigator. Chizuru would only defend herself. Except, what if Chizuru doesn't prioritize defense and just talks to her? Kazuya prioritized defense. Defense, and it backfired. Chizuru has not been playing defensive. Chizuru has been a lot more open and a lot more direct. So I could see Chizuru just actually trying to talk to Ruka, taking the initiative. That feels more like Chizuru. Taking the initiative is definitely more like Chizuru right now. He became a cat like Chizuru. Actually, he became a cat like Ruka. That's actually not correct. He became a cat like Ruka. Because Ruka also does the cat thing. Ruka also does the cat thing. In fact, they're literally sitting in reverse. They can be right next to each other. You could convince me Chizuru taking the offensive will never convince me of Chizuru taking the defensive with Ruka. Yeah, it's Ruka who always does this thing, this particular thing. Because Ruka's cat thing is not the same as Chizuru's cat thing. Ruka's cat thing is more of a, let's get the record straight. Whereas Chizuru's cat thing is more of a standoffish, just kind of stare at you cat. This is like an offensive cat. Whereas Chizuru's is just more of a, yeah, that's just that. Just staring at you like that. That's just Chizuru, just. Yeah. Look at Kazuya here and look at Kazuya here. He doesn't know how to talk to her. He does not know how to talk to her. Kazuya has absolutely no fucking clue how to talk to Ruka. He is just completely out of his fucking like element, dude. Right? Because he's talking to her like a stupid kid. Oh yeah, no, I want to have sex with Chizuru, but well, that's just gonna instigate her. That's just gonna instigate her. Now she's gonna be like, "Oh fuck you! I want to have. Why do you want to have sex with me? Like, am I not pretty? Come on, tell me I'm pretty." And it's like, fuck. Damn it. And then all it does is like keep pissing Ruka off. She feels pigeonholed. She feels trapped. It's literally the epitome of a toxic fucking relationship. Ruka feels trapped in the relationship, and then she's trapping Kazuya. Kazuya emotionally traps her, Ruka physically traps him. Chizuru's cat thing is, what do you mean you didn't get eggs at the store? That's the reason I told you to go to the store, isn't it? No. Chizuru's cat thing is, what the fuck is going on in your head? What is she thinking? Did she turn her brain off? What's going on? I'm terrified. Hello? Chizuru talking and asking questions would be well within her character. I think so. Chizuru has no idea what to expect from Ruka. Neither of them have run into each other at all this entire time. Ruka and Chizuru have not spoken for 5 months. You really think Ruka would just go bullshit at her? You really think Ruka would just go batshit at Chizuru? They haven't talked in 5 months. Remember the bridge scene between Chizuru and Mami? I think it could be the reverse now. Ruka, in the grief state she is in, will now confront Chizuru on her feelings. So I disagree. For a very simple reason. Ruka's whole thing is trains. Ruka's entire whole thing is trains. Ruka's going to run to Chizuru in a train. And it's because it's about taking particular routes. This also matches Ruka feeling trapped by a particular route. Not knowing how to go and where to go. So her getting on a train and knowing the route she wants to take aligns with Chizuru's route, and then Chizuru helping her find her route is more fitting rather than a bridge. The bridge motif seems more in line with Mami. At least that's how I interpret it. I feel like the bridge has always been a Mami motif rather than a Ruka motif. Ruka is more about trains because of like it's about the path you want to take. Mami feels more like about a bridge because Mami is about connecting in that way. It's about sharing something. It's about creating a bridge between things that are otherwise separated. Now, there could be a bridge in that regard, symbolically speaking, because Ruka feels not understood, and maybe what she needs is a bridge, not a train. So in that regard, it could work. I could see what you're describing possibly working. But the bridge thing was more so Chizuru trying to reach to Mami so Mami can understand. She's trying to connect to Mami, and Mami doesn't want to connect. That's why that kind of doesn't so much work. Whereas if you think about it, a train is on a bridge, technically speaking. It is a literal moving bridge, if you will. It connects different things together. So do you see how that could still work? Like, that's why I think it'll happen on a train. And I think Ruka and Chizuru will separate at a train station. That feels more fitting. It feels more fitting for them to run in at a train and then separate at a train station. That feels more in line with the whole Ruka thing, rather than a bridge. I don't recall Reiji ever using straight up bridges as a motif with Ruka, except for the very beginning of Kazuya and Ruka's relationship, where Ruka fell off of they were walking across a bridge and she fell off the railings. In a similar way that Chizuru fell off. And Ruka tells him, like, don't cross this line or I'll scream, and then he crosses the line. So there is a bridge motif with Ruka, but not quite like the same thing. I think they could ride a train, and then maybe there's a bridge. That could happen too. You could have both. You could have both. Let's see. I'm opening Pandora's box. I made 3 comments on X on why voice actors was fired legally because they didn't sign a contract and they sued the studio, and it's gotten so many views. And it's like, help me. Just do what I do. Don't engage. Don't engage. Just try your best not to engage and don't get caught up in that shit, because it will drag you under really fast. It will drag you under really, really fast. Maybe that's why Chizuru was shown on that train, foreshadowing maybe. Exactly, it was. Chizuru missed her stop. The reason Chizuru was shown is that she's nowhere near them. It acts as a double misdirect. Chizuru is not near Kazuya or anything. She's quite far away. So she's not going to resolve this conflict for Kazuya. However, Chizuru missing a train is thematically in line with Ruka's character, because Ruka is a train character. It's a character whose motif is around trains. So Chizuru missing her route because of her love, ultimately in turn running into Ruka, who is being controlled by her love. Right? Chizuru is losing control of her feelings. As a mirror to Ruka literally also losing control of her feelings. Whereas Ruka has awareness of her surroundings, Chizuru does not. So Ruka could introduce the awareness Chizuru at the moment is lacking. Whereas Chizuru could introduce to Ruka the light that she herself is missing. Because what do we see with Ruka? She's mostly in shadow. Right? Ruka is mostly in shadow, mostly with regret and sadness. So Chizuru can introduce the light Ruka is missing, whereas Ruka can introduce the awareness that Chizuru is lacking. And that's why Chizuru getting off at the wrong stop would signal that she would mean she would need to take another route on a train and then ultimately run into Ruka on said train. Quite fitting. She will ultimately run into Ruka on the train, trying to get to her destination. Right? And being distracted by her love, she ultimately came back to it. Ruka, in trying to find real love, must confront the thing that she's been ignoring the entire time, Chizuru. Ruka has been ignoring Chizuru this entire time. Chizuru is the thing Ruka needs to address. She's the person she actually needs to talk to, not Kazuya. Because Kazuya is not going to be able to understand Ruka's feelings. Whereas Chizuru very well might. In contrast, Ruka is the person Chizuru needs to talk to, or Ruka is the person Chizuru needs to talk to, because she can maybe start getting some answers on her feelings, and that her desires that she feels are a part of love. The deep desire that she feels is a part of love, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. And I love that complexity Reiji's introducing, where what Ruka did is sexual assault, while at the same time, it's a part of love. And that makes it more fucked up, that love could do something like this. But at the same time, it's layered. There's so many layers to it. I love it. Also, yes, I said, I wrote this thing about Chizuru's pin here. I'm going to read that for you really quick. I wrote like a little thing for Chizuru's pin. So let me... Pin charm. I don't remember what I called it. Is it Control V? Okay, not that. Shoot. Okay, how to search words on Google Docs. Control F. Damn it. Okay. So I'm going to read you guys a little thing here. Okay. Let's see. Cool detail about Chizuru's pin. First, it has a triangle that are used in the color art of the series. So notice the triangles. Notice the triangles. Hey, look. It's all the triangles. It's the triangle motif. Ruka is like a train without brakes, and eventually this train is going to crash, and I think this will encounter with Chizuru, and Ruka will be the perfect moment for that. I don't agree. I think Ruka is not a train without brakes. It's a train that doesn't know how to use the brakes. Ruka is like a train that doesn't know how to use the brakes. It doesn't know how to change out of its railings. All it knows is how to go forward. That's Ruka. She doesn't know how to use the brakes. And all she knows is how to go forward. So Chizuru could help her find the brakes. Find a new path. Find a new direction. You don't need to be trapped by this particular direction. You can take a new route. You can take a new direction. You can take control. You're not powerless, right? A train doesn't just have to go purely forward. You can go different directions, winding paths. Anyways, let's see. The triangles that are used in the color art of the series. Chizuru is even wearing an earring in the shape of said triangle. Second, it's almost like a puzzle, and the pieces need to be lined up, with Chizuru's earrings matching the motif of a triangle. Third, this also connects to the triangle-like relationship between Chizuru, Kazuya, and Ruka, and how it fits into a greater whole of the pentagon. This in turn means that the pentagon reflects a complete whole of the 5 reflected relationships: Mami, Chizuru, Sumi, Ruka, and Minnie. And yet, Chizuru is detached from this whole, much like her earring. 4. In a sense, the pentagon is of completeness. In a sense, the pentagon's completeness seemingly doesn't match her, as while her surface appears complete, her internal is clearly not, mirroring the contradictions of this chapter, how things look versus what they really are, as well as the deeper version we do not see. For all we are seeing with Chizuru here is the surface, just as all we see with Ruka and Kazuya is the surface, both in our analysis and in our understanding of them. Finally, the pentagon is made up of 5 sides, and this was chapter 405. And where are the colors? And where are the colors in the pentagon? Characters 5 female all have associated colors. We don't see any colors here. So that doesn't really matter. You can see some colors here, but in that one, you don't really see any colors. So yeah, just wanted to share that really quick. Yeah, I think what's happening, another way you could look at what's happening with Ruka, is that what Kazuya is creating with her is essentially a cycle, while she does not want to cycle. Right? Like, a cycle should be depressingly repetitive and would not allow reaching any definitive resolution for the stories, the characters, whereas a spiral leaves open the possibility of ending the character's ordeal. I.e., there's still hope of reaching a conclusion which allows the heroes to emerge victorious, light versus darkness. Right? So you have literally light and darkness. And this looks like a loop. This chapter presents you a loop. There is no resolution. You think this is a loop. You are essentially constantly being told it's a loop. Whereas what does Ruka touch? The spiral. What does Ruka touch here? The spiral. She wants the spiral. She wants a resolution. She wants an end. She does not want a loop. She's sick of loops. She's sick of looping. She's tired of it. Right? And what has Ruka done for most of this series? Been in a loop. Ruka has lived in a loop for a very long time in this series. She's essentially continued to live in the recycled nature of their relationship, and she's fucking sick of it. She wants some sort of resolution. So literally, she's tired of the depressingly repetitive nature of their relationship. She wants something to fucking change. Right? Where and because there's no definitive resolution, you get frustrated. But because there's a spiral, because this is a spiral, there is actually hope of some sort of resolution occurring. In particular, this chapter ends with no resolution. What if next chapter introduces a resolution? And that sets the tone for the year. This is how we will be resolving things. This chapter ends with no resolution because this year was never going to have a resolution. We built everything on no resolutions. This is it bookended the series. How did the series? What was the first chapter of this year? What was the first chapter of this year? Let's go to my channel. Let's see what chapter I uploaded for this year. Wait, like somebody tell me what the first chapter of the year was. I'm gonna go to my channel. We'll see the content. When did these come out? January 20th, January 18th, January 9th. January 9th was the first chapter of 225 was chapter 359. So let's pull it up. Let me come back to you guys. Let's pull up chapter 359. What was chapter 359? That was the first chapter of this year. The first chapter of this year. Sorry, I'm trying to pull you guys back up just so I can see you. Whoop. Whoop. What the hell? Go to the thing, please. No. Work with me, please. Why are you the way that you are? Okay. Go live. Okay, there we go. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Chapter 359. Kazuya and Chizuru go to the Bill's restaurant. We have a bright, loud look on the future, but what number is this? 8. The same year the 8th anniversary starts. The year starts with chapter 359, part 8. A loop. The chapter starts and ends in a loop. What happens in this chapter? They go to this lunch. They go have lunch. Kazuya is talking about putting his manliness to the test. And he's talking about doing all these things, but he's so busy thinking that Chizuru does something on her own. It's happening. She's guiding me instead. Are we sensing a pattern? As it stands, I'm just trash who pulled out her chair right away. That's it. He's not even in this date. How about we share a plate? Chizuru wants to share. Kazuya is off in his own La La Land. They're eating. And Kazuya is seeing how much she's doing and how little he's doing. Mizuhara is so amazing, I can't beat her on anything. Plus, she doesn't seem bothered at all. This must be what she's really like. Even in private, she hasn't changed at all. She's stunningly beautiful and quick-witted. This is her natural self. I should just be grateful that I haven't done anything to lose me points. He drinks from the water, and this is how the chapter ends. A conflict. The first chapter of the year ends in a conflict, in a mistake. The year does not start with any form of resolution. Rather, you fucking up and you beating yourself up and thinking you're an idiot. I'm just an idiot. And so naturally, we end the year with the same exact thing. It's called bookending. He started the year with conflict and the character making a mistake, and he ends the year with a character making a mistake. There's just a key difference. He started the year with something really, really small, and us thinking it's a big and he's thinking it's a big deal. This is nothing. You turn the page, it turns out it was fucking nothing. Right? Kazuya turns the page, he's like, oh my god, I drank from her water, she's gonna fucking hate me, and she's like, what the fuck? That's hilarious. Right? She doesn't even care. She just laughs it off. Whereas we end the year with something massive. Right? We started something was super small that's seemingly insignificant, and we end the year with a massive conflict that's not resolved in any way, shape, or form. Because what this was about was something completely different. The actual conflict of this chapter was something completely different. It had nothing to do with this small cup of water. That's not the issue. Whereas this is something else. You could say Kazuya was thirsty. We ended the year with Kazuya being thirsty and drinking from the wrong cup. And we started the year with that. And now we're ending the year with Kazuya wanting to drink some water and he can't. Bro. Anyone else a little thirsty? Anyone else a little thirsty? So, yeah, this is bookending. We started the year in one particular way, and we end the year in an identical way. We ended the year with no resolution. So, next chapter, when it comes out, we'll set the tone for that year and what that year will be all about. Resolutions. Next year, I genuinely believe is going to be all about the actual resolutions of conflicts. Real resolutions of conflicts, not just like small little resolutions. Talking. I think next chapter there's a very real chance Chizuru is going to talk to Ruka. There's going to be a lot of talking, a lot of understanding, a lot of explorations. Me, I'm an idiot. The Echo. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Oh my god. Okay. I think I have a thing here. Let me see. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Let me try that again. You're an idiot. I've always wanted to do this stuff. Duck. Okay, so what's this one? What's this one do? Oh, okay. So yeah. You're an idiot. Say baka and echo. Baka. Baka. Baka yaro. It's kind of nice I can just do that on command. By the way, it's called reverb. It's not called echo. It's called reverb. Okay, I guess I should talk about my schedule for now. We can read like a few more things. I can like check out Twitter and see if there's like a few more other things. But I guess I should just talk about my schedule for now. So tomorrow, I work. I work tomorrow on Christmas fucking Eve. I also work Christmas. And I think, let's see. I don't know how busy it's gonna be tomorrow. So I don't know if I'll end up being like incredibly tired and not be able to stream. Christmas, I'm probably not streaming. I'm not streaming on Christmas. I could probably stream the Friday after Christmas. I could probably do that. But I doubt I'm streaming on Christmas. Negotiation skills are the worst. Oh, that's great. Okay, let's see what this person had to say. Read the latest chapter of Kanojo Okarishimasu. Post-negotiation, he tries to show off his masculine side, but Ruka doesn't give an inch. She fires back with a question of her own. She heads home once, but declares she won't give up. Ruka-chan's offensive moves into phase 2. My attacks might be okay since Kazuya has no resistance to them. Okay. So we're gonna read this person wrote. Front space after the fact, Ruka-chan. Kia, no way. The right person, no way. From me too. With Chizuru-san, there's feelings too. With Mizuhara, I want to. What about me? It's not that simple. I'm going home. I won't give up to my body. I'm leaving to Mizuhara. That's just seriously you. Kazuya finally makes his debut today. But putting that aside, starting the situation is a rare thing. Well, even if this is an accident for Kazuya, Ruka-chan did it intentionally, so she won't accept it. Yeah, it's not an accident. Kazuya keeps trying to call it an accident, and that's a problem. He shouldn't keep calling it an accident. It was deliberate. It was deliberate. It wasn't a fucking accident. Don't call it that. Right? Kazuya is trying to dismiss it when he should not be fucking dismissed. He should take this much more seriously. Right? That's the problem. Kazuya is being very dismissive of something when he should be taking it much more seriously. And literally how the chapter starts sets that precedent into motion. That's the issue. The chapter starts with Kazuya saying it's just an accident. It's not a fucking accident. That was not an accident. That was a deliberate thing Ruka did. Right? He says, let's get things straight. And Ruka's just like, no, because it wasn't an accident. I didn't do this by mistake. This was a choice. And that's why Ruka says no. Right? That's why Ruka says no. It's like, no, this wasn't an accident. I did this by choice. Why are you trying to dismiss this? Right? I think that's another thing that's probably pissing Ruka off. Kazuya is just trying to dismiss this and pretend like it never happened. Right? It's like telling someone, let's just act normal. Let's just act normal. Don't resolve this. Let's just act normal. Why would you ever be okay with that? Let's just pretend. Let's just pretend it didn't happen. It did happen, though. You can't pretend. That's the issue. That's the problem. Ruka knows what she did majorly crossed the line. In some ways, she's actually trying to instigate him so he acknowledges that fact. I genuinely think this. I think Ruka is like stuck between this limbo of on one part, she wants Kazuya to acknowledge what she did to him. She wants him to acknowledge it. On the other, she also feels this desire, and she doesn't know how to deal with this desire. So she's like literally stuck between a rock and a hard place, where she literally, she's like, okay, no, I'm not gonna say this was an accident. That's bullshit, right? You shouldn't ever say something like that, all right? She's like, no, fuck you. I say what I want to say. And then Kazuya says this, and she says no because she does love him. But that's the thing, he's not loving himself. So it's creating this paradox. Again, it's this theme of the paradox, where on one hand, you have what Ruka did being really fucking wrong. She knows what she did is wrong, but Kazuya is dismissing it, and he's saying it, don't worry about it, let's just move on, let's pretend it never happened. It's like, Ruka doesn't want to pretend anymore. She's so done with pretending. She opened the curtain. She doesn't want to pretend anymore. So it drives her nuts when he say, let's keep pretending. And she's like, I can't stand it. I'm done pretending. So as a prelude to not pretending anymore, she wants to know how he actually feels, right? She wants to know, like, okay, I heard this was the real thing. Is this actually real? Right? Is this actually real? Talk to me. Right? So what Ruka's actually saying here is, talk to me. And then when Kazuya says yes here, it instigates her. She gets angry, she reacts. So Ruka goes from making an active choice to reacting. She gets upset. Then she wants to validate her feelings again because she's upset. Kazuya is acting dismissive again. She gets upset more. And they're both just reacting to each other. And so just bounce, 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 bounce. And what happens? It just results in Ruka going back to where it all started. I'm talking to your body, not to you. You said that. You're the one who said that. Right? You're the one who said that. What are you going to do about it? She's being confrontational. She's trying to get him to fight back. That's what I think is happening. Ruka is trying to get him to fight back. She's being confrontational. She's upset. She has all these feelings, and he's invalidating everything by telling her, keep pretending, keep pretending. It's like that scene, Stranger Things. It's like that scene in Stranger Things where, for anyone who's seen it, there's a scene in Stranger Things in season 2 where Nancy is dating Steve. And Steve keeps telling her, let's keep pretending like we're normal teenagers. And Nancy is fucking sick of pretending. She's fucking sick of it. She's done with it. Everyone keeps telling her to keep pretending, keep acting, keep looking and acting this particular way. And she's fucking sick of it. And she gets drunk and she's like, this is bullshit. You're bullshit. Everything is bullshit. I hate this. And her true feelings come out when she's drunk. To me, that's somewhat what's happening to Ruka. The reason Ruka is so upset and so confrontational here is because Kazuya keeps saying, let's keep pretending, and she doesn't want to pretend anymore. And that comes out in various ways. That comes out in her being confrontational with him. That comes out in what we see right here with Ruka, where it's like, well, I want to be desired too. And he's like, I'm sorry, I don't feel this way and all that stuff. And he's not being direct with her. So she gets confrontational. She gets upset. She just wants to get out of the house. She's fucking sick of this. She doesn't want to deal with this anymore. She just wants to get out. And I think that's essentially what Reiji's cooking here. Ruka is upset and she's tired of pretending. Whereas Kazuya, even when this happened to him, still wants to pretend. Even though he just suffered trauma he shouldn't have suffered, and Ruka even kind of knows this, he still wants to pretend. And then here, she says, things didn't go my way today, but until you take my first time, I won't give up. Right? She's blushing, but you don't see her face. You don't see what's going on with Ruka's face here. And essentially, the way I interpret this scene, whether Ruka knows it or not, what she's saying here is, enough talking, start being honest. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to your body, which again sounds like an abuser. That literally sounds exactly like an abuser. I'm not talking to you anymore. Your body's reacting to me. I'm going to use your body because it will listen to me. At least it's being honest with me. Whereas you're not. And she knows his body is not reacting to her, interestingly enough. He doesn't move. She makes the body move. It's not actually moving. So Ruka is so frustrated in Kazuya not talking to her honestly, she would rather talk to his body, which is at least trying to be a little more honest than him. even though it's literally not reacting to her. Like only his wee-wee reacts. But he doesn't. He emotionally shuts down. And that's essentially where Kazi is being put. It's like, okay, you're not talking to me. You're not opening up to me. You keep pretending. I'm fucking sick of you pretending. At least your body's more honest with me. And that's why she says that. It's like a weird twisted thing of like those like weird hentais where oh, your body reacts. Oh yeah, you're feeling good. You know that weird shit. It's like a twisted. It's like that shit's childish. That shit's childish. Ruka is essentially taking that, twisting it up, and being like, okay, you won't talk to me. Don't talk to me. I'm gonna talk to your body instead. She's that frustrated in the relationship that she turns to something that stupid. She's that frustrated in the relationship that she turns to something that childish because he won't fucking talk to her. He keeps emotionally shutting her the fuck out. Hey, yo. Okay, so Reiji is nodding to the sex culture in Japan. That's why I think I can talk about this. Reiji is clearly nodding to the sex culture in Japan and like these ideas that are showed in media. So that's why I think that he feels like he can talk about it in such a way with Ruka's character, who is childish. Like when you watch their like adult videos, when you read their hentais, when you read any of that stuff, it's so much of it is about giving into your body, giving into what your body feels. And I think what Reiji is trying to say is that is the antithesis of love. Not everybody is like this. People don't just function like this. Everybody's different. And you feeling this desire is not the same thing as love. And I think that's basically where Kazuya is being challenged. Like, okay, you won't talk to me. I'll talk to your body instead. I'll be curious if anyone checked the translation on I Can't Promise Anything. It was completely the opposite in the spoilers, which makes me think there's something more implied there. Okay. I'll send it to Crumpy. I'll send it to Crumpy. How does Ruka say I can't promise anything in Japanese? Any implications? Let's see. Ruka is flipping a Scrabble board and saying yeet. Yeah, she's done playing this game. She's fucking sick and tired of this game. It's driven her up the goddamn wall. She's done looping. She doesn't want to loop. She wants a spiral. Just had a thought. Kazuya told Chizuru she could talk to him when needed. Chizuru could do the same, hoping with that coupon. My theory on the coupon is Chizuru might ask Kazuya to be like, what happened? Tell me what happened with Ruka in detail. Tell me what happened with Ruka in detail. Don't lie. I think that would be really interesting. Can't last 5 more minutes. Can't last 5 minutes with this game. Okay, let's continue reading what this person wrote. It's non-negotiable at this point, so it can't be helped. It's precisely because she resolved to be second that she can't back down, right? Then the offensive and defensive roles switched. Ruka isn't defensive anymore. She's purely offensive. And Kazuya is now the one being defensive. Whereas before, Kazuya was more offensive in his approach, and Ruka was more defensive. Suddenly a bombshell question. The equation doesn't quite hold up, Ruka-chan. Well, I'd imagined it all the time, lol. A halo appears. Oh, right, the curtains were open. Wait, a halo? Is there a halo? Oh. It's like there's a halo here. Like this word is like floating over her head. Even here, it looks like there's like a halo. Do you think that you'd want to have sex with Chizuru right now? That like, oh, that word literally floats over her head. These words literally float over her head. Like it's a Damocles sword just hanging there waiting to fucking drop. You must want to do it with her. Well, then I want to do it with you. Right? She's trying to dismiss Kazuya's love, so he'll do it with her. She's being childish. Okay, let's continue. The body is honest, so it's unavoidable that it reacts differently from the will. I've been saying this a lot lately. The body is honest, so it reacts differently from the will. Going home. You left the ribbon off, huh? This shows a real resolve. Got caught off guard there, huh? It's like pouring oil on the fire. Man, I totally understand Ruka-chan, not in a weird way. I wrote in my previous thoughts, I just thought she realized she couldn't be number one and just gave up. But her stance is to go all out as number two for as far as she can go. Considering Ruka-chan's past, it's definitely a direction that makes sense, but the fact that she's properly shifted into this mode is impressive, or rather strong. If Kazuya gets attacked in this way going forward, it might become more troublesome than before in a way. The preview title is like a completely different person. After this, Kazuya ruminates, thinking about something like how Ruka-chan was a completely different person during and after. Will there be a scene later where Ruka-chan reflects on this after things settle down? She does have a conscience that makes her regret or reflect on her actions afterwards, so I'd imagine that side of her will be depicted too. But since that's what's done can't be undone, she resolves to move forward like this. Telling Chizuru feels like a last resort. She probably won't do it right away, but if she's cornered or pushed to the limit, she might resort to that option. Well, if that happens, it'll probably turn into an all-out war between Chizuru and Ruka-chan, with Chizuru at a disadvantage. How will it unfold? It's this stuff that I don't really care for. So the post-event discussion. Ruka-chan doesn't respond to Kazuya's persuasions. Instead, she goes on the offensive. She declares she'll retreat for now, but won't give up. She shifts to a different approach than before. In a way, Ruka-chan's second form, wondering how this relationship will progress. Let's push through another 2 more weeks. Yep. Has Crumpy seen it yet? Damn. Anyone in chat speak that Japanese? Anyone in chat speak that Japanese? She really wasn't ready to listen. So she chose regression instead. She was trying to act like an adult, but now that no longer suits her, she throws a childish tantrum. This isn't the first time she's done this, and I think that Kazuya unconsciously encourages this kind of behavior by taking on a moralizing father-like posture. He allows her to keep acting like a kid, just the way she wants. And that cherry on top is when she says, "I'm speaking to your body, it's a different beast, right?" Once again, manipulation and objectification, as if she could separate someone's body from their mind. She took his words and turned them against him. Yeah, I don't know if I wouldn't interpret this as manipulation, as it is like she's talking about manipulating his body and she's objectifying, but I wouldn't interpret it as manipulation. I think she's saying, well, that's what you said, and she's essentially instigating him. Almost everything Ruka was doing was essentially instigating Kazuya. She's trying to get him to talk to her. She's trying to find common ground with him. All I saw was Ruka trying to instigate him, to actually engage with her. I can speak a little Japanese, but I can't hold a conversation or read lol. Well, that's... Unfortunately, that is not helpful at the moment. For Kazuya, I saw no other option than to end this relationship firmly, without giving her any room to argue, even if that meant ordering her to leave. And you can see that he never actually said these words clearly. She took advantage of that once again and left his apartment as if nothing had happened. I don't think Ruka is taking advantage as much as you think she is. I really don't think so. I think the armor has cracked, and you're seeing who Ruka actually is, and you're seeing how much she's actually falling the fuck apart. I kind of disagree that Ruka completely took advantage here. Rather, she's frustrated and she's taking advantage because she wants to break free. Kazuya dug himself deeper into this mess by asking Ruka for a favor so that she wouldn't spill everything to Chizuru. Obviously, she's going to cling to that to justify her behavior, at least temporarily. After all, it's in his interest too. Dude, you left a lot of openings and she took advantage of it each time. But I still have some subtle changes taking place in Kazuya, some of which are positive nonetheless, especially his view of his relationship with Chizuru. Chizuru, who still can't refer to by actual real name. I feel his anxiety to Chizuru finding out. In chapter 66, when Ruka stayed over for the first time and Chizuru heard her, it didn't end well with her. Okay, I think that was the first time she felt jealousy, this barely getting into each other, blah, 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 blah. That was awful. Kazuya stopped babying Ruka. She understands everything just fine. She proved that when she threw your statement about your body back in your face. You don't need to be gentle with her. The manipulation, the turning childish and pouting the second she didn't get her way, the demanding that you have to take her virginity whether you like it or not, and things with her. That's the problem. Kazuya is babying her. You're right in that front. Kazuya is babying her, and she's getting pissed off and taking advantage to get him to fucking engage with her. Like, actually fucking talk to her. I think she's literally using that on purpose to get him to fucking do something, anything. Like, and she doesn't even know it. Ruka just really needs him to fucking do anything. Like, even if it means ending the goddamn relationship. Send her one final message that her manipulation and selfishness is something she needs to work on for her relationship and block her ass. No more face-to-face discussions are necessary unless you... No, that's not going to solve it. Kazuya not babying Ruka anymore is completely correct. Blocking her is not going to work. That's a mistake waiting to happen. That is a mistake waiting to happen. It's also not in Kazuya's character. Kazuya does like Ruka. Not like love her. He doesn't love her, but he likes her. She's not a bad kid. She just needs a new direction. And their relationship doesn't need to end so unceremoniously. Like, I think there is a way out of this. It's just Kazuya has to fucking talk to her. They need time apart. Ruka needs to be able to move on, but the thing is, they have to talk, and he's not talking to her, and that's the fucking problem. And it's never going to get resolved unless he talks. Your solution would actually make it worse. Blocking her would actually make it worse. Not talking to her anymore would not solve the issue. You need to talk to her. You need to create some sort of resolution and draw a line. Your way of drawing a line, unfortunately, would make things worse because that would do the one thing Kazuya doesn't really want to do, which is traumatize her. Just cutting her off, never speaking to her again, that would just hurt her more. what would help is actually speaking to her and actually engaging and be like, look, that hurt me. You did something wrong. At the same time, like, this can't continue. We have to change this. The problem was Kazuya was not doing any of that. He wasn't addressing any of the things she did. Instead, he's saying, let's pretend it didn't happen. Let's toss it to the side. That's the problem. He's just tossing it to the side. He's not addressing any of the stuff that actually happened. I like that Kazuya was angry and said it would never happen, but he left too many openings for her to interject. He should have just ended it and kicked her out. No, that was never going to work. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. Look, Kazuya has tried doing that before. It didn't work. It literally did not fucking work. He tried this before. It didn't work. You can't, and not every relationship needs to end like that. Like they have to address what she did wrong. That needs to be talked about. It's for her future too. It's for Ruka's future too. That has to be addressed. I just finished reading the chapter. Just when I thought Kazuya couldn't disappoint me anymore, he's at it again. I understand it's part of the story Reiji wants to tell, but he's still disappointing that after all this time, Kazuya keeps running away from the confrontation whenever things don't go his way. No. You're misunderstanding what's going on. Kazuya tried to face the confrontation. In fact, Kazuya was actually actively trying to face the confrontation. There's one tiny problem. You don't magically become a different person. And this is important because Kazuya has not addressed himself, who he is. He's not honest with himself. So naturally, he can't be honest with Ruka, even though he's trying to be confrontational. He is not being honest with himself. So he can't confront her honestly. Kazuya was never going to give you the resolution you were looking for. That was your mistake in assuming Kazuya was going to resolve this. I never thought that was going to happen. I knew what Kazuya needed to do. I said what Kazuya needed to do. That was never going to happen because Kazuya has not addressed himself. He hasn't talked. He was not prepared for this situation. He doesn't know how to deal with this situation at all in terms of himself. So when Ruka flips it back at him, he's not prepared whatsoever because he hasn't been honest about who he is. He hasn't been honest about his feelings at all. And every time he's just dismissive of the issue. So what ends up happening is because it's about him, he can't handle it well. When it's not about him, he can handle it a little better. The problem is he's trying so hard to spare her and baby her and be like, it's okay, like, let's just not do this again, blah, blah, blah. But what he's doing is he's actually just dismissing her feelings, which makes it worse. The resolution you were looking for was never going to happen here because the real resolution would be to talk. And that would be both for Kazuya's future and Ruka's future. There's a problem with what this person is describing for a very simple reason. If Kazuya did what you described, which is just kick Ruka out, block her, and never speak to her again, it would not resolve a very core issue. Telling the person who hurt you that they hurt you. That is a repeating motif with Mami, Ruka, Chizuru, Minnie, and even Kazuya's own family and friends. That does not resolve the issue. Ruka deep down knows this. That is why Ruka gets pissed. She just did something wrong. She knows she just did something wrong, and he keeps acting like, no, let's just not address that issue. I'm a piece of shit. You don't need to apologize for anything. That would drive you fucking insane. So much blame is being tossed on Ruka here. What people are not recognizing is that the issue is being instigated by Kazuya's own unwillingness to address what Ruka did to him. This is what Reiji is using, and it is fucking brilliant. It is actually brilliant. It is literally like, Ruka is like, I am a fucking abuser. I hurt you. Why the fuck will you not admit that I hurt you? Why will you not say that? I'll do it again. Why won't you fucking tell me? Right? Because Ruka doesn't like this role. She doesn't want to do this, but it is driving her up the goddamn wall that Kazuya refuses to acknowledge she fucking hurt him. And she gets upset and she wants to instigate him to get him to fucking say it. So, unfortunately, you're missing the point in focusing so much on Ruka just reacting like she is and not realizing and not paying attention to how Kazuya is communicating to her that he's instigating this. He's creating this because he's literally saying, let's keep pretending. Let's keep pretending. Let's keep pretending. Let's keep pretending. And it drives her up the fucking wall. I don't understand why these people can't understand that having a talk is the right way to do this. Literally, not everybody is just straight up evil, and you should never communicate to them again. That's not usually a good solution, either for you or the person who hurt you. Sometimes it might be necessary. Yeah, there are genuinely evil people out there. Ruka and Kazuya have had a relationship for quite some time now, okay? Right? Ruka and Kazuya have had a relationship for quite some time now. And they have been through a lot, and he needs to talk to her so this doesn't happen again. He needs to acknowledge her feelings as well as his own. Cutting her off would not solve this. Cutting her off would just make it worse. This problem would fester, Ruka would feel guilt, Kazuya would feel frustration at himself, and eventually, either one of them is going to blow up at someone else. You need to talk. You cannot keep pretending. You're going to blow up at someone else later. Both of you. Both of them. And that's the issue. That's what Kazuya is doing wrong. He's literally just saying, bottle it in. Bottle it in. Bottle it in. I fucking can't anymore. I am losing my goddamn shit. I can't pretend anymore. If Kazuya just dumped her like right now, it's not going to solve anything. It's just going to drive people insane. Redditors might love it. Oh my god, he finally dumped her, except it wouldn't actually solve anything. It would leave so many issues unsolved. So many talks that needed to happen, so many things that needed to be said, and they would have realized that later in life. That's the issue. Kazuya would have realized later in his life, Ruka, you hurt me, we did some stuff, it's sad that we had so many unresolved issues. There will be so much regret in their relationship if this was never talked about. There would be so much fucking regret. They both did so many wrong things in the relationship. There would be so much fucking regret in the relationship if they never fucking talked about this. They need to fucking talk. Kazuya and Ruka absolutely need to have a fucking conversation. They need to sit down and both acknowledge how they hurt each other. A lot. There's a reason their relationship doesn't work. They keep hurting each other. Kazuya hurts her emotionally, she hurts him physically. It literally, you cannot resolve it this way. I do agree, Kazuya is babying her. Totally. But he's also babying himself. Kazuya is trying to make it easier by babying her, but that's not going to make Kazuya acknowledge what happened. Exactly. Look, I'm sorry, like when someone hurts you, you need to acknowledge that. You can't run away from it. They hurt you, dude. Acknowledge that pain, because in acknowledging, you accept that you were hurt. And in accepting you were hurt, you can start healing. Like, for example, if your body just had a fucking gash on it, and your body just doesn't acknowledge that it's been hurt. Like, you don't feel the pain, it's just gonna pretend like it's not fucking there. You're still gonna keep bleeding. It's still gonna suck. Isn't there literally like a fucking, isn't there literally like a fucking disease like this where it's like when you bleed, you just keep bleeding. It doesn't stop. Like, I think there's like something wrong with your cells, like they don't process it. Like, it's kind of like that. It's like, okay, your body needs to acknowledge that it is hurt. It needs to give you signals, and it needs to start, and because it did this, it starts repairing. You cannot repair, you cannot start healing at all unless you acknowledge what fucking happened. And that starts by talking about it. Even if it means telling the person who hurt you that they hurt you. If they dismiss you, if they're pieces of shit about it, okay, then you cut them off. Right? Okay, if they're dismissive of your pain, if they do not acknowledge that they fucking hurt you, if they treat you like crap when you try to tell them they fucking hurt you, Kazuya never did this. Kazuya has never told Ruka how much she's hurt him. She's hurt him a lot, and she knows. But she just wants him to say it. Because she feels bad. She feels bad that she's losing control. She feels bad that she's hurting him. She feels bad that she's doing all this stuff. But she wants some sort of ending. So she wants him to fucking say something, anything. Kazuya tries to pretend this didn't happen, and it's only a error to me that's just avoiding confrontation because Kazuya should already know what Ruka is like, and when he's doing won't do any good. No, that's not an error. That is perfectly in his character. And I get it, you were saying that before, but that's the thing. That's the thing. You find new ways to avoid confrontation when you're trying to avoid pain. Kazuya wants to avoid pain, period. And he's been avoiding pain for a while. Because Kazuya doesn't want to address his own pain. It hurts too much. So he keeps avoiding it. And he's been avoiding this pain since the 3-month time skip. He's been avoiding this pain and essentially just kind of festering in pain. It almost borders on like masochism. Borders. I want to say it is. I would say it's like a coping mechanism. It's like a coping mechanism where it's like I'd rather continue to get hurt and not talk about it because that way like I don't have to acknowledge the pain. It's how your body like creates coping mechanisms where you don't really want to acknowledge the pain. You just kind of want to pretend it's not there. And it's easier to pretend the pain is not there because at least it won't destroy what you already have. That's what Kazuya is doing. And he's essentially hit an absolute breaking point where the pain is too much. It's going to surface. It's going to be talked about and you need to talk about it because now it's starting to impact everyone around you. You not addressing your own pain is making it worse for everyone else, including the person who did it to you, including the person who hurt you because they probably know. Ruka probably knows, just as Chizuru knows she hurt him. Chizuru knows she hurt him, and she's been actively trying to apologize, but because Kazuya has never addressed how he felt in regards to what she did, she can never move forward. And that's the fucking issue. It's just this repeating conflict of, okay, you gotta address you've been hurt. You must accept you have been hurt. And it is okay to feel pain. I know this happens with old people a lot because their skin is too thin. Oh, are we talking about the gash thing I was talking about earlier? Implies Kazuya, instead of trying to be reasonable, is more like condescending, basically an unconscious arrogance that is taking him nowhere. Okay. It's as if he deep down looks down on Ruka as a woman and sees her as an unhinged child. I think it's as if deep down, not as an unhinged child, he does look down at Ruka. You're correct. He does, unfortunately, look down at Ruka. You literally see it right here. But deep down, Kazuya is looking at Ruka with a bit of arrogance. Because he is not treating her as an equal. Their relationship was never founded as equals. And so naturally, he doesn't treat her as an equal. He thinks she can just go off at any moment. And isn't that frustrating? Kazuya is no condescending person. You can be condescending without realizing it. You can be a dick without realizing it. And Kazuya definitely is. You want proof? I have straight up factual proof in the manga. When Kuri shows up and Kazuya is worried, they're about to get on the train and look at what Kazuya does. He grabs Ruka by the fucking collar, pulls her to the side, and says, I don't need to spell it out for you, right, Ruka-chan? No girlfriend talk, no clinging to me, none of it. That won't help any of us right now. I know already. I'm not that much of a child. She blows up. Because he's treating her like a stupid kid who's gonna blow up at any fucking moment. Did she in some ways create this environment? Yes. Yes. Is Kazuya still being kind of really shitty about this? Also, yes. He is making this worse. Absolutely. I have a perfect comparison. because we've been talking about Stranger Things a lot. I have a perfect comparison. Jim Hopper and Eleven's relationship in Stranger Things season 2. Literally, he keeps her essentially locked up, and he keeps telling her and giving her false hope that she's gonna get out eventually. And then when he doesn't deliver on his promises, she naturally gets frustrated, and then he screams at her, and then only instigates that behavior of frustration and anger more. So she starts escalating more, and then he keeps escalating more until it just escalates and escalates and escalates. And that's the fucking issue. Now, with Jim, it's a little bit different. With Hopper, it's like a little bit different. But my point is, the way Kazuya is treating Ruka is very, very, like, she's like a ticking time bomb. He's incredibly careful with her. She's like a ticking time bomb that'll go off. But relationships can't function like that. He needs to stop acting like he has to control her in order for her to not do anything. And he should just fucking talk to her. And that's why Ruka gets frustrated and blows up. Because Kazuya is unfortunately not handling her well. That's why Ruka eventually blows the fuck up. Because she bottles it in, she keeps herself in check, and then he keeps telling her, keep yourself in check, keep yourself in check, keep yourself in check, keep yourself in check. It's like, I'm already doing it, Jesus fucking Christ. See what I mean? Doesn't that come off as condescending? I'm not stupid, I already know this. But then you keep reminding them, and you keep reminding them, and you keep reminding them, and you keep reminding them. And they blow the fuck up. Even if they are in part doing this to themselves, the fact that you treat them like this makes it worse. That's what I mean. Kazuya, without meaning to, is acting condescending to Ruka. Without meaning to, he is in fact doing this. Now, does she also act like a child? Yes. But that's the thing with parenting. That is the thing with parenting, kiddos. Look, I never had a kid, but I've been around a lot of kids. Right? I'd like to argue I'm pretty decent with kids. Don't treat them like a kid. Treat them like you're their equal. Do not treat them like a ticking time bomb. Do not assume things. Do not tell them things that they already know. You need to have a little more faith in the kid. And then when they fuck up, you talk to them. Okay? When you constantly treat them like a ticking time bomb, when you lie to them, when you're not honest with them, they can tell. And it will go off. And it will explode. And it will not be good. That is Kazuya's mistake here. Kazuya is in some ways kind of like a parent to Ruka. That is incredibly fitting considering they have an age gap relationship where Ruka is significantly younger than him, but she wants to be with him. And he has to learn how to manage that kind of relationship where she's like this kid that could just fucking go off because he doesn't know how to constantly temper her. Kazuya has never taken the time to learn how to interact and temper Ruka. He just immediately reacts to her. Right? He never learned how to be in a sense, a good parent to her. He doesn't know how to balance her out. He just unintentionally sets her off. He unintentionally lights the fuse. I know what happened between us, but I never meant to hurt Kurabashi-san. I didn't mean to hurt him. It just fucking happened, okay? I didn't mean to hurt him. Right? She's literally saying right here, I didn't mean to hurt him. It just fucking happened, okay? I'm not a dick. That's literally what she's saying. Yes, I've done bad things. I'm not a bad person. Jesus Christ. He and I don't really know each other. We're complete strangers. Are you sure? Are you positive? Can you control yourself? I can! Stop fucking telling me to. As long as I can keep you two from confessing, that's enough for me. He sets her off, and then he gets frustrated that he set her off. Now, I get it. Kazuya is not in a great place right now. Kazuya is not in a great place right now, but he's not handling Ruka well. And that's the issue. That's the problem. She's sitting down. She's like a kid. She knows she fucked up. She's like, I want to be desired. I want to be liked. She doesn't even fully process what she's feeling. And Kazuya's just, being very dismissive about her feelings. He even calls her an idiot here. You idiot. What? Seriously, what? What are you talking about? You idiot. Just like being really dismissive of her. Well, yeah, she's going to fucking go off. My 13-year-old, I'm assuming, hates it when I constantly remind him of stuff he knows, even if he will likely forget. Better to let him make the mistake and learn from it. Exactly. Treat kids like small adults who are on drugs. No? It's a weird one. No? Do you think Kazuya will have an emotional breakdown and spill the whole truth to Chizuru before she even concludes that Kazuya and Ruka had sex? I don't think Chizuru will believe they had sex, but she'll feel insecure about it. Even if Ruka tells her. Chizuru will feel insecure about it, but she won't believe it. However, Kazuya needs to tell Chizuru everything. He needs to open up, dude. But I don't know how that's really gonna happen. Right? It feels like there's set up for Kazuya to start really opening up. But at the moment, he's really not. And that's, hard to explain. Well, we go from another break. Anyways, good chapter. He says, her saying no to his questions like Chizuru did during the piggyback ride. Completely different feelings and emotions attached. While Chizuru said it thinking about Kazuya, here Ruka saying it thinking about herself. Ruka deserves better than him. The idiot is still chasing after his rental girlfriend, who has been taking loads of money from him for years without giving him anything close to Ruka's love in return. She literally actively tried to give him money. I'm surrounded by idiots. Chizuru has literally gone out of her fucking way to be his emotional support constantly. She has actively tried to give him money back multiple times, and he wouldn't fucking let her. She let him live in her home for free for a whole last month. She didn't charge him for water. She didn't charge him for electricity. She actively went out of her way to make sure he was okay emotionally. What do you mean she didn't give him anything back? Are you deluded? Do you live in an alternate fucking universe, dipshit? I'm sorry, comments like this set me off. That's my inner Ruka. I go off like a bomb sometimes too. I can understand Ruka's POV from her side, that she's been in a loving relationship for years, is deeply in love, so of course she'd want to do it. Kazuya has told her no, but she's still allowed her heart to string along with, gave Ruka false hope. It's just kind of sad, poor girl. If she was a dude being this persistent, it would be bad. Her trial is no different than a rental girlfriend. Now look, same great taste had haha. Can we go back to Chizuru? Okay, whatever. I don't think Ruka will say it to Chizuru. I believe Ruka is a person of good nature, and she's annoyed by Kazuya's words from his small mind. Anyway, this is the last update of the year. Since he has waited way too long to resolve the situation, not only extreme measures can fix it. Breaking it off, come clean to Chizuru, maybe even threaten to tell Ruka's mother something. No, that doesn't work. You just gotta talk to her. Kazuya tried, but he ended up saying all the wrong things. And even if he had said the right words, Ruka wouldn't have cared anyway. No, that's not true. She's reached a point where she doesn't mind crossing a line she'd never respected to begin with. I get the feeling that this is going to go well for Kazuya, even though he resisted and trying to reason with Ruka. She still doesn't want to give up. It doesn't help the fact that she only sees Kazuya as a thing, not a person anymore. Nope. This is now an abusive relationship with no love. Ruka only sees Kazuya's body and not himself. The Ruka before is gone. Now this is a different person. Jojo will know about this and settle with Ruka. I don't think the Ruka from the past is gone. I think this is the extreme Ruka was always going to hit, unfortunately. But I do not think she's gone. I disagree. She does feel like a different person. Oh, let's see if Crumpy, no! He still hasn't updated, damn it. I was mostly waiting for him, but he hasn't updated or anything. Curses. I'm just gonna be like, my goat, you there? My goat, are you there? The Resident Evil 9 showcase in early January better not suck, man. Oh, it's gonna be good. No, I think it will be amazing. Oh. Oh. Sorry, that one was complicated and I had to eat dinner in the meantime. Oh. Oh, no worries. Okay, so looks like Crumpy's gonna look at this. So in the meantime, I guess we could try to read Chainsaw Man. While we wait, let's read the new Chainsaw Man. Okay, what the fuck is your doing? I'll turn the American flag into a spear, and America's claim to the moon into a homing system. Oh, I thought she was gonna throw the fucking moon at him. Well, that didn't do anything. Almost got speared. Oh, what the fuck? Lion Devil, Lady Yoru. It's so funny how they're framing Yoru like she's the good person when she's literally like the villain. How dare you, Denji? Huh? How's that my fault? Meet your end. Eek. That's kind of cool though, throwing the American flag as like a, you know, how American of you. Stop running. The spear will home in on you until you accept defeat. Damn. I just had a light bulb. I'm a genius. School. Ah. You got speared. Using my friend as a shield, fleeing from me, you're lower than a devil. But even if I got even one glimpse of you yielding, then I win. Serves you right. I'll turn you into a weapon, Denji. I'll set the humans against each other. I'm going to enjoy my perfect world. Ow. Wait, why did I trip? I'm not Asa. Huh? How was I moving until just now? Oh, did he eat the leg devil? Holy shit, he ate the leg devil? I look away for 3 seconds and then all of a sudden, bam, Chainsaw Man. Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for our friend Crumpy to translate this line that Ruka says. So in the meantime, I'm like, might as well read Chainsaw Man. Gahaha, Denji. What did you do, Denji? I forgot her name and face now, but the chick who flashed me her panties when I acted like I'd work with her. She gave me a whole bunch of devil pawns. Devil pawns. It can't be. Don't know what I ate, but since I needed the blood, I'ma keep chowing down. Give back Asa's body or I'll make a mess of your perfect world. Stop it. Damn. Oh, all these are devils. Oh, all of these are like devils and Denji's like eating them. Oh, damn. It's kind of cool, actually. Okay, what else? What else I haven't read? I haven't read One Piece in a little bit, so I guess we can read that. Read the latest One Piece. Okay, zoom in. 14 years ago, Sunworld Elbaf Garden House. What? Captain Roger had a son? Apparently so. What? That's what Garp told me, at least. I'm amazed that he survived the Navy search then. Well, in that case, I guess he's like a little brother to me. You're not wrong about that. You and Buggy were our sons. If he got Captain Roger's blood, then I guess he'll be the next generation's king of the pirates. Hey, it ain't a hereditary position. Sometimes those with great expectations placed on them fail to achieve that greatness. You think so? It's what makes life so fun and unpredictable. Okay. Meanwhile, the fateful scene at Elbaf's Arust Castle. Did you read the latest Fragrant Flowers? Oh, I haven't read the past few chapters, I think. It goes to show how invested I actually am. It really goes to show how invested I actually am. Because, like, I haven't really read Fragrant Flower in, like, the past 2 chapters. Oh no, Loki. I mean, the Prince Loki has returned. Chief Jarl is here as well. That's to the Royal Chamber. Why did he, Your Majesty, he was coming to chain you up like you said. Why did I cut down a guard like that? It was like my body moved on its own. Was it to fulfill Emma's orders to eliminate those who would stop me from an army of warriors? I'm incapable of fighting back. Can those orders even alter my very thoughts for the rest of my life? For as long as I continue to live, my presence will only make this country worse. My body is a blight upon its safety. It was a waste. It was all for nothing. 140 years of life down the drain. Jesus. My death cannot come soon enough. Quickly, kill me. I refuse to let Elbaf be enslaved. Hurry before it's all taken over. What are you doing, Majesty? Hey, Pop. I'm back. What's going on here, Harold? I truly am immortal. I can feel my body recovering. Stop it. Run for your lives, men. What can I do to die? Someone help. Jesus. When Taki finishes his 3rd year, it will most likely end. I heard Blue Box is going to end. But many authors have said it's going to end soon, and they don't fucking end it. So I don't know. I like how Kazuya made cat eyes like Chizuru, and when does Reiji add cat hands too, lol. I feel like Ruka never really listens to Kazuya. It's always been that way. He can say whatever he wants, but she doesn't respect his feelings or decisions. It's hilarious you say that, because that's literally what Kazuya is doing to Ruka. Kazuya is literally doing that to Ruka because he's not actually listening to her. He's just saying things to her. He's telling her, let's keep pretending. Let's not do this. Let's not do that. I think what you're seeing in Ruka is what Kazuya is also doing to Ruka. Ruka physically does this to Kazuya. Kazuya emotionally does this to Ruka. Flowers is worth catching up on. Some interesting backstory surrounding the main conflict of the series, but in my honest opinion, it's still a bit weak. I thought it was always okay, but I'm not like crazy invested. I might catch up to it later. Let's see. Harold and I have signed the shallowest of the covenants with the Great One in Marijo. Even with just this shallow covenant, we can't resist as long as we're within this freak's range. What an odd power. Oh. Wait, isn't this the arm that got bit off? Wait, isn't this the arm that got bit off? Or was it the other arm? So once we're out of the Holy Land, we finally had the chance to talk openly. I knew it, you are from the red-haired pirates. Harold was delighted upon the deal he'd made to get Elbaf added to the government once he was in the Knights of the God. But to do that, he has to sign the next level of this covenant. Is that bad or something? Through the covenants, the Holy Knights of God gain superhuman strength and an undying body, as well as the ability to generate an abyss, means of traveling a long distances. But in exchange, no matter where you are, you cannot defy the orders of the Great One, whose voice will reach you out of any range. Jesus Christ. Yep, he let his arm be ripped apart to rid himself of Emu's mark. Bruh, that's crazy recontextualization. That's such a cool recontextualization. So if he agrees, I think that like borders between recontextualizing and a retcon. I think it's more of a recontextualization, but it has like hints of a retcon. So if he agrees to the covenant, Harold will be forced to do what these people say. Knowing how greedy they are, I can't imagine they would keep their word and give him what they promised. I don't think Harold should join the... Hang on a second, Dad. What am I supposed to react to first? The fact that you haven't died with all those wounds, or the fact that you're trying to kill me and the castle guards? Where's the monster strength coming from? What happened to you, Harold? Come back to your senses. Guards, to the royal chambers. Help stop the king. He's been taken by madness. Are they fighting? Hurry, it must be the damn Loki. Save the king. Explain yourself, Harold. What happened? Chief Jarl, I've made a terrible mistake. Very soon I truly will lose my mind. Listen closely, Loki. Do as I say. I want you to tell the people of Elbaf exactly what happened here. That I killed my own guards. That I used the joining world of government as an excuse to do their dirty bidding. Ultimately, they lied to me and look at me now. I'm about to hand over the people of Elbaf to the government to be their slaves in battle. What do you mean they tricked you? I've never had any intention of honoring my requests. Your Majesty. Chief Jarl, feed the treasure of Elbaf to Loki. What? With the power of the god, I will be unstoppable. Elbaf being enslaved by the government is the very antithesis of my dream. That makes me the worst king in the history of Elbaf. So you must kill me to take the throne, Loki. Tell the people what a fool of a king I was. Kill me and be a hero. Once I'm dead, my reputation means nothing to me. All that matters is Elbaf's future. Am I wrong? You'd really do all that for... Please, Loki, you're the only one who can do it. Oh dear. There are criminals within the castle. Your Majesty. Seal the front gate. Right away, Your Majesty. You killed them all. You're not the real King, Harold. But I am Harold, and I am now a vessel of the Great One. Oh, Jesus. There's like a hole in his fucking neck. No one shall escape to tell the tale of what happened here. Hurry, run. Oh my god, he like crushed his head. I will give this country over to Imu. Hurry, Loki. Why do I have to eat some devil fruit? Then I won't be able to swim anymore. What's gotten into him? He's like a totally different person. What's gotten into him? He's like a totally different person. Damn it, what are the odds? What are the odds, damn it? Don't you dare eat it, Loki. That fruit belongs to me. You just told me to eat it. If you eat that fruit, it will be the end of the world, Harold. Do it, Loki. Make sure Harold doesn't get that fruit. Holy fuck. He just put a sword in that man's head. Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot he had a sword in his head the whole time. Jesus. You gave me that blade years ago, Gerald. Now I can give it back to you. I can give it back. Jesus Christ. I'll eat the fruit and take Ragnar for myself. You cannot have it. Whoa. It's Gavin. Gerald, what happened to you? The helmet saved my life. Please stop, Harold. Don't let him go after Loki. Based on what you said, it looks like the worst case scenario has come to pass. Harold, look around you. Come to your senses. Shanks. The undying body is a wonderful thing. I feel superior to all other life. Damn it. Is there any way to break the control over him? Okay. This is the stored relic of Elbaf, the forbidden devil fruit. Whoa, who did that? Oh, the hammer. Oh, it's Mjolnir. It's fucking Mjolnir, dude. And that's where it ends. Fuck me. Let's see. I think I have one more thing to read. Yeah, Dun Da Dun. I haven't read the new Dun Da Dun yet. Damn, still no updates from Crumpy. Never in a million years, no way I'm going on a date with you. Are you the kind of person who forces someone to do something they don't want to? That's the worst. It was a joke, okay? A joke. You think I was being serious? Give me a break. I'm leaving. Get real. You were being totally serious. Go on, then go. See you tomorrow, Takakura. Seriously, what is up with that guy? Momo, why are you angry? What the hell are you doing, Ken? I'm being overly impatient any way you look at it. Surely I resolve to be proactive, but not like that. From Miss Ayase's point of view, I'm not someone she knows very well, and if I force my feelings on her, doesn't that just make me a creep? You told doofus, Ken. Nah, cute. Like, what's the deal, for real? For Majuro. Good morning. What are you up to? Want to do some more cleaning? Morning cleaning? Ken, I've got to go to school. I've discovered something important. I've worked out how to use this. The daily cleaning and scrubbing routine all made sense. What are you talking about? So you do want to do some cleaning? No, I'm talking about the Ogre Club. Here I go. Oh, that's incredible. I've never seen anything like that. How are you doing that? Huh? You haven't really? I just visualize projecting my chi like always to extend the club. May I try? It's no use. I can't do it. Huh. How can that be? Exactly. Why would that be? Even I don't know. I got it from Master as a protective talisman in the first place. It's incredible you're able to do such a thing. So what was all that cleaning stuff about then? Kind of looks like a weird keyblade. Like an incomplete keyblade. Those were just chores. Actually, that was work I was supposed to do. Then why did you make me do it? Wait, what about the training? We haven't officially started yet. I've been busy with my boo tubing. You're just as lackadaisical as she is. Yuji. Monsieur Tori. Okurun. Sup dog. Sup dog. Morning, Takakura. What happened to your face? I was attacked by Serpos again. For real? Where? Yesterday. On the way home, I got trapped in an empty space. It was near your house, Gigi. Didn't you notice? My house? I had no idea. Maybe the area as the empty space encompassing was small. It's lucky you're okay. How'd you get away? I had the protective talisman from Miss Psycho. Thanks to that and Miss Ayase's quick wits. Momo was with you. Neither of us have any powers now, so it's a miracle we escaped okay. So Gigi, Monsieur Tori, I'd like for you to stick close to Miss Ayase as much as possible, please. Vomola wasn't with you? Vomola said her kaijutsu is out of order after the last fight and that she can't use it. What a pain. But if we're attacked by space aliens, then Momo was able to perceive them, right? Has some part of her memory come back or something? No, it hasn't. Although she does seem to believe what we tell her. But that reminds me, there's something I want you two to try. Hey, Momo-chan, Momo. Huh? What was that attitude? Nothing. Just don't want to look in that direction. Oh, they're so cute. Okaran, did something happen between you and Momo? Makes no sense to me. The atmosphere does seem kind of bad, huh? Gigi's fucking face. Gigi's fucking face like, the fuck, man? You want to die? Ha! Who the hell's talking, huh, you bastard? Oh, that's great. Boy, she's really got it out for me. Oh, Crone, what happened? Is everything okay? It's not funny, you bastard. Asking me out on a date just because you won. You're such a creep. A date? Hang on, Takakura. Is that true? Why? It was a joke. Embarrassing how seriously she's taking it. Huh? You came at me all thirsty for real, and you looked me in the eye so desperately, you dummy. I'm curious if she actually... I feel like she used some slang. I don't think she actually said he was thirsty. You're the one who started the staring competitions. You started it, so you ought to take the responsibility for it. Why would you talk about going on a date with Momo Ayase? It's ridiculous. Had you made such a joke with me, everything would be 100% happy. What's this staring game? What's this about going on a date if you win? Okaran, teach me how to play. Okay, then let's all go on a date together. Okay. Everyone, okay. You like vampires? Ever since I quit piano, I read the novels about vampires and romance and stuff all the time. What? We're two of a kind. Well, I don't have any friends, so I never get to talk about it. Hang on a second. Pure blood second generations or thralls? Which do you prefer? Thralls, I guess. Oh, I get that. Thralls have weaker powers than pure bloods or second Gs, and it really hits you how they're unable to defy their masters, right? Ha ha ha, totally. It suddenly got darker. Well, you're about to fucking die. Classic. Okay. Crumpy did some translations for us about what Ruka said right here. So let's pull up the Japanese. Okay, so first off, first of all, Ruka isn't literally saying I can't promise anything. However, I'm not sure about my explanation. She's using words that invoke surprise, astonishment, or disappointment, with the context of Kazuya asking her not to say anything to Mizuhara. I think she is shocked, like she's saying something like, "Are you really asking me that? I don't know what to say about that." But again, I'm not really sure about that one because she isn't really saying a full sentence. As usual with Japanese, a lot is left to the context. So this is what Ruka says. A state of being so extreme that it's difficult to put into words. That's an absurd story. So it's like she said, "Are you seriously asking me that?" Huh. So it conveys more of a sense of confusion from Ruka and no clear resolution, considering she already gave him an answer. She already told him before she's not going to get in the way. So she's almost like, you know what? Maybe you already know. That's weird. It kind of aligns, like this description aligns more. Yeah, it sounds more like annoyance, which matches with two things. It matches with two particular things that happened. One, remember what I was showing you earlier? Not that. Let me pull it up. Remember what I was showing you earlier? This. Kazuya tells her, like, don't do this, don't do that, and she blows up. I'm not that much of a kid. Jesus fucking Christ. Right? She's like, come on, what the fuck? So it aligns with that, but then it also aligns with one other thing, which is in 403. What does Ruka say in 403? I realized something in that moment. I don't think I have it in me to ruin your relationship by getting in between you two. She told him she's not going to do it. And he tells her that, so she gets pissed off. She's like, "Are you seriously fucking asking me that?" So that's why Ruka reacts like she does. "Are you seriously asking me that?" Right? To me, this is her calling him out. And look at Ruka here. Like, let me make sure you can see her. Let me make sure you can see Ruka here. Look at her. She gets mad. She walks down, and she's clearly pissed. She turns around, and then she says that. It sounds more like it feels like she's annoyed that he even said that. Like, come on. So that aligns. The spoiler said something like, "You don't have to worry about it," hence the reason I thought it was interesting. It is interesting because what she said is different. She didn't promise anything. She didn't say, I can't promise that. There was a lot of nuance that's completely lost in the dialogue here. Like, there's nuance that's clearly lost in the dialogue here. I can't promise anything doesn't really sound accurate. It feels off. It doesn't convey her annoyance. It doesn't convey the fact that she feels like, you know, he's like, are you seriously asking me that? There's a scene in a show I can send you that is similar to how Crumpy is trying to contextualize it. Yeah, I think so too. She really looks mad in the panel after Kazuya asks that. Yeah, she's pissed. She's like, are you fucking seriously asking me that? So yeah, this is an important thing that I think is lost in the contextualization of this shot here. She's clearly upset. She clearly didn't like that he asked that. It's almost like Ruka was hoping Kazuya would say something else, but instead it was about Chizuru again. No, not that. Not that. It's what I was describing earlier. It's not that it was about Chizuru, it's that he thinks she's a troubled kid. He treats her like she's trouble. He treats her like she's gonna do this thing when she's never done this thing. He's treating her like she doesn't understand the gravity of what she did. But she does. Ruka is essentially reacting to him because she's pissed at how he's talking to her. He's talking to her like she's a baby, and she doesn't know what she did. And she's like, no, I know exactly what I did. I know I crossed the line. You're the one acting like I don't know this. I already know I did this. And I already told you, despite the fact that I crossed this line, I don't want to ruin your relationship. Maybe something like, I can't, after all you've been through, believe me, but I can't, after all we've been through, believe you would ask that. Yeah, I think that's maybe a good way of putting it. I can't, after all we've been through, believe you would ask me that. I think that kind of dialogue would be easier to understand if we had heard the tone of her voice lull, maybe in like 5 years with the anime. Oh yeah. She was exasperated over being asked to continue like nothing just happened. Yeah. She's pissed. She's fucking pissed. In the end, Reishi didn't frame this as sexual assault. Maybe this is Japanese POV about the things. He did frame it as sexual assault. Absolutely. Absolutely he did. But what if the person who was assaulted doesn't want to act like he was? That's the issue. You're looking at this in the wrong lens. You're looking at this from the wrong lens. You want a definitive answer. What you don't realize is that that's exactly what Ruka wants. Admit that I just sexually assaulted you, that I just hurt you. He refuses to say it. Kazuya frames it like an accident. Your problem is you're looking at this from the wrong lens. You want Kazuya, like Ruka, to admit he was just sexually assaulted and be upset. When he isn't, you get mad and annoyed. You're not realizing this is exactly why Ruka is mad and annoyed. This is exactly why Ruka does what she does. This is exactly why she threatens that she's going to do this again. Because he refuses to acknowledge what she just did to him. That she used his body. That she used him. He refuses to fucking admit it. That's why Ruka does it like this. It is sexual assault. Reishi is absolutely treating it this way, but he's not treating it in the clean way you want it to be treated. He's not treating it in the way you wish for it to be treated. It's not some Japanese POV bullshit. It's none of that. He is leveraging a young Japanese man's POV of this. He is totally leveraging that. However, he is not actually like presenting it like that at all. He is actually criticizing that. Look, like Ruka is literally like, dude, we've known each other for a while and you refuse to admit that I just fucking hurt you. He totally 100% framed it like sexual assault. The utilization of whiplash in the last chapter absolutely frames it like sexual assault. Totally, 100%. Everything about this has been framed like it is sexual assault. Absolutely. It's how I feel when my dad starts mansplaining to me and I just say whatever to make it end and move on. Well, you could just tell him, I already know. This isn't mansplaining. I have an issue with mansplaining and how it's being utilized, because sometimes we project onto dudes that they're mansplaining when, for example, me, I'm a person who loves to explain things, even if maybe I accidentally know someone knows. But I'll just keep talking because I love explaining. It has nothing to do with treating you like you're stupid. In this particular case, it's kind of like that, but he's not mansplaining to Ruka or anything. He's just acting like she doesn't know what she did when she fucking does. You speak with such conviction. Seems like you are on one of Reiji's personal assistants. I speak with this much conviction because I feel like I understand how Reiji writes now. I feel like I know what he's saying. Right? That's why I speak like this. I feel like I understand what he's saying. That's why I talk like this. That's why I feel so confident about this. And even if I'm wrong, it's fine. Even if I'm wrong, that's totally fine. But I feel so confident in what he's saying that I want to say it to you guys. You know, that's why I'm so confident in this. I'm not saying it because I'm just like, oh, I know better than you do. No. I try to figure out what the writer is saying, and I try to deconstruct if what the person is saying to me is right or wrong. Right? Fate's also Umi's lawyer. I still think, to this day, Umi's not what we think he is. Not completely. To this day, I still think Umi is not what we think he is. I still genuinely believe this. Umi is not what we think he is. What is he? I can't for 100% sure say. I'll admit that. I can't 100% sure what Umi actually is. He's presented as a stereotypical male character. Do you read the Shiunji Family Children manga? I am. It seems like the next chapter is going to come out soon. Reiji released it on Fanbox, so it should come out soon. Probably before the end of the year. And it seems like it's going to set a big precedent of some sorts as well. It's introducing some precedents and some conflict as well. So, Shiunji Family is also kind of blowing up in its own way. But yeah, again, for Umi, I'm not, again, I still don't quite know exactly what Umi is like as a character. I'm in the Umi might be an okay dude camp for now anyway. I think Umi is like the reverse of Ruka. Whereas Ruka is like, again, the physical nature, and she's a kid and she's stupid. Umi is like the adult nature, and it can be cunning and creepy, but I think both characters in some ways don't have ill intent and aren't actually bad people. That's my bet. I don't think Umi's a bad person, nor do I think Ruka is a bad person, but they do bad things. And they know they do bad things, and I think they're aware when they do bad things. I think both Umi and Ruka are aware when they do bad things, and they clearly have a sense of like awareness of what they did afterwards and regret for their actions. But I think what Ruka is doing is essentially similar to what Umi was doing. Umi knew he hurt Chizuru when he did that fake date bullshit. And I think ever since then, he's wanted her to just outright reject him and just admit her feelings. And I think that's what Umi was essentially doing for most of it. So in his own way, he's challenging Chizuru to be honest and be serious with him in his own way. He knows she doesn't love him. That's why Umi doesn't really like clearly have any real emotion behind his actions. I think he just wants to be called out and turned down. He wants Chizuru to like shut him down properly. I think in some ways that is a mirror to Ruka. He is trying to be emotionally shut down by Chizuru. Ruka wants to be like talked to and understood, right? So whereas Umi just wants to be shut down so he can like move on and end things, Ruka wants to actually be talked to as a human being, right? Like, I'm not just some object, I'm not just some thing, I'm a person. Talk to me and then shut me down properly so I can move on. I think Umi consciously knows this. Ruka does not consciously know this. I think Ruka subconsciously wants this to end. And she wants it to end in any way, shape, or form. But what she actually wants is for Kazuya to just be honest with her. And he's not being honest with her. He's just holding back constantly. He's been holding back this whole time. He's not telling her how she's hurt him. She knows she's hurt him, and he's not fucking talking to her. Fate from I'm 100% convinced he's not a bad guy to I'm 70% sure he's not a bad guy. I still think Umi is not a bad guy. He just does bad things. Like, I'm pretty sure about that. Like, Umi is not a bad guy. He just bad things. But I'm not 100% sure. I don't think I ever was. I don't think I was ever 100% sure. You can't really be 100% sure about anything. How to paraphrase Umi? He looks like mommy but acts like Ruka. Yeah. He looks like mommy but acts like Ruka. That's a decent way of putting it. Ruka is experiencing what Chizuru experienced during Joypolis. Kazuya never told her what he wanted. Yeah, kinda. Ruka is essentially experiencing something quite similar as Chizuru in just like a reversed way. And like that's the thing. It's like, it's not, Kazuya never told Chizuru what he wanted, but also he never opened up about anything that he was feeling, which made Chizuru feel like she's not in love because he doesn't talk to her and she doesn't feel like she understands him and she connects to him. In that same way, with Ruka, it's the reverse. He doesn't tell her how she fucking hurt him, how much she's fucking hurting him, how he doesn't want this to continue. He's in pain. How, like, he doesn't just tell her, he doesn't just not tell her what he wants. He doesn't tell her how hurt he is, like what she's doing to him. He's not being honest. That honesty is paralleled with Ruka and Chizuru in the opposite ways. With Chizuru, it's about just sharing everything with her. With Ruka, it's just about honestly telling her like what he's been feeling the whole time. And with Ruka, she's upset at him because he's not being honest. With Chizuru, she's not upset at him. She thinks it's her fault. With Chizuru, she's not upset at him. She probably thinks it's in part her fault. With Ruka, she's like, I know it's my fault. I know for a factual evidence it is my fucking fault. And you refuse to blame me. The fuck? Like, I know, like, I have 100% proof it is my goddamn fault. And you refuse to blame me. I think that this Ruka thing, once she finds out and is resolved, is going to give Chizuru the courage to deal with mommy. I think Ruka is like step one for Chizuru to deal with mommy. I think that's what Ruka is. She's step one to not dealing with mommy, but telling Kazuya about mommy. She is step one for Ruka to tell Kazuya about mommy, but rather, Ruka is step one for Chizuru to actually talk to Kazuya about Minnie. That's more fitting. Ruka connects to everything. She connects to Minnie, she connects to mommy, and she connects to Umi. Ruka, having done this to Kazuya in the background, might trigger Kazuya to want to ask about Umi. Only to realize mommy was the one who did this kind of shit to Chizuru emotionally in the background. So mommy is what you think Umi is. That's the irony. Mommy is what you think Umi is. Ruka is what you think Minnie is. Or maybe you could flip it. Minnie is like what you think Ruka is. You think Ruka is the bad one, when in reality, Minnie is in many ways kind of doing this too. But she's living in her own illusion. Like you think Ruka is under some sort of illusion. Maybe she hasn't been living in an illusion for as much as we thought. And Minnie is the one under an illusion. And Ruka is pissed off at Kazuya because he's the one acting like he's under the illusion. When Ruka is done being under an illusion. While Minnie is actually under an illusion. See what I mean? So I think Ruka is like step one for Minnie. To actually deal and address with Minnie, the real fucking problem. Whereas Ruka is like a thing they kind of have to talk about. Ruka is like a spoiled child who keeps pushing harder and harder against her parents to drive any kind of reaction to get attention, even if it's negative. No. She's not a spoiled child who's driving to get attention. She is a child that knows more than her parents are willing to say. And she knows the truth, and a part of the parents know they know the truth, and they refuse to tell her. So she keeps pushing harder and harder to be like, fucking say it. Say it. Admit it. That's what she's doing. It's like when your parent is not being honest with you. It's not just trying to get a reaction. It's just trying to get them to admit the real thing that they're hiding from you. Because you know. Fucking say it. That's what she's doing. She's not a spoiled child who keeps pushing harder and harder. She used to be a spoiled child who kept pushing harder and harder. Now she merely looks like that. She merely looks like a spoiled child who's pushing harder and harder to get some sort of reaction out of your parents, even if it's negative. But it's not to get attention. That's where I disagree. This is not to get attention. This is so you admit what you know is going on. Admit the fucking truth. Ruka is losing it because she wants you to admit the fucking truth. Say it. Say it. Why won't you say it? It's not about attention. You want to know who does want attention? You want to know who does keep pushing harder and harder to get attention? Minnie. What you're describing is literally Minnie. A spoiled child who keeps pushing harder and harder against her parents to drive any kind of reaction to get attention, even if it is negative. What you're describing is Minnie, not Ruka. Ruka doesn't do it for attention. That's where I disagree. Ruka is not doing it for attention. Perfect example. Hey, let's reenact the date. Exactly. Kazuya gives Minnie a lot of attention, and Chizuru walls her out constantly. Kazuya telling Minnie everything can make Chizuru jealous, even though Minnie really is just a friend. Except, is she? Chizuru does love Minnie, though. She really cherishes her and thinks she's like a sister. Minnie physically touching Kazuya, getting him drunk, and then acting like she did nothing wrong, accusing Chizuru of being an attention seeker and irresponsible while wasting Kazuya's time, then acting like she's his savior and yelling at Chizuru. She accuses Chizuru of being an attention seeker when she's quite literally doing that exact thing. This is past being stubborn, it's insincere at this point. This is past being stubborn, it is insincere. It's almost like Minnie's words look like they're about Chizuru, look like they're about Ruka, when in reality they are in fact about Minnie and Kazuya. Their words are literally about themselves. How can she be like in love with me but not enough to date me? How can he be like in love with me but not enough to talk to me? Like, girl, what more do you want from me? Kazuya, what more do you want from me? That's what I mean. She admits that she has feelings. This is past being stubborn. It's insincere. Who's the one actually being insincere here? Who's the one who's acting all stubborn and like they know what the fuck they're doing? It's Minnie. Did she both give an answer here and misdirect Minnie away? Wait. Sorry. The fuck? The fuck me? Bro. Minnie even has the gall to recreate intimacy. Also, she can say, I understand now. Then calls those moments incidents. Are you serious? She turned this into a freaking game. She made Chizuru's feelings into a joke, and Kazuya led her thinking Minnie is helping him. She used him. How ironic is it that the person we least suspect is probably the most dangerous, and the person we thought we should be the most cautious of is actually the one who maybe should have trusted? The next chapters will be curious, anxious, and most likely drama-filled. Huh. Right? Just look at how many chapters in a row have been just Yamori. We are 6 chapters in a row. This is looking similar to the practice state at this point. She has literally destroyed their entire situation all because she wouldn't leave it alone. She did all of this. Minnie is literally a fucking attention seeker. And she's acting like she isn't. We are misunderstanding everything, and the misunderstandings will keep piling based on our biases. It will continue like this until like 31. We realize we misunderstood everything, from the cohabitation, the date, or even the kiss. We are wrong about Chizuru, and we will learn. We are wrong about everything. We've misunderstood everything. Minnie is the attention seeker. In reality, I think Minnie is lying to herself. She caught feelings for Kazuya and has been needlessly involved in their love life, trying to get something she can never have through them. Does this sound familiar? This sure as hell sounds like Ruka. Content with being support, but actively getting in their way while claiming to help. That sure as fuck sounds like Ruka. Like, what did I say here, right? In the flashback, Minnie wears a shirt that references Goku's line to Frieza. You mean Krillin. Getting upset when Frieza simply calls him an Earthling and that he killed. This reflects Minnie's own perception of how she thinks Chizuru treats Kazuya, as just another man, just some guy. Minnie wants Kazuya's efforts to be rewarded, and she thinks Chizuru distrusts men, so all his hard work is going into a girl who doesn't even care. But she never talks to Chizuru. She never realizes that she's currently making Kazuya look like she never realizes she's currently making Kazuya look like he had a change of heart to Chizuru. She cheers Kazuya on, never considering to just tell him, talk to her. Don't just wait. Not realizing that love isn't about preparation, but interaction. And I would not be surprised if Minnie sees Umi and Chizuru next... Okay, well, ignore that. That didn't fucking happen. Yeah, but the whole point is, Minnie's bullshit. This is the exact reason why I think Minnie is the divider and Umi is the unifier. Minnie has literally been a barrier between them this whole time. We just think she isn't because she ended the 3 months. But Chizuru already wanted to end it. It's why she let Minnie into her home. Why would Chizuru let Minnie into her apartment if she didn't want it to end? Minnie only got in because Chizuru let her in. Chizuru talked to her so Minnie could yell at her and get her to do what she already knew she needed to do. Chizuru ended it, not Minnie. She needed a hype woman. Minnie is the fucking problem. I think Minnie's streaming gaming persona has a purpose. So she's the final boss of the story, I'm pretty sure, and that doesn't seem like it, but Minnie is the real threat here. Minnie, I described this before. What Minnie is, in simple terms, is that she is, she's not the final boss. She's like the secret threat. And what makes Minnie so effective... Damn it, I'm losing track of my thoughts. I gotta read what you said again. Yeah, I remember. What makes Minnie so effective is that she seems like a friend. And she is a friend. So you think to yourself, oh, well, she's not going to actually do it. She's their homie. To many, Minnie is just a friend. So this is not a big deal. Yet the first time Ruka saw Minnie at Kazuya's house, she already felt uncomfortable with her, as Minnie is Ruka's inverse, admiring Kazuya for his love for Chizuru just as Ruka loves that part of him. They are flipped. Let's not forget, when Minnie came over to Kazuya's place, she got him drunk, had him carry her to copy Chizuru, messed up his apartment, and then acted like this is totally normal. Contrasting Ruka, who we first see clean Kazuya's apartment. These two girls are literally opposites. It's funny you mentioned this because there was it was clear Mommy's reaction upon meeting Minnie, asking if she's just a friend while Kazuya asks Hakuba as her boyfriend. Appearances, boundaries, and how relationships function is really important here. This is fascinating because Minnie represents the audience, and many readers want Kazuya to become a good guy, not realizing what they actually want is for him to conform. That's why Minnie is mirrored by AI. These aren't really her thoughts, but Minnie's. Minnie has always given us what we want, but the irony is Minnie is literally written that way on purpose. She's just reflecting back at us what we think. Half of these aren't even really her own thoughts. It's just what other people said of her. It's just what other people said or her working with half information. Ooh, I think this is the one I wrote that I was like, hell yeah, I got it down. Where is it? Right here. Emulation or experiencing things by proxy is key here. Ruka wants Kazuya's love for Chizuru for herself, so she directly asks him to date her instead because she is real and Chizuru isn't. In contrast, Minnie admires Kazuya's love and rather than find her own, she lives through his. Minnie is Ruka's inverse. They are far more connected than they appear. When Ruka disappears from the story, the person who selfishly actively wants to be with Kazuya, Minnie is here, selfishly shipping Kazuya and Chizuru, trying to force them together, not realizing she divides. Minnie then starts catching some feelings for Kazuya, but lying to herself in her non-committal. As she gets the experiences Chizuru was supposed to have, being his rental to her rental. Kazuya, in contrast, starts seeing Minnie as a girl, something he forgot about and didn't process. To me, Kazuya and Minnie are the question of, can a guy and a girl be friends? But also its contrast, can friends also accidentally catch feelings and sharing experiences they maybe shouldn't have? AKA getting too invested in the other person. This perfectly mirrors Ruka. This is fundamental to the Joy Polis state. As much as the experience with Chizuru is not this is fundamental to the Joy Polis state. As much of the experiences with Chizuru is not a first time to Kazuya, while Chizuru, who went there 7 times, is experiencing this all anew with him. This also contrasts Ruka's actual first time and how it's built on a lie too. Chizuru, throughout the date, constantly asks Kazuya if the things he is doing with her, he has done with Ruka. This is because all of this is actually a first for her. She wants Joy Polis. She went to Joy Polis before as a rental, but she's a total newbie to dating. Ironically, mirroring Ruka herself. In reality, nearly everything Kazuya said and did wasn't because he did it with Ruka, but rather because he did it with Minnie, who, wait for it, is just a friend, right? So it's stupid to be bothered by it, right? Is it starting to click? The small lie in 402 is a big deal. The source of Ruka's desires for sex is because Kazuya was chasing Chizuru's keychain, aka chasing Chizuru. This first time is a lie, even if neither had sex. At the point of the relationship is to share, and the point of a relationship is to share real experiences with each other, not to do it based on lies. This little lie roots itself back to Kazuya's experiencing things with Minnie first instead of Chizuru, the one he wanted to actually experience things with and chose not to. A perfect mirror to Ruka, but now on a much larger and consequential scale. All of 402 is the lie of first times. This is now impacting Ruka too, as he experienced a lot of things with Minnie and even Chizuru first, and now is looping all the way back around to big experiences like sex. Something that, if it happens, is cheating and even robs Chizuru and himself of a first time with their true lover. Minnie is the bonus noob fighting in Mortal Kombat. Jesus Christ. Are we talking about like noob Cybot? Or just the like what's a bonus noob? Is that like a different thing? I just thought of Noob Saibot. I fucking hate Noob Saibot. I fucking hate that character, dude. Granted, I haven't played Mortal Kombat in a long time, so maybe I can beat the gimmicks now. Because I think I'm like pretty decent at fighting games now, so I could probably beat the gimmicks if I tried. So yeah, a lot of this is definitely connected. So let's see, 7 more minutes and I'll call it. We'll stop at like exactly 6 hours. Okay, so I mentioned before that I have work tomorrow. So tomorrow I may or may not stream. I don't know if I'll stream the day after. It's really kind of a toss-up. It really depends on like how tired I am or how the day goes. I may stream Friday. I definitely will not be streaming Christmas. I won't stream Christmas, but I may stream Friday. I'll see if I can do some writing today. I'll see if I can do some writing today for some of the stuff we talked about in this chapter. But yeah, what you guys think? I think this was a good chapter. I like this chapter. In the older MK games, you would have a fight where you are Sub-Zero, and as soon as you would win, you get a pop-up saying bonus fight and noob all black or reptile would appear. Oh. I don't think I've ever have I played the original MK games? I don't know. I don't know if I've played the original MK games. Maybe I have, and I just don't fucking remember. But yeah, I don't think I grew up playing Mortal Kombat. I like knew about Mortal Kombat. I knew the song Mortal Kombat. You know that stuff. Watch me get fucking demonetized for that. Fucking YouTube and its bullshit demonetize me over literally anything. If you breathe funny, you get demonetized. You breathe funny, you get demonetized. It's essentially the same thing with the new Pink Ninja that happened in the last one. I haven't played Mortal Kombat since like 10. I haven't played Mortal Kombat since like 10. I think 10 was like on the PS. Was it 9 or 10 on the PS3? The one that had Kratos. That's the last one I played. I don't really play Mortal Kombat. I'm sorry to say. That is not my... I always found Mortal Kombat stiff as fuck. Like, how Mortal Kombat plays has always felt stiff as fuck. Even Injustice felt stiff as fuck. Like, it's just not my kind of game. The movement, I don't like how the movement looks. I always found the movement look really clunky and weird. And it's just like, the kind of stuff that it's like, I hate it because I want something like Smash Brothers. I want Smash Brothers because it looks cool. You know, that kind of stuff. Aesthetic is a big thing for me. Please understand. As I am a big aesthetic boy. I love me some good aesthetics. I need me some good ass fucking aesthetics. Also, I was thinking of doing something for next year just to spice things up. Since we talk so much about video games, we could try doing some gaming streams. We could like make a list of video games to play, and I could make like we could pick one of those games and play them, and I'll stream it. Since we talk so much about gaming, I might as well stream some games. I think that would be kind of fun. So, yeah, I'll make some list of games I haven't played, things I know about and I want to play. Like Silent Hill right now. Silent Hill is like on my list. Revelations 2, since you've never played it, that's a weird one to start with. I think Revelations 2 would be a little down the line. We want to start with something a little more mainstream that like I haven't played. Because Resident Evil is one thing. Like, for example, if you told me to play Outbreak, I might play Outbreak. Because Outbreak is a little more mainstream. You're finally going to be a PokeTuber. I actually don't like Pokemon that much. I grew up playing Pokemon. But I am not a huge fan of Pokemon. I find most of the modern Pokemon games boring as fuck. I've also just always been weird when it comes to like those kinds of turn-based games. I've always been weird when it comes to Pokemon. I think which ones did I beat? I beat Diamond and Pearl. I beat Black and White. I think I beat the one before. I think Diamond and Pearl was like my favorite because that was the one I really got into. And I played the other Pokemon games when I was younger, but I never really got into them. Spider-Man maybe. I've played both Spider-Man games. I've also played the old ass Spider-Man games back when I was a kid. I still remember like all the old Spider-Man games, the one on the PS2, the one on the PS1, the fucking goofy ones. I've played almost all the Spider-Man games. Dark Souls, I've beaten Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring. I tried starting Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, but the aesthetic fucking ruined it for me. I really don't like Dark Souls' aesthetic. It looks so fucking ugly. OG Dark Souls looks so fucking ugly. Oh yeah, I also beat Demon Souls, the remaster, because they made it look pretty. I beat Demon Souls, the remaster, because they made it look pretty. I always wanted to play Demon Souls, so I was glad I beat it. Yeah, I was thinking Silent Hill. I would never want to hear someone compare Leon to James from Silent Hill 2 ever again. Yeah, sure, they look alike, but that's it. They're literally completely different characters. Isn't James like a horrible person? Or he's like kind of a bad person, but he's also like kind of not. It's weird. Code Vein. Nah, not my kind of thing. I'm not a huge fan of Souls games, please understand. I could play Sekiro. Sekiro could be one I could play, but I'm not really Red Dead Redemption. So understand, I have a deep loathing for Rockstar, the company that makes the company that makes Red Dead Redemption. Deep fucking loathing, unfathomable level of loathing for that company because of how they treat their workers. So I will not be playing Red Dead Redemption, no matter how fucking good it is. Maybe someday in the future I will. Red Dead 2. Yeah, I know these games are good. I know Red Dead games are great. Best game, best story. And that's exactly why I'm not going to play it, because if you tell me it's the best game, best story, and we disagree on so much shit, I'm not going to think it's that. Like, let's see. But what does this actually mean now for Chizuru and Kazuya overall? I don't understand anymore what the story's trying to tell us. I know what happened. And yet Ruka didn't face any consequences or punishment for it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Again, you want consequences and punishment. You're not getting that, and you're getting upset. Congrats, you know exactly how Ruka feels. Congrats, you now know exactly how Ruka feels. Because she wants some sort of fucking resolution. Punishment. She did something fucking wrong. She knows that. So my list so far is OG Silent Hill. Like the OG games. I want to like play them. The new Silent Hills. Silent Hill 2 remake. Silent Hill F. I really want to play Silent Hill F. Silent Hill F looks really fucking interesting. I have been playing it like on and off, but I haven't had time to actually like invest in it and play it properly. But to me, so far, and you're gonna hate me for this, so far, I think the narrative for Silent Hill F is better than Expedition 33. I will stand by this. I think Silent Hill F's narrative is better than Expedition 33. I don't think Expedition 33 should have won Best Narrative. I will stand by this. I still think Expedition 33 should have been Game of the Year, but I do not think it should have won Best Narrative. I will stand by this. Extra hard. Fuck you. I don't care what you think. Silent Hill's narrative is so much better. So far, from just the little bit I've interacted with, so much better. And the fact that Silent Hill F uses the fucking New Game Plus to improve its narrative is fucking insane. I love it. That is so rarely used. Like straight up, you playing the game again, the game actually like changes and plays directly into its narrative theme of losing your identity. Sick as fuck. So cool. Cannot believe they did not address this. This is like a New Game Plus kind of thing, where it's like, it's not Nier Automata, where it takes the Nier Automata thing, where it's like you play it again and it's like a whole other game, and it's like, oh, here's the game from a different perspective. No. Same game, things are changing. Because you're experiencing your loss of identity from a different perspective, even though it's literally the same thing. 33 reinvented the Matrix, pal. What do you... You can't reinvent the Matrix. I already know what Expedition 33 is doing. I'm not even done, and I figured it out. I'm not even done, and I figured it out. I already figured out what the game is fucking doing. And then when I saw it online, I'm like, oh, I was fucking right. I figured it out from the fucking start. It didn't even reinvent shit. I can just read and understand what the dude was doing from the fucking start. I'm not gonna spoil it, because I'm fully... I don't want people who are like want to play the game to spoil it. But the fact that when I read it online, and I'm like, I was right the whole fucking time, I was just like, bruh, because some asshole on Twitter spoiled it for me. It happens. But Bro, I was so fucking right. Skyrim, I have a bit of a loathing for Bethesda too. I'm sorry, there's so many game companies I don't like. There's so many game companies I do not like. And I don't think I've ever actually been interested in Skyrim. Reinvented the Matrix. That's such a fucking statement. That's such a fucking hilarious ass statement. Reinvented the Matrix. You don't reinvent the Matrix. You did the same thing, just in a little bit differently. When Max played Silent Hill 2 OG, he literally said after, I feel depressed as fuck and I'm teary-eyed and I want to cry. That was dark as shit. I want to go hug my family. Yeah, no, like, Silent Hill is so effective in its psychological horror. And the way Silent Hill F tells its psychological horror is so interesting to me so far. I want to play it more. It's so fucking fascinating. It's so fucking interesting. I love the environment. I love the gameplay. I love the visuals. Just how the monsters look is fascinating. Like, and the fact that I've seen like actual critics that I respect agreeing with me that they put Silent Hill F higher than Expedition 33 made my fucking day. Made my fucking day. I'm like, yes, thank you. I feel so fucking validated. Stellar Blade? Okay, I do want to play Stellar Blade. Not just for the horny shit. Not just for the horny shit. I do like the horny shit. Although I do feel it's a little exaggerated. It's a little on the over the, but I like action games in general. And Stellar Blade, like I'm curious how the action playing field feels for that game because I've heard it's really weird. So it's had me kind of curious because of its aesthetic. I like its aesthetic. Not so much the horny shit, but I do like the aesthetic. The horny shit is like, yeah, it's horny shit, whatever. It's horny shit, fucking whatever. But I am curious in like the Nier Automata like collaboration. I'm like, ooh, okay. Now you got me curious. Like, it's one of those games where it's like, I kind of didn't want to get into it initially because everyone kept calling it like the Gooner shit. But then I'm just like, no, fuck these people. I want to try this game. Fuck them. So I do own it. I own Stellar Blade. I just haven't played it. Let's make play Ume Musume. I already have it downloaded. I watched Cinderella Grey, and I'm just like, wait, I kind of want to play this now. This is kind of cool, but I hate gachas. I despise gachas. I hate gachas with the fury of 1,000 fucking suns. Gachas suck, okay? I spent so much money on gachas when I was younger. Regret it to this day. I don't know if you know, there was a game. I'm going to pull it up. There's a game called Kingdom Hearts Unchained Key or Union Cross. I spent so much fucking money on the gacha in this game. It genuinely had some of the best storytelling in Kingdom Hearts. And then they just fucking discontinued it. They just fucking discontinued it. And I'm like, all my money down the drain for nothing. Square just took my money. And that's where I knew. Never again. I after that, I stopped spending on Fate Grand Order. I'm just like, never again. I will never spend on another gacha ever. No matter what. So much money wasted for fucking nothing. I will never spend on a gacha ever again. Let's see. Playing Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Essentially a Far Cry game with Avatar skin. Pretty good, but not anything crazy. That's just Avatar in a nutshell. Avatar is really cool because, like the movies, they're really cool because of the visual CG storytelling. Like, what they accomplish is actually genuinely some of the coolest shit ever. The story is some of the most basic, bare bones, surface level shit I have ever fucking seen. They're trying to get a fucking stone called unobtainium in the first fucking movie. A super rare metal of unobtainium. In the second movie, they're like, oh, killing the whales is bad. And I'm like, okay, you do this like really sad scene about killing whales. And then you cheer when the whales are like killing people. And I'm like, wait, isn't the whole point of the movie to not resort to violence and rather see things from other people's vision? But then you cheer when the violence occurs. And then there was like a scene. There's like one scene that like fucking annoyed the shit out of me. And it's the scene when the doctor, or not the doctor, he's like this dude who's like a scientist or something who works with the human side. He's like on the human side and he's like helping with the whale shit. And you know, he's always hated it. He said he's so bad. Oh, they're hurting the whales. And then one of the whales is fighting back and the dude starts cheering. But this is the weird part. The whale is about to crush his fucking boat. He's about to die. And he's cheering this whale on because, yeah, fuck the humans. Even though he's been helping them the whole fucking time. And then he's about to fucking die and he's cheering. And I'm just like, okay. And then there was like another scene where one of the characters has like, is like, what is it? One of the characters is like sick or something. And she's like Navi. And they try to use technology to help her. And they're like, your primitive technology isn't going to help. We're going to use some weird voodoo bullshit. And essentially the movie's like, yeah. Human technology is fucking stupid because it was created from imperialism. Therefore, don't use technology. Do some weird tribal shit to heal your people. And I'm just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's so stupid. Like, it's so dismissive of both ends that, like, okay, it's making like, you know, tribes and people look really fucking stupid, while at the same time it's making technology and shit look really fucking stupid. And then I don't know, just everything about Avatar is just so fucking stupid to me, like story wise, but visually, and the world and the experience of like existing in that world, that's really fucking cool. I think James Cameron's ability to create an environment and evoke a feeling is really good. His storytelling and his script writing are kind of garbage. I don't know about like Terminator, for example. Those movies were good, but like that stuff with Avatar, not so great. Let's see. Reiji Miyajima will Reiji Miyajima use Kibe and Curry to get Kazuya out of the situation, or at least interfere with this matter. I don't know, man. I like my women blue and with tails. Oh, you're saying, so you like Smurfs? You like Smurfs? I like Smurfs too. Smurfs are nice. Like here, you want the best example. You want the fucking best example to understand why these movies fall super fucking flat. James Cameron, when he was making Avatar 1, the first one, he asked his composer to make music that encompasses all cultures. Cool as fuck, right? Music that somehow encompasses all forms of culture. They fucking did it. They straight up did it. That's the thing, though. James Cameron didn't like that. He thought the Western audience wouldn't appreciate it. It's too weird. So he removed the soundtrack that was supposed to encapsulate his fucking movie. The point of his fucking movie. And then decided to put some generic Western ass shit. And they kept one fucking song in the movie that plays when the Na'vi are like doing some sort of like dance. I don't remember the scene. It's like the scene where they're like mourning or something. And I'm like, bruh. Like, and that was like the only cool track in the movie too. That track, that I vividly recall that track. It was like the only cool track in the movie. And I was like, oh my God, seriously? Like suddenly that makes so much more sense. It's literally a Westerner looking at the atrocities of Westerners and judging it. Not through the lens of the victims, but through the lens of the oppressor. And I'm like, no shit, your movie falls flat. No fucking shit. And I think that's a lot of like cinema these days. A lot of movies these days are literally like, they talk about how bad it is that these poor victims are suffering. And they're literally looking at it from the lens of the dude who's oppressing them. So they don't actually understand what they're fucking going through. They're privileged as fuck. I think Last of Us 2 is another great example of this. Where a lot of Last of Us 2 is literally framed from the vision of the oppressor and claiming it's the vision of the victim. Like, it tries to understand the victim, and in some cases it succeeds, and in many others it does not, because it makes the victim the oppressor too, because they themselves are an oppressor. So like literally, both Abby and Ellie are oppressors. They're not victims. They're not actually fucking victims. Like, they suffer things, yes, but both of them are oppressors. So most of the story is being told from the perspective of an oppressor, not a victim. You rarely see it from the perspective of the people who are actually getting fucking killed by Ellie, right? Like, yeah, oh, I suffered, but I'm OP as fuck, so you're all gonna die. I heard it from YouTube channel Sideways. Yeah, I heard it from a YouTube channel too. It was really interesting. Worst part is, we'll never hear that because rip James Horner. I can say shit to James Cameron. The man has made 2 movies in the $1 billion earnings range, and the man knows more than me. Oh, no, please understand. What his movies deliver are totally worth billions of dollars. Please understand. They are. Because they are visually revolutionary. The nature of what James Cameron is doing is actually quite revolutionary. It is a fucking experience. I'm just saying the way he's telling his story is fucking stupid. It is effective. So look, the way he's telling his story is effective for Western audiences. It is effective for a lot of modern traditional audiences. And that's why I think a lot of audiences will like what James Cameron is trying to tell. Because of how he's telling it. It is a comfort story. It is a story that does not actually delve into the true horrors. It just kind of somewhat does. You know? Doesn't actually really get into it. The Avatar movies are the worst in terms of finger-waving media. You mean virtue signaling? Are you kidding? The Avatars we acknowledge in the GOAT Airbender. Oh, yeah, no. Avatar, Airbender, Avatar, goated as fuck. I think the only thing about Avatar the Airbender, Avatar the Last Airbender, is that season 3 is like the weakest for me, which really sucks. Season 3 felt like it should have been 2 seasons. It felt like there were so many other stories they were trying to write with season 3, and it just feels so incomplete. Season 1 and season 2 are the best seasons by far. But season 3 is like easily the weakest season. Even though it has some fantastic moments. Season 3 is filled with fantastic moments, but it is easily one of the weakest seasons because it had so many stories it was setting up, and it just did nothing with it. Like, you could tell they were being rushed. You could tell they were being rushed. There were so many things they were trying to do, and it just didn't happen. Like, they were trying to do this like dual arc between Aang and Zuko, whereas Zuko was starting to become more of like starting to go more down Aang's path. Aang was at the very beginning essentially hinted to be going down a darker path, an angrier path. Like literally, that's kind of how season 3 starts. He like wakes up from the coma, he's about to go down this like dark path, and then he just fucking doesn't. And then season 3 just acts as season 3 just acts as, what is it? Just season 1 all over again. Oh yeah, no, like you guys were just like wrong about the Fire Nation. It's like that stuff is cool, don't get me wrong. But much of season 3 just acts as a like season 1 all over again, rather than Aang actually going down like a darker path, which would have made him choosing not to kill Ozai so much more impactful. If Aang had really started going down a darker, more violent path, and slowly started losing these aspects of himself, him choosing not to do that would have been so much more effective because he's literally having a clash of his character. Whereas Zuko going down a more peaceful path would have been an amazing contrast to that. That's why, like, I think like Season 3 just had like so much good setup, but it just didn't land super well. It still ended great. Just didn't land super well. They also didn't really do much with like advancing Korra and not Korra, Aang and Katara's relationship. That just kind of happens. They did a much better job of their working on their relationship in season 2. They did a much better job working on their relationship in season 2. Season 3, I was just like, oh yeah, Aang and Katara. Oh, I guess it happened. Yay. Like, yeah, that's just how I felt. Check last few posts if there's anything interesting. And the leakers are commenting on this too, of course. I will not be showing the leakers commenting on this. Kazuya's sincerity ends up making everything worse instead. Correct. Hey, even Mute can tell. Even Mute can tell, bro. When Mute can agree with me, you know I'm onto something. You know I'm fucking onto something, even though he's not actually being sincere. Okay. Let's see. Cameron is great, but as much as we like Titanic visuals, the story is fucking cliche anime romance. I kind of like Titanic, to be honest. I think for the time Titanic came out, I liked it. I think Titanic was good. Now, James Cameron trying to recapture Titanic constantly, even in Avatar 2. Okay, then. No, I like Titanic. I thought it was good. The actors, like, just acting their fucking hearts out. The music, the visuals. Titanic is solid. I'm not gonna say James Cameron is a terrible fucking director. He's not. He's a good director. It's just what he's directing is sometimes in of itself not great. He's a good director. It's just the writing isn't always that great. I like Titanic for the memes. I just like Titanic in general. I think it's a good movie. Like, yeah, just in general, it's a good movie. Didn't he also do Terminator 2? I love the shit out of Terminator 2. Great ass movie. I fucking love that movie. It's so fun. Okay. I think now is as good a time as any to stop. Oh, damn it. Everybody's getting their fucking... Oh, fuck me. What are you doing? What are you doing? This is the acrylic stand that comes with the season 4 thing. I really wanted it. Fuck me. Maybe I'll make one bad purchase on the other thing. What is it? Maybe I'll make me like one bad purchase just for myself. Okay. So when will be the next stream? I'll try to stream tomorrow. I'll try to. But it really depends on how busy my day is. If it's like super busy, then I don't know. But if it's smoother, then I might do it. So hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then probably Friday. Because Christmas I'm going to spend with family. I'm also working Christmas, so fuck me, I guess. So yeah, that's it for today. Let me do my outro. If you guys enjoy this video, subscribe, hit the like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads, all the fun stuff. I'll see you guys later. It was fun talking. Everything was chill. I think I had a lot to say regarding this. I definitely need to make like a proper construction of this arc and really like kind of delve into this arc and explore it, because I feel like people are like kind of missing what Reiji is like cooking. It's kind of like flying over their heads. They're really kind of missing what Reiji is kind of cooking. So this is something I definitely want to address in the time that we have off. I'll make sure not to get fucking sick this time. I'll make sure not to get fucking sick this time. God, it's so annoying. I wasn't even like sick. It was like half sick. It was that stupid half sick feeling where you're like kind of sick, but you're not. So yeah, just watch my health. Definitely got to start exercising. Yeah, definitely got to start getting into the exercises so I start feeling a little better. Anywho, that's everything for today. Thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed, subscribe, like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads. Support me on Patreon if you can. Consider joining our Discord. You can talk to me directly. I'd love to have more conversations with y'all. Bitch, start saying shit in the goddamn Discord. We got to talk a little more on there, you stupid motherfuckers. And then finally, consider supporting me, or sorry, consider following me. And finally, consider following me on Twitter. Thank you very much. I've been Fate. Remember, let's mosey. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.